Any fellow board members, do you have any questions at this point for Attorney Wagner?
I don't have any.
Okay. So Attorney Wagner, have you, oh, somebody just.
Yep. I was just going to suggest that I had a couple of, let's go into, I don't know if we made a determination of quorum yet. So let's start there.
I was just going to ask that you sort of help us walk through those steps again. You seemed to
sure.
have it laid out.
So why don't we start with establishing a quorum, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, so we do have a quorum here tonight. We have 5 board members. All 5 board members are present and announce themselves during our roll call. So do we need to sort of take a vote on that, or do we just sort of establish it?
Nope, that's good. The next issue I suggest is whether there are any issues of bias or conflict amongst the board that would prevent them from inhibiting, participating, or if they would like to put to a vote of the full board. So I suggest first you start with board members to raise any conflicts that they think may exist or bias, and then turn it over to the parties and public to raise any issues for the board's consideration.
Okay, so I'll speak to the board. I myself have nothing or am aware of nothing. Fred, Pete, Tom, or Greg, go ahead and have your input.
I'm not aware of any conflict, David.
This is Tom. Yep, this is Tom. I'm not aware of any conflict.
This is Fred, and I'm not aware of any conflict either.
You all good, Greg? Yep, you're on mute there.
Classic. No conflict.
Very good. So what's next, Attorney Wagner? Turn it over to parties.
Yep, I would turn it over to the parties, start with the appellant, then the town.
I'm not aware of any conflict.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aga Dixon. I represent the Cheevers in this appeal, and my colleague Grady Burns is also here and representing. And with your permission, we will start to present our case.
Well, sorry, we were just on the comments or any comments from you folks on if there's an allegation of bias or conflict of interest.
Oh, okay. I apologize. None here.
Okay. And from the attorney for the town.
Yeah, I'm Phil Saucier. Excuse me, Phil Saucier, attorney for the town, but in this instance, I'm right here with the code officer, and no conflict that I'm aware of. Thank you for asking.
Okay. And any members from the public have any issue of conflict or bias to raise at this time? Okay. So seeing none, Mr. Chair, I suggest you move on to determine that the application is timely and complete.
Yeah, so I had my report. I do see that based on Alex's submitted response to Grady Burns, that it was submitted on January 25th. I know that by our ordinances, there's a 30-day time frame within which to appeal, and that appeal is dated February 24th by hand delivery to the town, so that is within the 30 days, so I don't see that there's any issue with timeliness. I think we're good to go there.
Okay. Do we want to just have a motion on that?
Sure. So moved.
Yep,
yeah,
that's fine.
do we have a second? All right, any further discussion, board, on that? So all those in approval of timeliness, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Ed Muller, yes.
Be Lockwood, yes.
Okay, so it's timely.
Okay, and completeness. I'll just represent that the ordinance requires an application with the completed form, a map, if that's necessary or appropriate. Typically, you see that more in a variance appeal, and the requisite fees have been paid.
Sandy, can you speak to the fees, or Alex? I'm guessing probably Sandy.
Yep, fees were paid.
Okay, very good. And from my perspective, I've reviewed everything. If the board has something otherwise, but to me, it is a complete application. Do we need to take a vote on that one?
If you don't mind, since we're doing a remote proceeding, I like to have roll call votes on most items.
Let's do it. I will propose, Smith, that this is complete filed application. Do I have a second on that?
Seconded.
Any further discussion, board? All those in favor? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
B. Lockwood, yes.
All right, good to go there.
Okay, next issue is I think we should have a vote to determine standing. It seemed I had everybody in agreement on my description of the jurisdiction. So is there a motion to find that this board has standing pursuant to section 6.2A1 to hear this administrative appeal?
So moved.
Oh, I will second it then.
They know it's going to go to court probably.
Mr. Levitri, are you able to mute yourself?
Yes, sorry.
No, no problem. Thank you. So all those in favor, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
B. Lockwood, yes.
Okay, good to go there.
All right, and the last one here is standing. So 6.3E says that a party aggrieved by a decision of the code enforcement officer has standing to bring an administrative appeal. And I'll represent to you that I agree with the appellant's interpretation of the precedent that in a butter to a property subject to some action by the town, in this case, an enforcement action, has standing as an aggrieved party to bring an appeal.
Okay. So I will make a motion that this appeal has standing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, board? All those in favor, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
B. Lockwood, yes.
Very good. So at this point, I recommend turning it over to the appellant's attorney to begin their presentation of the case.
I agree. Let's, is it Aga or Grady gonna be?
Hi, everybody. I'll get started, but if you don't mind, I would love to have Grady off mute and
Flash match outside.
Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen meeting of July 18th, 2023. We have a full quorum. First order of business is consideration of the Fisherman's Catch liquor license renewal. Wayne,
Yes.
any issues on Fisherman's Catch?
No. The only outstanding item from when I wrote the report has been submitted, and we're in great shape.
Okay.
Is there any didn't we ask before if there's any outstanding taxes or anything like that on it? I thought we did.
No, I think we're all caught up on that. Everything's up to date.
He's caught up. I think he may be late from the last payment, but that's it.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions? Gotta have a motion then.
Move the liquor license for Fisherman's Catch.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, special town meeting warrant.
I make a motion to nominate Joe Bruno as the moderator.
Second.
No, madam, you can't do that.
I
That has
quit.
to be elected by written ballot at the time of the meeting.
Oh, we went now?
Oh,
At the time?
No,
of
the special town meeting isn't until August 15th. This is just to approve the warrant for the meeting.
Oh,
Oh,
So
see,
we aren't entering the meeting right now. This
okay.
is the warrant,
So we're just approving the warrant?
yes.
I just asked
So
him
that I can post it.
where Louise was. Yes. To
Uh-huh.
check this in. Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
we're all off on that one.
All right, so I
I'm
just
sorry.
just need a motion to approve the warrant.
so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous.
That's easier. You want a motion to go in?
You know what? I'll do public comment now. Any public comment? Okay, make a motion.
Motion to go into executive session, discussion of personnel issue pursuant to 1 MRSA, section 405, 6A.
Should go in under 6E.
6E.
6E?
Corrected myself.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? We're having executive session.
We're not gonna do that one with Alex.
I don't think we need to right now.
Okay.
We can wait till the next meeting.
Yep.
All right, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Budget Finance Committee's April 4th meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First on our agenda is approval of the minutes of the March 21st meeting.
I move approval of the minutes for March 21st.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? Bob, I'm going to need a verbal yay or nay for you. The motion is to approve the minutes. Bob, did you hear the motion, Bob?
No, they just turned on the sound so we can hear you now.
Okay. We had a vote for all those in favor of the minutes.
Could I ask who made the motion and who seconded, please?
Karen made the motion.
It's fine, Deanna.
Deanna made the second.
Thank you.
And the minutes are approved. We will start in with the budget as proposed by the Select Board. What I'm going to ask, I'm going to read the whole article through. At that point, I will ask for a motion and a second. Following that, we will have a discussion. And after discussion is complete, we will vote on the article. Any questions on that? All right. Article 3, referendum question A. To see if the town will vote to, 1, set the date of the first half taxes due to October 31st, 2023, and the second half of taxes due to April 30th, 2024. 2, to set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 8% for the fiscal year. 3, authorize a tax collector or treasurer to accept payments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest. And 4, authorize the Select Board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policy adopted by the Select Board. As may be amended from time to time, the policy to remain consistent with the Maine statutes and laws. In all cases, conveyance to be made by municipal quitclaim deed.
I move Article 3.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you, Bob. That's unanimous. Article 4, referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,396,021 for general government services, which includes administration, compensation and training, insurances, worker comp and benefits, assessing, code enforcement, recreation, technology, and general assistance. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Administration, $557,487. Compensation and training, $75,000. Insurances, workers' comp, and benefits, $1,049,861. Assessing, $83,437. Code enforcement, $225,892. Recreation, $163,084. Technology, $226,260. And general assistance, $15,000.
I move Article 4.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Article 5, referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,419,640 for public works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works, $930,356. Town Buildings, $46,000. Solid Waste, $398,100. And cemeteries, $45,184.
I move Article 5.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is unanimous. Article 6, referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,281,432 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire Rescue Department, $1,239,271. Animal Control, $42,161.
I move Article 6.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 6? Any opposed? Motion carries. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $75,000.
I move Article 7.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from the undesignated fund balance or surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occur during the fiscal year and/or to adjust the tax rate as the select board deem advisable, an amount not to exceed $75,000.
Move Article 8.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded. Any such transfer to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board.
I move Article 9.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is unanimous. Referendum question H, Article 10, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donation, and/or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and/or gifted for the purposes of specified in the grant, donation, and/or gift.
I move Article 10.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? None opposed, unanimous. Article 11, referendum question I.
This is the one we're doing next week, so you can skip over that one.
All right. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $312,730 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for fiscal year 2022-2023 project proposal in the tax increment financing district development program.
I move Article 12.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe that should be for FY 23-24.
Yep.
I was wondering about that. You get that, Sue?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I missed that.
For 2023 to 2024. Can I have a motion, please?
I move Article 12 with the correction of 2023 and 2024.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Article 13, referendum question K. See if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund the amount of $153,355 for the administration of activities at the park and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund.
I move Article 13.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Just one question.
Yes.
The fund, does that build up? Is there a balance that wasn't in the notes anywhere?
I don't know.
In other words, it says it's going to stay in the fund. Is that spent every year, or is there any kind of build-up?
No, it's a revolving account, so it does hold a surplus amount of funds.
Okay, so it's never a solid fund. It just changes by whatever you're doing. That's what you're saying. You don't have an average that carries over.
No. Yeah, it carries over, but budget-wise, yeah, we take what that fiscal year is. So that's the revenues that we'll bring in or expend.
And you spend most of it anyway, regardless, right?
Yeah, it's probably have a profit of about $5,000 to $15,000, depending on the year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? I see none. Motion carries unanimously. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $341,501 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. The 2013 Public Works Road Construction Bond, $207,500. 2015 bond payment, $87,550. And 2022 lease purchase rescue pumper truck, $46,451.
I move Article 14.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 15, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $161,403 for the Raymond Village Library.
I move Article 15.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 16, referendum question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,010,000 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works Equipment Reserve, $225,000. Public Works Paving Road Reserve, $410,000. Municipal Facilities Improvements, $85,000. Technology, 100,000. Revaluation reserve, 80,000. Public safety fire apparatus, 75,000. And playground improvements, 35,000.
I move Article 16.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Then all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 17, referendum question O, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, and the employee compensation account.
I move Article 17.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm still interested. I know it's another percent, but the non-public safety members' pension, I'm curious how much is being carried forward out of these accounts. I mean, I know part of it's health insurance and it rolls into the health insurance plan and all the other things, but is there a certain amount that usually carries over?
I can tell you, we did the HRA's account. We looked at the last 3 years, and we spend approximately 40% of that in a year. The employee compensation account, we used 100% last year. And CIP, that would be more of a Charisse. I'm not sure how much. I know the fire department, the 75 goes for an ambulance.
Yeah, they've been rotating that every year, though, right?
Right.
I mean, I was more interested in if there was enough money, and maybe we could get the retirement for the non-public safety. That's what I was looking for. That's 60 grand roughly. So that doesn't sound like there's going to be that much. But it varies every year. The answer is it varies.
Yeah. The average was 40% on the HRA was used for the past 3 years.
Any other questions? All those in favor of Article 17? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $974,325 for the county tax, $80,574 is the first of 5 annual non-interest payments for 6 months of taxes, January to June 23rd, and $893,751 is for the fiscal year July 2023 to June 2024 taxes, enabling the Cumberland County to move from a calendar year to a fiscal year assessment.
I move Article 18.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a
comments?
question.
Go ahead, Karen.
Where is this number over here? 974,325.
Where it is on your pink sheet?
Yeah, where is it on the pink sheet?
It's another department, so it's the county tax, which is a separate article. This pink sheet is just town departments.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 19, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,000 for provider agencies.
I move Article 19.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? Kathy?
Just so people know, there was more money slotted for the provider agencies, but we moved some of it to the CIP. So that's why that number's decreased.
No, we moved it to TIF.
To TIF, thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All those in favor of the article? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 20, referendum question R, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total of $1,837,020 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources.
I move Article 20.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 20? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 21, referendum question S, to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, and any other funds provided by any other entity, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, and state grant or other funds.
I move Article 21.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 22, referendum question T, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances where in the public's interest.
I move Article 22.
Second.
Any comments, questions? All those in favor of Article 22? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 23, referendum question U, LD1, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,630,036.38 established for the town of Raymond by state law in the event that the municipal budget approved under the preceding articles will result in a tax commitment that is greater than the property tax levy limit.
I move Article 23.
Second.
Any questions on that? All those in favor of Article 23? Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, this is a lengthy one. Article 24, referendum question V, to see if the town of Raymond will vote to join the Maine...
You don't need to read that one. That's ordinances.
No, that's the main PERS.
The shoreline zoning one?
No,
Article 24.
Oh.
Is main PERS.
You slipped it in there because mine, Article 24 is shoreline zoning.
Oh, yes, it was added after. Yes,
okay.
There are two articles.
All right. Sorry about that.
And Mr. Chair, one of the pieces of Article 24 in Section D, that's been changed today. It says should read to authorize the town manager to sign and not have his name in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not a good sign.
Well, he had surgery today, so.
No. I'll continue the article.
Sorry about that.
To see if the town of Raymond will vote to join the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, Maine PERS, as a participating local district effective September 1st, 2023. And A, to offer Special Plan 3C to its regular full-time firefighters and emergency medical services employees who are paid at least 2,080 hours per year between hours worked, paid vacation, paid holiday, and paid sick time. And B, to exclude all other employees, including all other elected appointed officials, from participating in Maine PERS. And C, to allow its eligible employees who are currently employed by the town on September 1st, 2023, who elect to join Maine PERS, the option to purchase prior service upon the employee's full payment of all associated costs. The town will not participate in the purchase of prior service, and so employees who wish to purchase prior service are responsible for paying the full liability associated with this service. And D, to authorize the town manager to sign the agreement between the town and the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. And E, to adopt the provisions of 5 MRS subsection 18252/C as enacted by PL 2021, Chapter 286, as allowed by Maine PERS, Rule Chapter 803, for non-participating employees or optional membership who decline to participate in Maine PERS when first eligible, and comply with the following requirements. A, beginning in 2024, to annually offer eligible employees who have been employed for less than 5 years the opportunity to join Maine PERS on a prospective basis during an open enrollment period from September 1st through November 1st, and to provide Maine PERS with documentation of each election made by eligible employees under this provision. And B, to withhold employee contributions for employees who join under this provision on an after-tax basis and to remit them to Maine PERS.
I move Article 24.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I do. As usual, I know they were going to check to make sure that the non-special plan people could join a year later. I know they're talking about trying to do that next year if it's feasible. Personally, I'd like to see it done this year for the extra 1%. You know, I really don't like the idea of some people getting and some people not. And who knows what tomorrow, next year will bring. It's only 1% more, it'd be 7%. But we're a budget committee and we get to decide whether we feel that all the employees deserve it or not, and I think they do. We've got people who've been here 20, 30 years like Nathan. There's just a lot of people here that have been loyal to this town, and I'd like to see the pension for them too. It's 1%. The budget committee can recommend it. Be different than the select board.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
because the question is being voted on a ballot, the budget committee can't recommend a different amount than the select board. They can either recommend the question or not recommend the question. At open town meeting, you can recommend something different downward, but you can never recommend upward.
Right.
But on a ballot, there is no discussion. There isn't any, I want to make the motion to change the amount.
So it hasn't gone to ballot yet. I thought if we voted to put it in there, then they'd have a choice. It hasn't gone
No,
to
I
ballot
mean,
yet.
this warrant article is going to be voted on a ballot on June 13th.
Correct. I'd just like to add a ballot, add a article, or that would say that the taxpayers agree to pay the $60,000 for the just add it at the end of this. So that would be difficult to do?
Well, it wouldn't be difficult, but it is the select board's warrant, so the select board would have to agree to add a warrant article.
Right. That's what I guess what I'm proposing is we recommend at the next meeting, the select board consider that. Right?
We already have. I mean, you can make a recommendation to not recommend the article.
But nothing's going to change because you guys decided all that stuff over the phone.
Not over the phone.
Warrants all came out. Okay. I guess there's nothing I can do about it then.
Well, if you want to write a check for 60,000, we have.
No, I would have liked to have the input before the warrant was written. That happened between the meetings. The articles came out and it was a select board meeting. We didn't get to vote at that meeting last time around when you guys voted. We didn't have a chance to vote on these matters.
Well, it was a selectmen meeting.
Correct.
Right.
Right.
So you react to what the selectmen put forward. So.
I'd like it to be in the minutes if nothing else. Well, I guess
Well, we can either vote in favor of the warrant or we can vote against the
I'm not going to vote against people getting it. I was looking to add to it.
Understood.
All right.
And you do have a motion on the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to recommend Article 24. Any other questions? All those in favor of Article 24? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 25. Question, referendum question W. Shall the town of Raymond, or the town, number one, approve a capital project consisting of the construction of a public works garage, tennis courts, vendor booth, bathroom facilities, and a maintenance building, including engineering and design costs, transaction costs, and other expenses reasonably related to the project. Appropriate the sum of $4,500,000 plus any additional premium to provide the cost of the project. 3, authorize the town treasurer and the chair of the select board to issue general obligation securities of the town, including temporary notes in anticipation of the sale thereof, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4,500,000 plus any additional premium to fund the project. And 4, delegate the town treasurer and the chair of the select board the authority and discretion to fix the dates, maturities, interest rates, denominations, call for redemption with or without premium form, and other details of said securities, including authority to execute and deliver the securities on behalf of the town. The financial statement, total bond indebtedness, bonds outstanding and unpaid, $570,000. Bonds authorized and unissued, other than this loan, $0. Maximum amount to be issued if approved, $4,500,000. Costs. At an estimated minimum interest rate of 3.25% for a 15-year maturity, the estimated cost of this bond will be for principal, $450,000, interest, $1,128,750, for a total of $5,628,750. And 3, validity. The validity of the bonds and the voters' ratification of the bonds may not be affected by any error in the above estimates. If the actual amount of the total debt service varies from the estimates, the ratification by the voters nevertheless conclusive, and the validity of the bond issue is not affected by reason of the variance.
I move Article 25, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, for clarification, I would like to know if any quotes have been received for the construction of the Public Works garage.
No, they have not.
Are any solicitations being prepared for quotes on the project for a rough order of magnitude or a request for a proposal?
No, there isn't.
So if this goes to the voters and the voters vote to, they're in the booth and they're going to approve this, they're going to expect that the town has proposed quotes or estimates on the proposal, correct?
The plan is by the time we go to that point, we will have, we'll have engineering plans and a rough estimate of the quote of what we're going to do. We won't be out to bid by then.
So we're asking the voters of Raymond to approve a Public Works garage, and we have no quotes.
That is correct. I asked for a budget. We got a budget, and that's where we're going to start with it. I've got a budget. I've got a meeting Thursday with the engineers, and we're going to start there.
So will the quotes be listed on the warrant article? On the ballot?
Not normally. It'll be the finished, the cost of the building. We wouldn't put the quotes of all the participating vendors out there for the public. It'll be, we got 3.5 million. We've got a number now, so now I can build a square footage to the building to what we need. We needed a number to start with. I didn't want to go build a $5 million building and spend that much money getting the quotes, getting everything done. Here's a $4 million building, and have the selectmen say no. So I asked for the money first to see where we were at, what they would tolerate, and they said 3.5, and now we're going to go forward and build a building to fit that number.
So your plan is to, if the estimates come in over the 3.5, you will reduce the scale of the project to meet the 3.5?
That is correct.
So it's a not to exceed?
That is correct.
Well, that's not absolutely true. If I may jump in here. Just because you get approval to issue a bond doesn't mean you're going to issue it. This is just the preliminary step of going, okay, we now have authority to go $3.5 million on the bond. If he goes out and finds plans that are $5 million, we may say, okay, we're not going to issue a $3.5 million bond for a $5 million building. So we may come back to the town and say we need another $1.5 million bond on top of the 3.5 that hopefully gets approved. Just because you have the authority, you have 10 years to issue that bond. You don't have to do it right away. And the only reason we thought it was good timing is when you look at our debt service, how small it is. We're going to be retiring 2 bonds, and we'll free up some cash flow right there. So it's a matter of getting town approval to move forward. That's all we're asking.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So, I mean, it could come in at, $4 million, and the town can say, hey, we got $500,000 in undesignated fund balance. We'll take the $3.5 million and use $500,000. So there are multiple ways of doing this.
That's.
I understand the reason for the bond coming up and tying it up into this so you get it done. But $250 a square foot was my objection, and that process was my objection or my frustration. I actually know that both these bonds have merit. There's no doubt that Public Works is ready for a modern facility. And certainly this town's been ready for recreation for a long time, so I'm really excited that that's moving forward. The reason I was a little frustrated is I was surprised how quickly it came onto the table where, as far as I was concerned, there was time to do a cost analysis to do it right. 250 is not going to, that's affordable housing right now. So in my opinion, it's going to be a lot more than that when you do all the necessary sprinklers and the infrastructure, but still, I'd love to see a really good public works building, not one with vinyl siding and asphalt roofs like we had. I mean, it's really important to do that cost analysis. I like what you said, that you'd come back and probably put more money in. And I'm for both of these projects. I personally wish you would split them, and I would recommend splitting them so the people, the taxpayers, can decide on one, both, or neither. It's how we work in America. You know, you don't combine. You can always combine the bond later, but quite frankly, I know there's merit in both of these. But Nathan, I knew that you didn't say it was an emergency, and you weren't pushing this in the beginning of the budget. That's why I wasn't attacking you or Public Works. I was simply saying I don't think there's enough money.
So before I came to the selectmen, I did quite a bit of legwork on my own. Town of Harrison's project's $3.4 million. That's 100 by 150 foot building, 15,000 square feet. That's $230 a square foot. They're starting that next week. Town of Gloucester's project was $4.6 million. That was 100 by 185, 18,500 square feet, plus 12,000 square foot sand salt building. That came in at $150 a square.
When was that? What year?
2 years ago. The Town of Wyndham's project. Now, I will say on the New Gloucester project, the salt shed's going to drag that number per square foot down quite a bit. So if you take the salt shed out, we figure around $4 million. That comes in at $233 a square. That was 3 years ago. The Town of Wyndham was $9.6 million.
Recording in progress.
Excellent. The Town of Wyndham's was $9.6 million. That's 24,000 square foot building. Theirs is at $400 a square foot. With that said, their building is a Category 5 hurricane certified. Its offices are Class 1 office space. They've got a top of the line, the best you can possibly get, drive-through car wash. That alone was over $1 million. It's a 2-story building, so they've got 2 elevators in the building. That drove that number to $400 a square. So I called the town engineer because I was worried about these numbers. He said $250 should be fine. And we're going to knock it down.
Owen said $250 is going to be fine?
Steel building. Yeah.
Realistically, when do you think you could break ground?
I'd like to do it tomorrow, but it'll be a year to get everything done. So it'll be the springtime it'll be a year from now before we break ground. If we got everything all together and ready to go, I think I said at one of the selectmen's meetings I could have it ready for the fall, but to be realistic, it would have to be in the spring, so we'd want to put it out to bid September, October, November, somewhere in that area to get your best pricing for a spring start project. That'll get us through the plow season and start in the spring, and we won't be in each other's way.
I understand you have to put it out to bid and everything, so that would be like a spring to get it ready for the spring. But
Correct.
Because of this timeline, does it? I'm fine with the public works building, but the number to make sure we're on track. Does it make sense to have this for next year with that kind of timeline? Just because I kind of agree, like with the pickleball court and all this kind of rolled into there. Like we're voting on an article that has all that in there. And I don't know, does it make sense if it was a year from now to vote on this thing instead of bringing it up now? Because we don't quite know for sure.
I'd refer to Joe for that, but my personal opinion on it is your interest rates right now, that's kind of that's a crap shot. To me, I would want to get it going now. But I'm going to refer to Joe on that one.
You got to have cash to pay for all the engineering that's going to take place, which is part of the bond. So, engineering is probably going to be 60 to 100,000.
What do you think as chairman of the select board? Do you think it would be reasonable to split the two out so people could decide democratically on one, both, or a single? Because
you look at the legislature, it's a bond package, all thrown in.
Right, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, would it be fair and reasonable to split the two out and let people decide one, two, or neither?
It's the same amount of debt no matter how you look at it, so.
But there's no details. We expect to have more details, right?
Well, I mean, how much detail do you want?
Well,
you know what the rec department's asking for, right? pickleball courts, lights, you know.
They had the estimates of what it was going to cost.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's nothing for their maintenance garage. I understand the urgency and the need. I'm interested in looking at the numbers.
Well, I mean, Nathan has the numbers. If you look at New Gloucester and you look at Harrison, I mean, you can go look at their public safety buildings and see what they're
but
like.
Those were 2 and 3 years ago, and the cost of materials has doubled since COVID.
Tripled.
They're starting the Harrison building, I think it was next week or the week after. And I got their breakdown right there. They're actually building their building for $3.4 million. And it's the building alone's only $135 a square foot.
And that's comparable to, I know you had given some numbers, and that's comparable to what you want to build?
That's bigger than what we need.
I don't see the separation here for details. I don't see $1 million for rec and 3.5. Am I missing something here?
And
I don't have
number one
in front of me.
Some approved capital project consisting of the construction of public works garage, tennis courts.
Right. It doesn't separate them out as 3.5 for public works and 1 million for rec. It says 4.5. I don't think that's unreasonable. I mean, you guys decided this after we had our last budget meeting until this one. The warrants came out after that. You guys decided on cutting it from the 8% or whatever down to 6%. All we're saying is, let's put them. Give us that much more for the reason we have a budget committee as opposed to the process.
Isn't there cost associated with each individual bond to buy the bond and get all that? I think that was
You can combine them.
What's that?
You can separate out them articles and then combine them in a bond.
If one passes and one doesn't this year, and you try to do the second one, you're just going to spend the money for the bond. There's a baseline cost for the bond. So if you put it together as one, you're only going to have that one baseline.
And you can do that, even if you vote them separately.
If you vote them separately,
And they both go through, you can still combine them.
Right.
Well, what I'm saying is, what if the public didn't want one of them? Why would we want to fund it if they didn't? You know, that's all. I think it's just a reasonable thing to do. I'm asking you your opinion. Do you think it's reasonable?
I think, you know, you can do it either way, but I think combining it into one, you know, package and saying, yeah, this is what we're asking for, $4.5 million in the bond, makes sense.
Does it make sense to split them, though? You're saying it doesn't make sense to split them?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying you don't have to.
I think I'm asking if we can.
Right. The selectmen made a decision to go with one bond package. So, you know, you have every right not to recommend it.
I know that, Joe.
That's your prerogative.
For our input at this stage, we're simply asking questions that might be relative to our thoughts as opposed to the selectmen over the phone.
Why you keep saying over the phone?
You recommended a cut to 6% at the end of a meeting that I got up and objected to the next time at the select board meeting because all of a sudden it was 6% decided. And the bond was already added in there, decided. This is the first time we've had a debate as a budget committee, and all we're saying is it unreasonable for us to request that of the select board to consider it? And you're saying no, you think that you've already decided that.
Well, we have decided, but you can bring it up next week. Yeah, when we have our meeting next Tuesday, you'll be here. You could ask that question at that point. Yeah, and then the select board can have a discussion.
Dennis.
Yes.
I really take offense to you making this comment twice now.
I don't blame you.
And it's out of line. It really is.
Teresa, there was no discussion after that meeting, and you guys came back with the warrants with 6%.
We're making deals behind on phones is out of line.
You agreed to it.
It really is. Everything that we're talking about is at the meetings, and you've been to these meetings, but to accuse us of making these deals on the phone, not once, twice, it's got to stop.
The warrants came out with a 6% budget.
That was after we left the meeting and we said...
There was no vote at that meeting. You said it should be 6%.
Right.
No vote. You came back with warrants at 6%.
They came back with proposals and we went over them. And we put money back in.
You did?
From the cuts that they recommended.
I understand that.
So we had a meeting and we discussed it.
The warrants came back out, though, at 6%.
After we discussed what we were going to put back in,
Well, I stand corrected. I thought the warrants were all written, and we looked at them, and it was 6%.
no.
You moved them around a little bit.
They came in at 8 point, whatever it was,
And Joe said, you need guys. need to go back.
8.77. And I said, we'd like to see it under 6.
I understood that.
And then we came back here, we had a discussion. They had a list of, of proposals of what they recommended for cuts.
Correct.
We didn't, and we voted on every single one.
Yes, the Budget Committee did. And now
No, the selectmen did.
Selectmen did, yes.
Right.
Right, and they're now before us, but we have not had input on this since that meeting that you guys set these up. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said in the beginning. It was at the end of a meeting, the warrants came back, it was basically 6% at the end of the Select Board meeting, and the bond was in there. And now we're asking for a couple changes to the bond to be split. We can't even do that. You know,
You could recommend or not recommend the bond question. That's the role of the Budget Finance Committee.
Agree.
All right? So next week, when we have our meeting, you can say, hey, have you thought about splitting that bond question? We could have that discussion. But right now, there's no way of splitting that question. That's not the question in front of you.
Agree, but this is a time for us to discuss what we want at the next Select Board meeting, correct? What we would recommend, what we would change? Or is it just, you vote on what you guys decided that last meeting? That's what I'm asking, I guess.
Yeah, this meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, is to either recommend or not recommend the warrant articles in front of you.
That's what I thought.
Is it possible, is it possible to list on here the expense for the tennis courts and then separate this expense for
Isn't that in the question?
No.
No. It should be.
It's not.
I agree with that, yeah.
It
Split
should be in the
out,
question.
and then-
It should say $1 million for rec and $3.5 million for public works.
Agree.
Yeah.
I think it should, but it doesn't.
Well, then it's the wording of the article. Like I said, I don't have it in front of me, so.
All right.
Last page, Joe.
So if we're voting on this, is to vote yes or no as it sits on
As it
paper.
sits right now.
Do we have to vote today?
Oh, yeah.
Could we vote on Tuesday with the select board?
Yeah, we already have an article that we're going to vote on anyway, so you might as well.
I believe you would have to have enough people.
I'll be there.
No, they'll have to have enough people anyway because Chairman Goslin agreed to have a kind of a mini Budget Finance Committee meeting at the next Select Board meeting because there is the one article pertaining to the undesignated fund balance that we won't know what that number can be until the auditor reads out what they've got from the last fiscal year.
Yeah, I think it should be broken down as to how much is public works and how much is the, that's just the wording on the article that needs to be fixed.
That could easily be put in number 1,
Yeah.
the first bullet.
Okay.
Consisting of 3.5 million for a public works garage and 1 million for the remaining pieces.
Yep.
Okay, I'm good with that.
So the motion on the floor is to recommend Article 25. All those in favor?
Well, wait, I thought we were going to wait and vote on this on Tuesday. Can we do that? Or how do we?
You'd have to rescind your motion.
Yeah, you have to withdraw your
Okay, I withdraw the motion for Article 25.
Thank you.
You have to withdraw your second.
Yes.
Somebody has to second it.
I think Bob seconded it.
Bob, would you be willing to withdraw your second?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we'll review this article at our next meeting.
Yeah, so we have 2 articles, this one and Article 11. Thanks, Ken.
Any other question on the articles? Public comment? Budget Finance Committee comment? I'd like to thank everyone that worked on this committee. We've gotten a lot more input this year than we have in previous years, and it really causes people to be on their toes. So I want to thank you guys. We will be meeting next Tuesday, I believe.
Yep.
5:30.
Yep. Okay. We're gonna try and put you guys at the front of the meeting, so we can, there's some commitments, so we'll try and get you out of here
All right.
quickly.
Thank you, Joe.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Good evening and welcome to the April 5th, 2023 Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee. And we've called to order. I will acknowledge that we have quorum tonight. And so second on the agenda is minutes approval for March 1st, 2023. I would ask for a motion to accept unless
I move to approve.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous? All right. Number 3 on the agenda is old business. First off, something that's been carried on for a couple of agendas, but hopefully we're going to get to a conclusion tonight, and that would be the preference on a comprehensive plan logo. So Kayla, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, sure. So last month we discussed that we would go home, we would just pick our favorite and maybe come to a consensus and or at least have a lot better direction on where we want to go. So I guess I will take a very formal poll and see what everybody likes. Jackie, may I start with you?
Yes, I like the yellow and blue circle.
Danelle?
I like the orange arrow, and thought on the yellow and blue is that it's lake region colors, so I didn't want to get too close to that. But I also like the yellow.
Okay, so orange arrow. Okay. John, I can skip you if you'd like a moment to get settled.
I'd appreciate that moment.
All right.
All right. Peter?
Kayla, I like the Raymond tomorrow with the orange arrow.
Okay.
I also like the orange arrow.
Me as well.
Okay.
I like the bottom right, the house on the hilltop.
House on the hill.
I'm wrong with the orange arrow.
Orange arrow. I also like the orange arrow. Would you like to throw your
I would
opinion
say
into the
orange arrow.
mix? Orange arrow. Sue, did you have a favorite?
Not particularly.
All right.
I'm not a citizen, so.
Well, opinion
Yeah.
still can be taken.
Yeah, we could let you express an opinion.
I also like the picture that John liked.
Okay. Well, I would have to say that orange arrow takes it. All right, we have picked a logo, so I think we can finally move on from that. Oh, John, did I already?
But I don't like the orange arrow. We'll go with it.
We'll go with it, all right.
Very good. Well, thanks for the effort that we put into this. I think that they're all good representations. And I believe in the discussion is that we're going to kind of use this to identify in a number of communications with the community, kind of put our branding on it by having a logo. Great. Moving right along. I was pretty amazed at looking at what Sue posted on the website as far as the pictures, and also was gratified to see the ad that was in the Roadrunner, which was nice. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to look at the pictures that were sent in. I think there was a pretty good mix of different seasonal pictures. Some of them outstanding. We got a couple of really good photographers in town. We should keep them in mind. And I believe that these pictures that we talked about were thinking about potentially going to either a short video to promote the committee and its work, and certainly down the road, I would certainly encourage, if there are any other pictures that come about, that we should continue to send them in on the web. And we'll have them as a kind of a reference for any other projects that we might have. But I believe that we're talking more or less using kind of that template for the was in the gray comprehensive plan and the short video with the stick figure and what is a comprehensive plan. And I believe in that video, which is very short, which is good. It was they did flash pictures of gray as well, different seasonal pictures of gray, the downtown area, and then some of the landscapes. Any other thoughts as far as pictures?
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with them. I had looked through the footage that I had, and actually didn't have a lot of Raymond, so I'm a little embarrassed to say that. So I think as we kind of continue along, I'll start. Now they're getting to some nicer weather, so it's not always just frozen over lakes. I'll try to get some more footage as we get along, so if we do anything more, but I think this is a great start. So I'm glad that our citizens we're excited to send these pictures. They're all great.
Frank?
If we know anyone that has a drone, it would be nice to get some drone pictures.
I'll be working on that.
I thought you might.
Chris?
Along that line, we did discuss at the last meeting that Ben Smith is a drone operator, and at some point maybe him and Kate would kind of do the first bus tour, kind of a synopsis with me, and be able to take some of the drone photos on that trip. So I'll catch you up to speed on that. But basically, we're going to be talking about in a little bit another bus tour that we just kind of drove around Raymond and looked at the developments and building and the history and our scenic vistas and different things. And we're going to do another round of that later. And if you want to take a short trip, we can make it a little quicker with some pictures along the way to help with video and kind of advertising and promoting what we're doing.
Great. And I did note that the pictures and the landscapes are wonderful. It wouldn't hurt, in my opinion, to have a couple of photos with families and people in them as well. Kids sliding down.
People actually live here.
I got a good one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So Raymond Rec.
Finch is going to send me a few more.
Yep.
One of them has one of the biggest fish I've seen that isn't a striper in it. So it was with 4 people holding said fish up that was taken out of Sebago. So
Sure. Sure.
He's going to try and get permission to use that, but he's going to send us more.
Excellent. All right, so we'll be on the lookout for those, and certainly everybody in the committee, go back and look in your scrapbooks and whatever, and you may find some gems in there. All right.
Peter?
Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to note that I am happy we did get some community engagement back and a couple photos submitted.
Absolutely. Great. All right. Moving on the under old business, as Chris alluded to, the scheduling of the bus tour part 2. Sue, you kind of had a synopsis of that.
Yeah, April 28th, 9 a.m. at meet at Tasseltop, please. I no longer hear you folks. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, we're here.
We're all writing
We're
it
just
down.
writing it down. April 28th, 9 a.m., Tasseltop.
Yes, please.
All right.
And we'll do the second half, which is basically 302 Main Street and the Cape. Did I miss something, Chris?
We were going to look at some of the industrial zones and maybe a little bit of a loop around Thomas Pond.
That's what I was missing, yes, Thomas Pond.
Great.
Do we have a sense for the time, like how long it will be?
Last time we did, was it almost 4 hours? It was quite,
Yeah, we could do all of that.
yeah.
Okay.
Probably done 1 or 2.
And as Chris had mentioned, and it was discussed at the last meeting, certainly as far as North Star is concerned, what we found in doing that bus tour was, even though there were a majority of us have been in town 20, 30 years, there were things we hadn't seen, and it gave us a good sense of the community and what was going on. And our bus driver was from Wyndham, and she was saying, "Boy, they should do this in Wyndham."
I think she's anxious to come back and do the second half.
Yeah, great. All right, so we've got that scheduled, and we will be certainly looking at some time when the weather is a little fairer, getting out on the lake and actually taking a look at Raymond from the water as well, because I think, water seems to be a constant when we talk about planning in Raymond. So we'll get that done as well. All right. The listing of community associations and businesses, and this is opened up to the committee. Sue posted some very comprehensive listings of businesses and associations in town, including addresses, mailing addresses, and telephone numbers and the like. And I believe that that's, once again, similar to compiling a group of photographs for use for promotion and branding. These addresses are going to be invaluable not in the too distant future as well, as far as setting up communications with community organizations and the like, and setting up some sort of schedule with them in order to meet and discuss their concerns and their visions. I'll open up to the committee. Any other thoughts on this? Yes.
I spoke to Mark, who owns Automotive Everything on 302, and he was pretty interested in just being a part of that.
Great.
One caveat I would say to the lists I have is that we know when businesses open. We don't necessarily know when they're closed. So one of my staff is in the process of going through that list and trying to determine if those businesses still exist.
Excellent.
And I also contacted the Secretary of State's office to see if we could get a list of registered entities. There is a fee to get that list, and they were going to get back to me with what it might be, but I think it's at least a couple $100s. So we can continue to look into that if we want to, but that also seemed like a great list that Sue sent out, so it may be unnecessary.
Okay, well, certainly keep us posted.
I will. I'll keep following up.
All right, thank you. And I think as far as the outreach is concerned, certainly we'll be working with the planners as far as all that we've discussed so far. So everything from logos to branding to photographs and the like. We just figured we'd get kind of a jump start on that as far as accumulating that data and information. All right. So, what is noted in the proposal that we had from North Star was the 2 public workshops, and I believe the time frame there was for October and November of this year. So, but we were thinking in terms of beyond just a public offering where we would have invite the community at large to come in and talk with us, that this would be more targeted towards the businesses and the associations. And as was discussed at last month's meeting, we really should look into, and I may have missed it, Sue, but I didn't see any listing in particular, and I don't know that one exists, of individuals that are just summer residents. But we did talk at the last meeting about how that was something that was really not incorporated in the last comprehensive plan. And since they make up such a large segment, even though it's seasonal, that one of the things that I believe we're going to see when we start acquiring more of this demographic information is that we're getting more and more individuals, and Chris could probably testify to this, is individuals that have been summer residents that are coming here to retire and are actually converting seasonals to year-round. So I believe that their voices should be heard in this, and we want to investigate that as well.
The one thing that we may be able to do, or I may be able to do, is take the voter list. There is a file that comes out of that called the governmental use file, that if I compared that to the tax rolls and to motor vehicle and other lists that we have in the town office, I may be able to get a rough list of those that aren't voters, and therefore we know they aren't residents, and that are summer visitors. Some of the summer visitors register cars here. They do a lot of other town activities, including pay taxes.
Oh, yeah.
This may be not too difficult, but I'd be putting the task on, obviously, staff, would be you can take the big sort of spreadsheet that the tax assessor has that lists all the properties, and if you just sort of sort that out by state for mailing address, we might just get a rough idea of who's getting their tax bills out of state, which might give us an idea of who actually lives out of state versus residents. Just a thought.
Absolutely. Yeah, and just as a fun fact, as I was looking through the 2014 citizen survey that we had did, which is very comprehensive, back in 2014, one of the interesting observations there was a discussion about potentially non-resident voting. And so, you know, that's something that certainly in our discussions we can talk about as well a little bit, as far as, you know, a property owner having a voice at the ballot box as far as ordinances and stuff go. It's an interesting concept. I don't know that it's, you know, entirely an easy thing to implement.
Does it exist in the state of Maine in some municipalities?
I couldn't find any evidence of it.
I believe in Portland, they allow for some municipal referendums for non-residents to vote. I believe.
Well, that would make it that would be a precedent.
It wouldn't be a first, yeah.
Right.
But one of the things that Portland has that Raymond doesn't is a charter, and there are some things like, and it's possible that that falls under this category, that you can only implement via charter. You can't always implement things via an ordinance. So that would take some research and talking to our lawyers about.
Sure.
But I can look into that if you like.
That'd be great. You know, it's food for thought, and you know, once again, it's not something that necessarily a comprehensive plan would be responsible for, but certainly as a recommendation, or at least researching it and you know, bringing it to the powers that be, select board and the like. It can be, from my perspective, it can be a little bit of a dicey issue. Yeah. So it would have to be approached very, very carefully. But I think that once again, the first step would possibly be just engaging the summer residents in these meetings, workshops, and the like.
I think too, having these road association lists are good, because a lot of those associations will have their summer meetings, their annual meetings in the summertime, when they can try and capitalize on having as many residents here to attend. So I want to say, I think around like late July, you tend to see a lot of them having their annual meetings.
Sure.
We might be able to capitalize on that.
That's a good thought. Absolutely, Jackie. Yeah. All right. So anything else on the listings of the Association of Businesses other than we kind of assembled them, and going forward, we'll know that it's a resource. Okay, next order of business would be new business. So, the status of the Comprehend Committee composition. What I want to just inform the committee, although I'm sure everyone on committee, if not everyone on committee, knows, but at the March 16th Select Board meeting, the selectmen basically voted to accept Brad McCurtain's resignation. We did send a letter to Brad thanking him for his input and his service to the committee. And also, at the March 16th Select Board meeting, the Select Board voted to not replace Brad's position and to make this a committee of 9. Kayla attended, I attended. I spoke to this just to make it clear to the Select Board that this committee had voted to, number one, keep applications open until we had a planner on board, and at that point we would close applications, and that we had an application that had been recommended to the Select Board for approval or denial onto the committee. But that became a moot point when the Select Board decided to reduce the size of the committee. Their reasoning was number one, and this one I can't argue. I mean, I could argue the number 9, but it's never easy for a committee, in my experience, to have an even number. So 9 or 11, either one would work. 10 was going to be tough. That was part of their rationale, and the other rationale they expressed was that they didn't want it to get too big. And so I think that went to the honoring this committee's decision that once we had a planner on board, we would at that point say we're far enough along on the process that it'd be tough to bring someone else on board as a new applicant. Certainly, if we lose a member along the way, in my understanding is with these committees, that's not unusual, that certainly they will continue to I believe, Sue, you'll continue to take applications, and we would keep them on record.
Yes. And the applicant has since taken out papers and returned them to run for selectman.
Okay.
I also just wanted to add, I'm sorry, Peter, that they did mention that we can have people help. Citizens can still help. They just won't be voting members of the committee. They can attend. They can take on tasks.
Sure.
They just will not be voting members.
Absolutely. And that has been the rule right along. I mean, I don't think we've had an agenda where we haven't had public comment. And certainly anyone who's interested, and certainly I'd encourage people that are interested to the point of submitting an application, that it would not be a bad idea for them to show up at meetings, keep themselves informed, and make recommendations under the comments section. Chris?
Yeah, I just want to add that in those discussions with the selectmen, I think that everybody should know that the selectmen thought this was a very well-rounded and diverse group and very talented group, and they were very comfortable with the composition and the number going forward. And I think that was also echoed by town staff, including myself and the manager.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And we did hear that the Select Board was comfortable with the integrity of this committee, the makeup of this committee, and the like. So I think going forward, I don't think there's any more reason to dwell on, who does what as a profession on this committee, that the Select Board gives us their full endorsement and believe that we have the integrity to go forward.
Good.
Okay. All right. Under new business, B is the question and answer with North Star. I believe we've got Ben and Kate here, and this was I don't know, I had a little trouble sending the emails, but you did receive the email that had the questions, the ones that I either recalled had been discussed at the last meeting, so I'm sure there's more. But if you're willing, what we'll do is just open this up to the committee for questions. I think most of them centered around understanding where we're comfortable with the makeup of this committee. We're comfortable with the expertise that this committee represents, but other than a couple of us, we've never been involved in this type of a process before. So thinking in terms of assuming something that trained planners do for a living gave us some pause, and we had some questions regarding assuming the tasks that you had mentioned that the committee could assume. All right, so I'll open it up to the committee for questions for Kate and Ben.
So maybe we'll just jump in. I know Kate had put a couple talking points together in the form of a PowerPoint. I don't know if it makes sense to share or if we can just refer to those through the questions. But we've given some thought to the questions that we took a look at that we made it over, but we're happy to field any kind of questions beyond that as well.
Did we see that PowerPoint in the last show?
No.
Last meeting?
Together
for this meeting. Would any reason?
We can also just do it live if we don't need to. If you don't have to put it on right now.
What's the pleasure of the committee? You want to see a PowerPoint, or do you just want to talk through it?
I think it was 4 slides with some
Yeah.
talking points.
Just to kind of explain what each of the tasks are. So.
I'd be happy to see the 4 slides, but I'm a minority.
I'd be up to see the slides as well.
We're having them hook it up for you.
Yeah, I have it on a USB. I think that's what we did last time.
Yep.
Also, can I ask Sue, can you hear them okay, or do they need a microphone?
Yes, I can hear you okay.
Or
Can you hear Kate and Ben okay?
Kate and Ben okay?
Testing.
I can, but if you have the cordless mics, that would be better.
Or do you want to sit in the hot seat there?
Here we go. Yeah. Sue, we're taking your seat.
Where I normally sit, then you've got a mic.
Is this the hot seat?
Yeah, that's hot.
Don't you feel it?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Sean.
Hey, how's it going?
Funny seeing
Nice to
you
see
here.
How are you?
Great.
Can you plug into? Can you? Well, I guess the best thing is use this computer.
Oh yeah.
Let me sign you in.
Just turn it around.
Ben, if you were to sit where Kate
I know,
was,
right?
then you'll have a mic as well.
Some more?
Yes, exactly.
I think she means over here in the.
Oh, in
Are you
the.
gonna
The hot
sit
seat.
right there?
I'm sitting here, I think.
No, I was gonna get out of the hot seat.
Nice try.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I.
And we'll get on TV in a minute too.
We should have made better use of our pre-meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Were there any
There is one on the
preliminary questions or comments while we get that going?
in the middle there.
No, I think we'll see what's on there, and it may answer
We
all
should
the
get you back
questions.
here, and I'll get that. It'll take just a minute.
Thanks, Sean.
You're welcome.
I guess, Ben, I'd ask you this: is it in your experience that generally the comprehensive plan committees assume some of the tasks?
Yeah, I think that was one of the things we wanted to spend more time on, in particular about the chapters. It's not uncommon for communities to do inventory chapter work. I think a lot of communities who are kind of doing this on their own, or maybe in smaller places, will when they do a comprehensive plan, there is a state checklist that will help provide guidance on what needs to be in the chapters, the questions that need to be considered in the inventory work itself, and that can work. I think one of the things that we had proposed is that we would do all of the chapter work. It's essentially a big research project.
Yeah, we've got the
I've got the PowerPoint up if you want to.
I'm happy to
You can
turn
keep
it
talking.
over.
I just wanted to let you know.
It's a big research project that involves getting links from the state. You get a state data pack when you say, hello, we as a community are going to take on this project, and they will send a state data pack, which I believe the town has.
Yes.
And it's a bunch of links to census data, Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Maine State Housing Authority.
Agencies, state agencies.
DEP provides information. So all of the building blocks, they'll provide links to those. So it's being able to track that relevant information down, do some analysis on it, and write the narrative that goes along with it. So it's I've called it a research project. It's existing conditions. It's the looking back on how we got to where we are today part of the planning document. And I think that is what essentially the work is. There's mapping tasks that are associated with that. We have, in kind of our original proposal, assumed that we would take on the lion's share of that and provide drafts for the committee to review and provide some guidance on that we would update over the course of the project. And I think that we had estimated 6 months, 5 or 6 months to do those inventory chapters. I think there's 11 of them that would be relevant to Raymond.
These are the pieces that we all broke up and signed up for, assignments. In some cases, more than one chapter for folks. I think under just under the direction that we consider doing some of that ourselves.
Right, so I think we were kind of under the impression that this might be feasible for us to take on if we each took a chapter that interests us, and we could use the 2004 as a starting block, take the comprehensive plan from 2004 and say, okay, this is where it was then. Let's update all the information in there. So these were sort of our assumptions, but we wanted to make sure that our assumptions were correct. We didn't want to take on more than what was realistic. I think we all feel competent and able to do the work. We're just hoping we're under the right impression on what that would entail.
Yeah. So this is perfect, yeah. And I think the impression that we are under, from what you just said, Ben, might have been a little warped for some of us to do that level of getting hold of that state data and updating. As I was very much under the impression we certainly start with the 2004 as someone would find a Word doc version of the original comp plan, and we go from there kind of on our own, hunting through websites, maybe with some links and guidance from Ben. But anyways, let's hear you folks out. But
yeah, if I could just interject, we did have a presentation from Tom at the state planning.
Oh, great!
Oh, good.
So we had that. He referred us to the checklist, and we reviewed that, which seems to give a lot of guidance as to what needs to be included. So we've basically been around since August. And looking for something to do while we got a planner on board is some of the homework that we've done. And we went to the point, as John was referring to actually after we got your email saying this is what you could assume as far as the chapters were concerned to do. It stimulated, I believe there was one question as far as in your email you suggested that this committee could do the first draft, and that then North Star would do the second draft. And so I guess one of the questions that came up at that discussion was, well, what is the first draft versus the second draft? So maybe if we could have a better understanding of that.
Yeah, I think so. To start off, so if you can definitely start with the 2004 plan and kind of work from there. The one caveat is that there have been changes to state requirements in the meantime, so there will be some differences between what was required in 2004 and what's required now. We put together a little more information just The average chapter is usually about 20 pages, give or take. And those chapters typically take our staff about 20 hours to complete. And that's going from getting all the data, processing all the data, doing all the data analysis, making charts and graphs, that kind of thing. So for volunteer committees, it usually takes people a bit longer, especially depending on how comfortable you are using different types of data sets, like census data and stuff, you know, making those kinds of charts and graphs. Some people work with it all the time, and then, you know, you're probably set up to have a really easy time with it. And as you're familiar with, there is the state checklist, which I did like a little screen cap of here. You probably can't read it, but that is a really helpful guide to what needs to be in the chapter that the state is reviewing for. So when we get into sort of first draft, second draft, what we've done with other communities where the committee has drafted inventory chapters, they'll send us their first draft of the chapters, and then we'll review it going through the checklist, you know, with kind of our experience as well, to see it, like basically what's missing, what do we need more information on, is it something that we can just look up, or do we need to go back to town staff, and sort of go from there. And then we'll often then put it into a format where it can be shared with other town committees or the public, or put online for people to review.
I think that's the working with actually a couple communities right now that have, one is nearing the end of the process where they've done all the inventory chapter work, and they have been a committee for about 2 years doing the inventory chapters. And
how's it look?
Every chapter is very different. They're all written, you know, formatted independently and that kind of thing. And that's really where we saw like our role as almost like an auditor, kind of comparing the chapter with the checklist and then formatting all of the chapters so that they had the same margins and same font and those kinds of things for readability purposes. Those are the roles that we would play, is like the auditor and copy editor, formatter type role, with an approach where the committee would lead on the inventory chapters. The other community I'm thinking of is kind of in the middle of the process, where they said, don't worry, we got the chapters, and then they didn't have as many chapters as they thought they had. And so we've gone back and we're, you know, picking up a couple of the chapters that didn't get done by committees in the town. So it's possible. Communities do it all the time, but it can be a lot for folks who haven't done that kind of work before. That's the only thing, is like in the spirit of going into it with some eyes open and expectations. We're happy to provide guidance and, you know, advice and reviewing these things. But I don't know if that's what people like on this group, if it signed up to do this summer, basically. So, you know, it's a decision you'll need to discuss and consider. We're, you know, again, we've got a schedule and a timeline, and we're prepared to do that. But if the folks in this room think that they can do that, that's an approach that's worked in a lot of other places. When we think of like volunteer burnout and the timeline of the overall project, it's often in that data spin cycle where you like do the inventory chapters, and then it's like, oh, new fiscal year, time to update these numbers. Oh, new census data, time to update these numbers. And at a certain point, you just need to like put a stake in the ground and say, this is the data we're using, and we're going to make a plan based on this data. So that's a major consideration. I think that one of these final bullet points here is that the inventory chapter work is the foundation for a lot of the public outreach and the future parts of the plan. So if that extends out, if there's time added to that portion, it might impact timing of, you know, outreach events. So like if you're planning on, our schedule has our first meeting in October, November, sometime before Thanksgiving. And if the chapters take a couple more months than we outlined, then it might not happen until next year, kind of thing.
So
Well, I'm hearing some good information.
Yeah, Ben. Oh.
Sorry, I'm just curious, in thinking of, I wouldn't want somebody to be reading the comprehensive plan and hear one completely different voice to another, as they're reading through chapter to chapter. Is there any other sort of kind of hybrid scenario where we could do some of the research portion of it and help provide synopsis or data, collect, conclusions to the data that would help the drafts of the chapters, where we could work a little bit more closely together, but maybe it wouldn't all fall, maybe the whole, doing all of the deep dive in the research and doing all of the drafting would be on the committee's plate. Is there something?
It might be worth talking about. I think I'm in a situation exactly like that's not coming to mind. I feel like sometimes the chapters will get drafted by individuals or like a subcommittee, like 2 or 3 people work on the economy chapter, 2 or 3 people work on a natural resources chapter, for example. But I can't think of a situation where we have been, collaborating with staff, volunteers on the chapters themselves. It's more like, we can just, do a couple chapters a week in our office, or we can just kind of be on standby and wait for a pack of chapters to come back from the committee later this summer, kind of thing.
I want to make sure that we're all cognizant of what we've been getting ourselves into. And this is my first time ever on a comprehensive plan committee. So what else sort of are our responsibilities? Because if there's additional things sort of on top of that, so if we're working on chapters, then what else will we be working on at the same time that sort of adds to that plate? I mean, you talked about volunteer burnout. We're all volunteers, we have busy lives. So if we're doing inventory chapters, what else are we doing on top of that? What else is filling our plate? I guess I'm curious about that.
Do you want to talk about
the public stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, I guess, it'll sort of depend on whether, if the committee wants to write the inventory chapters, I sort of envision it, like Ben said, where we'll kind of step back and be on standby as you all work on the chapters. But the other sort of big part, and I think I'll just skip. So another thing that we had sort of given you as a potential task that the committee could take a larger role in, as well as the public participation. And this is really like the part where you all, we can't do what you can do. So like we can make the website and we can make videos and we can help with all the outreach, but there's an element of it where, you all have your networks and your connections within the community, the community better than we do. So that's where, to begin with, no matter how we do this, we'll be relying on you to help us come up with the right questions to ask, the right venues, the right kinds of outreach to do. And there's definitely an opportunity if you wanted to take on an increased role in the public participation, where we would basically help work with you to develop like the sort of prompts and meeting activities, and then sort of deploy you all out to hold meetings with like sort of smaller stakeholder groups. Like I heard someone say road associations, like that's a great sort of group, or other groups through kids' schools or other people you hang out with around town, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it'll sort of depend on how you choose to move forward with the inventory chapters. So like in a town where we write the inventory chapters, then the committee will review those chapters. So you'll get a draft chapter from us and you'll get to go in and write all the comments and be like, this doesn't sound right.
Boy, I'm going to jump in, Pete.
Sure.
I think, to me, this is a no-brainer. These guys need to write the chapters. We review them, and our duty is to connect with the community and help make those information sessions happen, work our road associations. I'm on one. We have a meeting in June, and get them queued up to what's happening on the comp plan. I work with this natural resource data most weekdays, most of the day, and diving in after work to tackle a 20-hour project for these guys, guaranteed for me would be 40 hours, because they do it every day in a comp plan content and format, and they're working with data. None of us would have the graphics capability to match a unified document, like you were saying, Jackie. And there's other stuff we can do, and I think the reviewing part would be critical, because we then get these unified document, and we get to say that perfect. No, that's out of line. You guys take that back. We know it's not like that anymore. And but I don't want to take the fire out of any eager comp plan authors. So that's a very single chair commentary. But I would offer that as there's probably stuff we can do better with connecting use of our time to connect and deliver some of the product to the community.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, John. I guess, Ben, in your email, and this is where I'm still a little vague, so I'll ask you this direct question, which is the difference between a first and a second draft, the fact that you did devote a certain amount of time that North Star would still have to do the second draft and do that overview. I was thinking more in terms of, or our question would be, to clarify in the chapters, I did not see us doing anything more than taking the resources that you would give us and collecting the data, the raw data. And as far as implementation strategies or analysis, I don't believe there was anybody on the committee that was saying we've got the expertise to do that.
Okay.
We don't. I don't think we do. However, I think that there's a number of individuals on this committee that can look at data, whether it's demographic data or financial data or whatever, look at the checklist and put that in a form where you're not spending research hours collecting raw data. So that was more or less where I was coming from. Plus, we have the commitment from the municipal side that we would have resources from them as well. So GIS. As an example, we got an email from the IT coordinator for the town. What he was stressing was the fact that, if we're going to be paying for a lot of website construction and the like, just know that you shouldn't be doing that. Because we have the capabilities here in town to do that. And so I guess cutting to the chase, one of the discussions that we had ongoing with the town manager was the fact that, quite honestly, he was hopeful, and I believe some of the committee members were hopeful, that we could reduce the expense to some degree of the planner. And I believe in your email, you mentioned that there would be this many hours that we would take off of our original quote. And so I guess what I'd ask the committee is, am I misunderstanding, what we were looking at as far as that was concerned? But to make it clear, I myself, my own perspective, was never one that was going to sit down and say, okay, we have the housing information, and we have the expertise now to put an implementation strategy together, or to put an analysis of the data together.
The data comes from a few different sources, and the data pack includes data that comes from federal and state sources primarily. One thing that I'm thinking we know we're going to need assistance with is local data. So when it comes to number of building permits issued in the last 10 years, or number of acres of land in open space tax programs. Those kinds of things are not going to be found on the federal websites, right? So we would be working with the town on those things. That might be something that we could make a list of and kind of split off early and give it back to this committee and say, just run this data down for us, and when you have it, email it over and we'll work it into the chapters. So whether it's coming from the town office or someone on this committee trying to track that down from another source. What I had sent over to Dawn was really based more on that idea of, the committee would do the full chapter, and then we would leave enough hours in there where we could fill in the blanks, make sure all those questions get answered, maybe even write a chapter or two that, just based on the timeline, we could help out by making sure that those got done. It wasn't.
I would think even Ben, and the question was raised a little bit ago about the new chapters. What we're talking about is looking at the 2004, using that as the template, understanding that there are new chapters that have come about that, we wouldn't have a template.
No template,
to work on. We wouldn't even necessarily know what new chapters would necessarily need to be included, what could be removed. I think one of the discussions that we've had a little bit is, do we call this the Raymond Comprehensive Plan update? Or are we writing a new, I know, we're playing a little bit with terminology, but we don't want to give the impression, I think it was at a discussion at the last meeting, that all we're going to do is change a few commas and quotes and citations in the 2004 plan and call it good. We know that that's not possible.
I often think of an update as if you're going back within 4, 5, 6 years from the original plan. I think what we're likely to find is that some of the issues will be the same, but there's been a lot of new things, new issues, changes presented in the last decade and a half that would maybe tell a little bit of a different story than the existing comp plans chapters do. So from that standpoint, it's not going back in and saying, oh, now we have 3 trucks instead of 2, or we've got 50 extra kids in the schools or something like that. It's going to be a different look back. So
as an example, when I was looking at the 2004 comp plan for this town, there was a whole chapter on the financial status of the town of Raymond. And when I looked at other examples, I didn't find that anywhere. I found that it was incorporated into the economic overview and that they had folded it into that chapter. But literally, I'm reading this and my goodness, this is a full chapter. We're talking about our loan debt and what the schools are going to
finance. Yeah.
Municipal finance. It was pretty extensive, and like I said, I couldn't find another example of it. The individuals in 2000, 2004 felt that was a necessary chapter. I couldn't find anywhere where it was a requirement on the checklist that it was a required chapter. It's all about the financial chapter. And so that had the municipal folded into it, as well as the businesses in town and all that other demographic information as far as finances are concerned. So, Chris.
So I agree with John. I think that this is going to be a partnership with North Star Planning. I think that we're looking to you both to be the team captains and tell us as the committee and staff what is the most efficient way to get this done for an effective cost, which we've looked at your proposal, We liked it. It was very well done. So I think what we're looking for is exactly what you kind of alluded to. Come up with a list of things that you feel that the committee could do efficiently to help you people write this, that's not going to slow the process down. One of the things you said that I picked up on was inventory chapters for one community took 2 years. You've got less than 6 months to get it done in your proposal that you've given us, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think this committee wants to slow this down by 1.5 years by doing the inventory chapters. I think that's your expertise to do the data collection and the analysis. And what we're looking for from you is to kind of guide us on what we can do. You got some really talented, you got real estate people, you've got conservation people, you got timber harvesters, you got real estate agents, you got members that have been in the community for a long time, and you got some good staff here, and I think it's a talented group. We want you to use that talent, but I think we're looking for you to tell us, hey, look, it's your turn to do this, and you can expedite this process by giving us the direction that we need.
Mm-hmm.
I think that maybe we were biting off a little more than we could chew with the inventory chapters, but the public participation in things, absolutely, we can all do that. And maybe there's other pieces, and maybe we just need to just refine that to be realistic.
Yeah.
We don't want to. Am I overstepping?
No, I don't think so, Chris. I think one of my goals tonight was that we could nail this down.
Right.
Because we're really, and I'll speak for the committee, anxious to get you on board.
Right. And we get some hard workers here, and we want to get to work. We've been sitting here for 6 months.
In the absence of Dawn being here, I guess in a conversation that I had with Chris and Dawn, we kind of were empowered to say, tonight you can finalize this. You can put your revised proposal in Chris's hands, and he can bring it to the finance director, and we can be on our way so that next month, actually, North Star is on board, and we're going forward. I wasn't as interested in the chapters from an educational perspective as I am in the other two suggestions that you had, Ben, which was the community involvement.
Sue might have something to offer.
So.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt. I just have a couple of questions, so go ahead, Peter.
All right,
Sorry.
just to finish up. So I was more from an education point of view for myself, was interested in the community connection and also the department head interviews.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that this committee doing department head interviews is going to give us much more understanding of what the town is looking for the next 10 or 15 years. And so, I look forward to sitting down with code enforcement and saying, what do you guys need going forward? Because, this comprehensive plan is going to kind of pave the way for us to make recommendations to selectmen who ultimately have the decision on what we do, what they do on the municipal side and the departments. So?
Well, I have a question for Ben and a statement. And one is, we're kind of in my mind, from other committees and things I've dealt with, a unique situation. As Chris has said, and several others have said as well, this is one of the most amazing committees that I've been involved with the makeup of it. And they are literally champing at the bit. We have the problem of they want to get going and they want to do things, and that's a wonderful problem to have. So that's part of the impetus of this. And I'm wondering, one, before the chapters are finished, can they start doing community outreach and department head interviews and things of that nature? And also, when you work on a process like this, especially with a comp plan that's almost 20 years old, do you even start with that, or do you generally say, that's wonderful, we can review it, we can look at it, but we're going to start fresh? So which approach do you tend to take?
Handling that question first, I would say yes, we want to review that plan and understand what it says and get a sense of to what degree were the recommendations from that plan implemented. Are there sometimes it's really interesting to look at the current or the last comp plan and subsequent planning documents that have been done over the years. And if working in a community now where they said back in the 2000s that they wanted sidewalks and road shoulders on a certain road, and then they had a transportation plan that said they wanted sidewalks and shoulders, and they still don't have sidewalks and shoulders. So that is a recommendation in this plan, and with a few ideas on how to like start making that happen. So there will be some things, and this is not to get too far ahead, but I had alluded to the fact that the inventory chapters, there's likely to be a lot of updates. There's a lot of new information out there that has happened, that's occurred in town. I'm sure the last plan didn't talk about energy, climate, didn't talk about some of these other things that the community may want to look at that go beyond the state checklist in some instances. But the things that do stay constant are the values and the vision, and those are likely to not change. So we want to go back to the current plan and take a look at those sections in particular and say, basically bring those to the community again and say, you know, what parts of this ring true still, what parts need to get updated. So you can go to those parts of the plan and bring those directly, and they tie directly to what we're going to be doing now. The inventory chapters, I think, are going to look a lot different. The information is going to be very different. Population, housing, natural resources may not have changed too much, but some of the impacts of other things on those natural resources may be very different than they were back in the early 2000s.
What I can tell you, Ben, is that there's an excellent document that we have on our website from the 2004 Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee, where there's an extensive matrix that suggests it really shows exactly what you've been suggesting. What I was surprised at is that there were 10 high priorities that I think in 2014, or 2010, when they finished the implementation document, had not, at least in 2010, hadn't been reached. So to your comment, I mean, that document exists.
I think, thinking about Sue's first question, some of the things that the committee could get started on.
Yeah.
One of the things is looking at that, what you were just talking about, Peter, that implementation list, and kind of giving the inside local view of what have we actually done since the last plan, what haven't we done, what of these things we said we would do are still valid, and what ones are we kind of like, don't worry about that. And then I think, a lot of the sort of laying the foundation for the public participation, so identifying stakeholder groups, starting to get lists together, email lists, finding, what your Facebook groups, how people are going to reach out to people, that sort of thing. And then the other thing we sort of usually deploy pretty early is an online survey, which we would definitely, we have some sort of like standard things that we like to ask because they relate to state requirements and what needs to be in the plan, but that's definitely something where the committee can help us be a part of, and also help us reach as many people as possible. That kind of like actually getting out there and making those connections and reaching people is the part that the more motivated the committee is, the more people will respond, and then the better plan we'll have.
I think going back to our original proposal, there's a couple of things that I would revisit based on the conversation at the last meeting and this meeting, knowing that this group is likely to be more of a working committee as opposed to like the steering committee who just kind of tunes in once a month and says, yep, you're doing great, or no, we need more of this. I don't think is on the PowerPoint slides, but task 1 is the inventory and analysis. Task 2 is visioning and values work. And we had them relatively sequentially. So first inventory, then visioning and values. But I think hearing that the group wants a job and they're ready to dig in after being on the committee for a few months, I might try and amend this so that some of these things are happening, like while we are working on the inventory chapters, you could be having some of those more preliminary structured conversations with folks that can happen in the form of that survey that Kate mentioned. The other way to do that is through the public workshops and listening sessions. That's one of the highlighted things that I had indicated in the email, is that we had scoped out 2 of those sessions. And what we had envisioned those to be is, you know, rather than just a big wide open community meeting, it would be exactly the kind of things that you were talking about at the beginning. Like, let's have a focus group type listening session with Road Association and Lake Association folks. And let's have a listening session with business community or summer residents or whoever they are. And you can probably think of 10 others in just a few minutes. So we could, rather than us do 2, we could train you up and give you some materials where you could go do 5 or 6 or as many of these as you wanted to over the early months of this project.
I think that's spot on. And, you know, the fact is that Road Association, Lake Association agendas, those meetings are being set for, you know, ours, like I say, is mid-June. And getting a 20-minute slot, half-hour slot. They already got business to do, like collect their dues and fix things that are what their association is about. Sort of wedge ourselves into those meetings, those existing meetings, not a comp plan specific meeting.
Right.
Now is certainly the time to start putting that wedge in. So that it seems to me that that kind of information would be really helpful. But we're probably headed towards, as mentioned, at least 1 or 2 comp plan specific listening sessions that are well facilitated by I'm guessing us, with some support from North Star to keep it on the rails.
So the that portion of the visioning work is testing the current vision statement, asking questions about the future, high-level questions. What do you love about Raymond? What are the biggest threats to the quality of life? Those big kind of questions about town. And I think that it is appropriate to have those early in the process. The way we've built this out is having that survey, having those listening sessions, and then combining that information, that early input with the inventory chapters together in the next part of this is like the bigger kind of community meeting that you'd have at the school cafeteria or the gym or somewhere where you could have a good sized group and just share what we've heard. Just, you know, like, this is what we're hearing from people. These are the things that are important to people. What do you want to add? What have we missed? So that we can take that into the next part, which is the goals and policies and strategies. So if these are the things that we are aiming for in the distance, the Raymond we want in the future, like, some parts will be the same as today, and some things need to happen differently in the future. So let's get that squared away, and then we will move on to, like, how do we start lining those steps up to get there. So rather than inventory, visioning and values, and then future land use, it might be more of we'll do the inventory while you're out there meeting with the summer folks and all the things that happen in the summer that you're a part of, and kind of meeting people where they are. And then we can have some of those bigger kind of convening things where we ask people to come to a place, you know, later in the summer or early fall. So I think that would be great. And obviously, like Kate said, the more of that work that can be done, the better. I think we had only scoped out 2 of those, but based on some of those comments with the emails exchanged with Don and the energy of the group, it may be that you could, you know, do quite a number of these, you know, smaller meetings, just kind of going to the school fun day, or going to the road association meeting, or going into the community where folks are going to be anyway. You know, people who may not be able to block off a couple hours to come to the town office on a Saturday or weeknight in the summertime. You know, being able to go to where they are is something that this committee could really move forward.
So other questions for Ben or Kate as far as the...
Just to make sure I'm on the same page as everyone. So the recommendation is that the committee does not do the inventory chapters, and that we spend our time basically on the outreach and the other visions and values section.
And anything else they think of that we would be able to do and do well.
Okay.
So from a contract negotiation standpoint,
yes,
I think maybe what we do, and Ben help me out, maybe in the next day or two you come back to me and our finance director with a proposal that reflects the discussion tonight, and that how would we proceed with the contract, just trusting that the finance director and I will look after the committee's best interest, or do we want to see something again to the committee before we sign the dotted line?
Well, I'll express my own feelings on this, Chris, and it's been, and I think it was discussed early on, it's really not about the dollars. It really isn't. It's what we want is we want quality planners, and we seem to have those. And we want to be involved, and we want to be more than just a rubber stamp. And I believe if it includes community outreach, and it includes the department head interviews, and that's something that this committee can take on with the guidance from North Star. That for myself, I'd be happy with that. And
so my question was more about being responsible to the committee for what
I think what
we end up with is for a finished product.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think Ben is, I hope.
Yeah.
And I think if you leave it up to us, in the next couple of days, we'll put Ben on board, and then we can start scheduling and moving forward.
And what does the committee think about that?
Well, I think we've already expressed that we have full confidence in town staff to negotiate these sort of things. You know, they have been involved in every one of our discussions. You seem to have a good idea of what we'd like to do and how much we'd like to participate, so I have full confidence.
So what I'm gathering is you had given Don Willard the authority to do the
Correct.
negotiations.
Yes.
I'm standing in for Don as he's out, and I will represent him well, and we'll move forward.
All in favor?
All in favor.
All right, good. Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We're excited about getting started. I think it's great to kind of come into a room and talk about all the extra things that can happen with a committee that's willing and capable of, you know, jumping in and being an active part of the effort. Like I said, we work with a lot of committees that are great, but are maybe more of a steering committee kind of role. So I think that this is going to be a good project, and we're looking forward to helping.
Yeah, I'm so excited to hear everybody is already like getting photos and thinking about like all these videos and
Right.
stuff, because you know sometimes that can be like
Pulling teeth at the end.
to get
right?
somebody to send me a picture or something. So it's great to see that you guys are all really excited about it, and I think it'll, you know, make it a even better project.
Well, I would say from town staff standpoint, we're excited too. And I think Sue alluded to the fact that this is a very energetic, exciting, and diverse group. I think this is going to be fun. I think the majority of the people on this committee are in it because we love Raymond, and we live here, and we want to see the future of Raymond go in the right direction for our kids and grandkids and the future of all the residents. So welcome aboard.
One last point. I think if we as a group are going to be targeting June through August to connect with our various community groups, it would be real handy to have a North Star's best short list at these early contact talking points or listening points, because we presumably wouldn't have to do much talking, and prefer that actually at these meetings.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what are we asking, what are the top X number of things that we'd want to get their input on, in a given setting for a road association, for a lake association? Obviously, I mean, it's kind of perhaps obvious, good lake quality, well-maintained road, but a little more depth on what we could cue them up for in these listening sessions. And it might be will be more than hopefully than just lake associations, road associations. I mean, there might be church groups, or there might be other school groups, or so it might need to be tailored to those different 4 or 5 different types of groups.
Yeah, and I think, as you noted, now is the time to start getting on the radar of these groups that we would like to engage with in June and July. So I think one of the early things we'll need to do is come up with kind of a list of questions. Like we're not going to have a lot of information to share at this point beyond we're here because we're working on a comp plan, and this is what a comp plan does. And we want to know, we need to hear from you on some of these high level things, and then maybe a couple more specific things, like this group is here because you're all part of a church community, or you're all part of a lake community, or you're all part of a school community. What are the best parts of that community? How can that community continue to thrive in the future? What are the biggest threats to life in Raymond, as you see from the perspective of your community group? So I think that they'll be somewhat general questions, and they will be listening kind of activities, and we'll want to make sure that you're set up with ways to kind of structure those sessions and record, like keep track of what you're hearing, and then we can be responsible later in the process, toward the end of summer or fall timeframe, to kind of collate and organize the information so that we can present it back to folks in a way that makes sense.
I assume another portion of these activities would be collecting contact information and so that when we have a survey in place, that they can then provide further information.
We love emails.
Yeah, so we usually set up, so I think it's part of your contract that we'll manage a comp plan website, and knowing that you have already started by collecting photos and making a logo, depending on how you want to move forward, but if you guys can send me all that stuff, we can get you guys a website up really quickly, and people can sign up for an email list there, and we do, we like to do the email list, send out mass emails, and
we actually have an email list started on our website where people can sign up for it. And I know that our tech would very much prefer that the website be incorporated into our technology.
Okay, yeah, we can. I
was going to ask that. So we have a couple recommendations that that our technology department would like you to use our IT infrastructure already. Is that something that you do in other municipalities, where you sort of use what we already have in place?
So we can do it either way. We can, get by, the Raymond Tomorrow domain and set it up that way, or it can be through the Raymond Town website. When the only benefit to having us manage it is that it just allows us to not put another task on town staff,
I don't know what all of this means, but he says, well, hold on, we can host any content management server or CMS web server on our virtual host environment. We prefer Drupal because of its flexibility and security. I understand the last statement.
Raymond is probably one of the best IT programs in the state.
Yeah, so
basically they have
So would it be
Dave
reasonable?
should talk with Kevin directly.
Yes.
I was
that's what
thinking
I'm saying.
maybe we
I'll
should-
say forward in the email.
Can
Yeah.
we link you up, and that's
That would
something
be
that you'd be
great.
willing
Yeah.
to work with
We
us?
can
Okay.
definitely do that.
That sounds more favorable than me trying to rattle this off
I'll
here.
send you his email tomorrow, Kate.
Okay,
I think
great.
one of
yeah.
the other things I heard was the town has GIS capabilities that might
Yes.
be utilized here, so we can certainly discuss that as well. I think that you know, there's some basic mapping that needs to be included in the inventory chapters, and then some additional mapping might be useful, and as long as the capabilities are there and it can be presented in a way that makes sense, and that's the main thing. So
Yeah, I believe we've got YouTube and we've got Raymond TV, so we've got all of those things already existing. I think that's what Kevin was kind of directing us at, was the fact that, you know, a lot of these things already exist. He's very proud, and Frank's absolutely correct. For a community this size, from my understanding, is we have quite an extensive IT setup.
Yeah, we can connect with them and sort of figure out what tasks, how to make it all work together. But yeah.
Excellent.
Kevin and his sons together dug the trench from town hall to here to put
I
in,
think I've heard this story.
to put in fiber.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, and we certainly don't want to do something that's gonna, you know, not coordinate with things that are already in place. So we'll certainly have that conversation.
Excellent.
Anything else? Yes, Sue.
One thing that Ben said earlier was talking about a vision statement, and I was wondering if that's something the committee could possibly start, at least start a draft of, maybe look at the last one, come up with ideas, and maybe on the next agenda, spend some time brainstorming and starting to put together a vision statement. Or is that what you were referring to, Ben?
Yeah, that vision statement is certainly something that we want to like bring back to the current time while we, you know, see what we can use and see what still is relevant to people today. I know that for the next couple meetings, our plan had been to like do some stakeholder ID, like who are the people, where are the networks that, you know, Kate had mentioned, whether they're in person or online, you know, how do we reach these people? Start thinking a little bit about you know, kind of fleshing out the details of what we had outlined as far as creating a public participation plan, so that we can start, you know, at least at a rough level, like saying, you know, in September we're going to do this, in November we're going to have this meeting with people. And I think that getting some agreement on those things early will help inform how we proceed through at least the first part of the project. So this group will need to review the vision statement, certainly. I don't know that, you know, we'll have to talk about what an agenda for the next meeting looks like, but I know that we were talking earlier today about, like, you know, how, let's, you know, presume that May will be the first like working meeting with this group, and, you know, how are we gonna jump in and start making progress on this so that we can, you know, get most of our work done this summer, so that when we get to the prime public meeting season this fall, we'll be ready to go with some good content and things to react to.
Sounds like a plan.
That's great.
So at this point, will you be taking over the issuing of agendas?
We can like work with the committee chair on doing that. You know, connect with you about when you need them by and how how the magic happens. But
Yep, I'd be happy with that, Kayla.
Yeah, I'd be happy
If the committee
with-
feels comfortable, we've been setting the agendas, but basically if you rough out an agenda, send it to us for review. What we do is usually reach out within 7 days of the meeting and get the committee to actually, if they have any additional agenda items to add, and that has to do with posting for the meeting,
Yes.
right, Sue? So,
Yes.
but yeah, if you want to reach out to us, we could certainly function that way.
Yeah, we should. I can connect with staff, but sort of how you all are communicating with each other so we can start to either be part of that email group or, whatever makes the most
Sure.
sense.
Yep.
As far as the communication with the town and the committee, what normally happens is the committee will send all their questions to the chair, or the chairs, I should say, we have co-chairs, and then they will send it on to Dawn, Chris, and I, and Dawn will figure out who needs to reply, or sometimes he'll reply, and then get back to the committee chairs, and they send it out to the committee. That's kept a lot of confusion out of the process and doesn't have 3 different committee members contacting 3 different town staff asking the same question.
Sure. So it would make perfect sense is if you would also become part of that email chain.
Great.
That sounds great. So we should talk with you, Chris, tomorrow or the next couple days about.
Yeah, whatever time you need.
Yep. Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, and we didn't discuss this at all, and I know I got a response back from Sue as far as the under new business. We also had the status of the St. Joe's intern.
It's just
I know that what I did is just a little research on that as far as how the North Star might be able to utilize an intern to help as well. Just, I'll throw this out to the committee. What I did is I just went on the St. Joe's website and saw what course offerings they have, so that, we would obviously want to be mining those disciplines that would have some involvement with a comprehensive plan. So for their catalog for 22-23, what they had for degree programs is environmental studies, history and political science, leadership and community engagement,
There you go.
leadership and sustainability development, and sustainability studies. So it would seem that's a pretty broad those are pretty broad categories as far as casting a net for one or more, as it was suggested from the St. Joe's presentation, of interns that would be that they felt would be interested. That piqued our interest primarily because I think at the time we were looking at what we might be doing as far as a committee is concerned. I don't know that necessarily things have altered that much with the discussion tonight, but I'd ask for the committee's sense as to, is that something to continue to explore? And does North Star feel that that is something that would be helpful? So committee sense as to, based on the conversation tonight?
I have a question about
Sure.
timing-wise. I mean, the college school year is, about to end in another month or so. They've got a month left of the school year. Do they do this over the summer months, or would we be thinking this is probably something that's going to be, starting in September, lining somebody up at the beginning of the school year?
Good question. I don't know the answer to that. Sue, do you know?
I believe they have some in the summer, because they do have some taking summer classes, but I believe most of it is during the school year.
Okay.
I think if we potentially want to poke the option a little bit more, we could reach out to the professors or the department heads of those disciplines and discuss whether they have any students who are looking for independent study internships of some sort, because they may want to line them up now if they're going to start them in the fall. So I think, or at least get some department heads on board so they know that we're looking into that for either the summer or the fall.
Yeah, Sue, was my understanding is there was a coordinator at St. Joe's. I think she gave us a presentation early on.
Yes, she did. And she basically said once we know what the tasks are, they could match that up with the discipline. But in listening to what you were saying about what they're studying, some of them might be able to teach us a thing or two as we're looking at updating sustainability, for instance, and other pieces. They would have probably access to the latest and greatest research and whatnot. So that might be something to consider too, picking their brains and having them come. But also with some of the community outreach, one of the thoughts I had as everyone was speaking is as Joe does various recreation activities, often it's big things where possibly we could have a tent kind of presence and talk to parents as they're going by and talk to other folks there to get the word out. And that might be those kind of outreach activities might be something that the St. Joe students would be interested in, especially if they're looking at public speaking and getting out into municipalities and things of that nature.
Good thought.
The other thing that we could have them do is, you know, if we're going to be at all these meetings and have all this data, we're going to need to record it and centralize it and put it all in one spot. And I think that'd be a great spot for them to try to make an outline or notes or take what we do get, because it's going to be coming from a lot of different sources, and put it together for us.
What do you guys think as far as an intern? Is that something that you see there's value in?
I think there could be, and it's maybe a little chicken or the egg. Sue was saying, you know, let's figure out the program and then we'll get the intern. And I think sometimes it's also, having had, when I was in Wyndham, I had an intern or two from St. Joe's, and it was just kind of like, well, let's see who's available and what they're interested in, and then we can, you know, there's a zillion things to do, just like there's a zillion things to do with this project. Let's find something relevant for them that'll be a good learning experience as well, because they're here to get something out of it too. So I think when we get to the fall, there will be much of the data and research work will likely be done, but we'll be...
Can you use the microphone?
Hot seat. Much of the data and research will likely be done by the fall, but we'll be heavy into the public participation work at that point. So someone with, you know, that more public focus, and I'm looking at Sue here around, like, I forget the name of it, leadership and policy or leadership and
yeah, I think they were saying leadership and sustainability and leadership and community engagement.
So I think, you know, I could certainly see a community engagement interest kind of meshing well with where we'll be at that point in the project. But also, if we're going to look at more of a subject focus on sustainability, and I mean, I get a little bit of a sense from the last meeting we attended that that's something this group is interested in incorporating. We'll also be in the fall and winter thinking about goals and strategies and policies, and that's really where we're thinking about specific actions the town can take to move policies forward. So if there's a policy around energy use, or a policy around water quality, or those kinds of things that might, you know, jive well with having a student intern with some experience in those things, like digging into what are the specific techniques or actions or things that the community could do or the town office could do to help move some of those policies forward. So I think that of those programs, both sound really interesting to me, and I think depending on where the student comes from and what their program is, that will help shape what they do. But I think either of those would be pretty relevant.
Okay, so do I get a sense, Sue, is this something that you could inquire of that coordinator as far as these, once again, I just got these off of the internet as far as the their existence. You know, I know with college programs, sometimes, you know, it's like whether or not the program's going to happen in the fall depends on whether there's 2 or 20 people. So is that something you could reach out to the coordinator and just inquire?
Yeah, now that we have a little bit more direction, I feel a bit more comfortable doing that.
Okay.
But they weren't, they really wanted to know what kinds of things would we have and what time frame. So
sure.
Prior to tonight, I didn't have that. So I will reach out to her and report back at the next meeting.
Terrific.
That's great. I think community engagement, I mean, that's going to be a biggie. We got experts, we got a lot of the other sectors, I think, covered. But getting the town of Raymond to come out and talk to us, so we'll benefit from having some interns on that task to help us out.
Alrighty, just to finish up the agenda here, next meeting is May 3rd. Same time, same place, right, Sue? And I don't see.
Hopefully I'll be there next month.
We look forward to you being back. And hopefully Dawn will be back by then as well.
It should be.
Good, good.
We both intend to go on the bus tour.
Excellent, excellent. And there is no public?
No.
No. All right, so I'd ask, is there any committee comments?
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
At the last meeting, John mentioned the name of a book that he thought we ought to read. What was the name of it? Nomad Century. And I thought about that, John, when I was reading the Epic Times. The headline in Epic Times says, experts issue new climate warnings, but past forecasts hurt credibility. And it's about a study that is being done in terms of climate change. And one of the issues they come up with is that about every prediction they ever made never came true. And they've got about 40 of them that they listed in here. The first one starting in 1939. And what's interesting, from 1939 until 1988, all the global climate change predictions were global cooling. We were going to have another ice age. After that, it shifted, and then it became global warming. And then at some point, it became climate change because this guy named, I think it's Tony Heller guy, found some doctored data about climate temperatures. So they also mention a book written by, let's see if I got all this, Born Lomborg, and it's called False Alarm: How Climate Change Panic Costs Us Trillions, Hurts the Poor, and Fails to Fix the Planet. So I guess I'd say maybe we ought to read that book too, as well.
Excellent.
Appreciate your patience with me.
No, that's good, Greg. But did they cite the Nomad Century as one of the recent...
No, I don't think they did. Al Gore's in here a couple times making predictions that never came true. One of the highlights, I don't know if you want to listen to me read, but this little caption says, Phantom Meltdown. Experts have long been predicting that the Arctic would completely melt in summer. By various prognostications, the ice sheet was to disappear by 2008, 2010, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2018, and 2022. In fact, the lowest ice extent recorded was in the summer of 2012, and it was about 1.5 million square miles. The record hasn't been broken, which means it's bigger now than it was in 2012. That's what the Epic Times says.
The Epic Times, all right. Well, good to have the contrarian view, Greg, and we appreciate that.
Absolutely, and I'd say that that's what makes this committee great, is that it's not that there's just one voice. There's differing opinions, and different information that's going to be brought, and I think that's one of the keys to formulating a comprehensive plan that reflects the entire committee. So
Absolutely.
thanks for that, Greg.
Good.
Balance.
Greg, would you mind sending me the name of that article and the date it appeared in the name of the periodical? That way I can put it in the minutes, and if anyone wants to find that, they're welcome to.
Great.
I will do that.
Thank you.
One observation I would have is I recently heard that for hundreds of years, explorers in the world were looking for the Northwest Passage. They could never find it, and it was because the Arctic was frozen over. But now there is a Northwest Passage, and the plus side of that is that actually transporting fossil fuels actually has less of a carbon footprint. So there you go. Any other comment from the committee? Yes.
Yeah, I was at the last selectmen's meeting. I wrote a memo about impact fees, and they asked me to give you guys the Reader's Digest version of the discussion at the selectmen's meeting, because they felt that impact fees is something that the committee should speak to or research during our sessions. So I'm just going to read my memo real quick so that we can all go home early. During this year's budget process, it became evident that the town has increased services to its citizens. The Recreation Department has been added, the library's been added, Public Works, Codes, and Public Safety have all grown. This growth has increased the need for more infrastructure. Public Works is looking for funding for a new garage. The Rec Department is looking for new tennis courts and some work at Tasseltop. I'm suggesting that the town look at implementing or possibly implementing impact fees to help with the pressure that growth puts on our town budget. My experience with impact fees came from my service to the town of Wyndham. They've had impact fees for recreation, sidewalks, open space for over a decade. While I was there, they added a public safety impact fee, a municipal impact fee to offset renovations and expansions to these facilities. These impact fees are not like real estate taxes. They are a one-time fee established by the town and are collected when a new building or subdivision are approved or assessed only once. The fees are part of the permitting process and established by the planning board at the time of the approval of the project. Impact fees are not going to be a silver bullet for our current budget, but are a way to save for the future and a means of securing funds to ease the burden of growth and development. The reason I thought that it was important for this committee to look at this for the future is the development and growth is part of our charge for this comprehensive plan committee. And I know that Ben's had some experience when he was in Wyndham, when I was in Wyndham, and just an example of the difference in the towns. Most of the towns south of us have impact fees: Gorham, Scarborough, Portland, South Portland, Berwick, York, and they've had them for a long time, and they help pay for the infrastructure that the pressures of new development, whether it's pressure on the school or the Public Works Department or the Rec Department. And by charging an impact fee, for example, when I started in Wyndham my first year, single-family home permit was roughly about the same as Gray and Raymond. After they added the municipal impact fees for, depending on where the project was, a 302 improvement project or the sidewalks, the municipal and the public works, the permits went from $1,200 to $1,500 per single family home to $35,000 to $4,000. And I thought, whoa, this is really going to slow growth down. People didn't bat an eye. They just passed it on to the consumer. And when you're building a $600,000, $700,000 house, a $5,000 permit fee is negligible. It doesn't sound it, but it is. So what they wanted me to do is present it to you guys you guys, we can talk about this for the next 2 years and talk about how that might affect the comprehensive plan in the future. But they also directed me to go directly to the planning board, which I'm gonna do at the next meeting, because they want to start talking about this now. They don't wanna wait 2 or 3 years to start collecting some of these fees maybe. So if you guys have any thoughts, it's kind of early, but if you do, let me know and I'll pass those on to municipal staff and the planning board.
Great.
It's good info.
Thanks, Chris.
I think just a quick comment. I think my question would be just a distinction between how it would, even if, my concern wouldn't necessarily be around new residential development, but small business development too. Because I know that, you know, if there's like, if a hair salon goes in and a sewer impact fee,
Yep.
it's gonna
It
be.
can affect, I mean, Ben
Yeah.
can speak to this, it can affect development, and it can incur costs on somebody doing, say we did a sidewalk improvement impact fee for Main Street, where we have half sidewalks now, and somebody want to put a business down on that section,
Yeah.
there may be an impact fee that they have to pay for certain amount of sidewalk. But it's all figured on the impact. So it's supposed to be relative to the project.
Yeah.
I know there are some negative pieces that I was aware of in Wyndham. Somebody would be building a brand new, or taking a space and changing the use, and they might have to add a sidewalk or put those funds into the sidewalk fund, impact fee. So there are pluses and minuses of it. I'm not suggesting that we do any impact fees. I'm just saying it's a dialogue the town should have.
Yeah.
And I'm not a proponent of it. I'm just saying that we're having trouble with our budget, and the town needs to look at creative ways to help pay for some of the impacts that are happening to the town.
I think it's an interesting idea, and I, just making the distinction, the small business is the thing that jumped into my head first.
Absolutely, and that would be a concern, and that would be part of the discussion, absolutely.
It'd be helpful to know how many towns in South Augusta have some degree of.
Well, we did some data collection, and Melissa from the town office did present a packet to the selectmen, and I'd be glad to bring that to the next meeting or email it to you tomorrow, because there was a whole list.
I would say the next meeting would be plenty faster.
Okay.
Chris.
Yeah.
And I do recall at the meeting where Ben and Kate were here, that Kate, you mentioned some experience with the town that had developed a solar.
Habitat.
Yeah.
Impact fee, yeah, for solar development.
Yeah. So that's more, is more in the line of an environmental impact.
Yeah, so I think that with impact fees that are, do you want me to talk into a microphone? Am I
Yes.
gonna get yelled at?
Yes, please.
The voice.
Yeah, like Chris said, there are a lot of different kinds of impact fees. When you look at environmental impact fees, they kind of serve two purposes. One purpose is to use financial pressure to encourage people not to develop in really high value habitat areas because they'll have to pay for it. Then the second part of it is if they are impacting high value habitat, they have to pay the town for it, so the town can put it in a fund to use that money to preferably buy other land to conserve.
So, and that was my understanding, that if you use the example of a solar farm, which might be a small business or considered a small business, that if the wood on the lot is actually a reservoir for carbon, that some might interpret that as being it's a carbon tax, because the tree's got to be cleared in order for you to put the solar farm up there. So once again, as you're saying, Kate, it's the hopes, I understand, are to direct it to lower value property. And if I look at the state's recent comments as far as developing sustainability and the like, one of the things that they want comprehensive plans to do is to identify high value versus low value properties and develop steered development towards some of those lower value properties. And so from an environmental perspective, that means, once again, I guess the argument would be, you also don't want to take a farmer's field that's beautiful and stick a solar farm on it, but because that field or that agricultural land has a higher value. So it's the attempt, I believe, is to direct it to more of a lower value property. Kind of like, I guess the example would be the solar farm in Gray.
I was thinking the same thing.
Right along the highway. I mean, once again, before it was a solar farm, I believe it was a wildlife sanctuary, but you know.
It was.
I was going to
Yeah, the parkway.
Birds can still fly over it, right?
But
Like an old gravel pit. That's
Yeah.
a great place to fill in and put a solar farm. But I think that's sort of just trying to guide some of those things to happen on maybe already degraded pieces of land or things we can't put other development on.
Well, thanks for that, Chris. We look
Yeah,
forward
well,
to more information
I think
on
there's
it.
going to be a little more
And,
conversation about it.
I'd say, stay tuned on at the planning board level, because they're the ones that'll be implementing it before anything.
And I can add to the next e-packet all the information that the select board were given.
That's great. Appreciate it.
Sue.
I just have one quick committee comment, just so that we're all on the same page and we know where money comes from, because I was looking at the proposed budget, and trying to find out, well, where's the money for North Star and comp plan? So it is under the TIF, which for anyone who doesn't know, that's the tax incremental financing. And so I, was kind of interested in researching that a little bit, because that was new information to me. What is this TIF thing? So all I'll say is, well, there's a revenue source, isn't it? That's a pile of money that could be used to help the community. And from what I understand, it's very specific as what you can use it for. But the property that's been set aside in Raymond that is designated as TIF is the Portland gas pipeline. So that revenue actually it's a bucket. Just for everyone's knowledge. And by the way, it's our bucket. Any other comment?
That's great. That's good. That's helpful.
Yeah. If nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Select Board meeting of April 11th, 2023. We have a quorum. Everybody's here. Lonnie's on Zoom. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Next, we're going to go, I told the Budget Committee we're going to get them out of here quickly. So we're going to go right to the warrant articles, which first I need, Sharice, can you give us a number on undesignated fund balance if
You're
you have
lucky,
one?
I got it at about 10 minutes of 5.
There you
It's
go.
horrible.
Okay.
It's $2,226,069.
$2,226,069.
69.
069. Alrighty. And what's our minimum in there?
It's 15% of the tax commitment. It's
Yep.
$2,223,246. So we're right there within a few thousand,
So we have like nothing to play with.
basically.
All right. Okay, so now let's go to the consideration of the warrants. And we'll start with warrant number 11.
Can't put anything in there.
Yeah, you can put it, here's the thing, you can put a number in there in case you have a balance at the end that's larger than what we have right now. And you can use up to that 226 number. So if you put in the same number we did last year, which was 200,000. it gives you leeway, because it said the warrant says not to exceed 200,000. So if you have nothing to play with, the number is 0, because you're not exceeding 200,000. But if there's anything above, you can use it. But you won't know until probably August, after the final numbers come in through June,
I can give you a rough estimate in August. Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
for
I mean, that's really when you would apply it.
Yeah, FY '23.
Yeah.
To see if we end the year in a good status.
No. So can I have a motion on?
Move Article 11 at 200,000.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? No. All in favor? That's unanimous. Next article is Article 23.
Next is actually Article 12, sir.
12.
It says 23. Where's 12?
Oh, this is the new TIF amount. Okay, and you got the email from Sue showing the new TIF numbers? That was in the email at about 4 o'clock today.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, where's that? Just recently.
I've got it right here if anybody needs to see it.
319,770.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
And the difference is Sharice realized that I was missing the $7,000 and $7,040 for Kurt's salary that could fall under the TIF.
Okay.
Move Article 12 at 319,770.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Oh, shoot.
Now we go to Article 23. This is the LD1 article. Motion?
Is that number in there correct now? The 3,630,036.38.
That's the number that Kurt had in his memo, yes.
Okay. Kurt's in the audience here, by the way.
Oh, okay.
You move Article 23 at 3,630,036.38.
Second.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Article 24. This is the main PERS article. I think the change has been made to authorize town manager. Yep. Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to move Article 24.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Article 25. As you know, Owens McCulloch, our engineer, went out to the site this week to look at it. There's a few snags in there, so Nathan gave me a call and we discussed this, and we deemed it best to pull out the public safety amount for this year.
Public Works.
Public Works, I'm sorry, thank you.
Okay.
But include $150,000 as part of the bond package to do engineering and study for a Public Works garage down at the sand shed. So the total article would now amount to $1.15 million. We also reduced the time of it to 5 years. There'll be a bond for 5 years instead of 15. And the interest rate from Sharice or Kathy is 5.59%. So interest payments over 5 years would amount to $271,572.31 for a total amount of $1,421,572.31.
Now Article 25.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion?
I think we should, I know they have work to do. I know we talked to Owens, but I still think that we should move forward with it. I mean, look what we're paying out for this small loan now with rec. And I know it's 5 years, and that's a really stinky, like, honestly, interest rate. But the public garage will come together. I know it will. And I think, I don't know, I still say we move forward with it. And if we have to pick up more later, then we pick it up later.
Yeah, I think the problem is we just don't know what it will end up costing in the end. I mean, this has been going on for 2 years. I mean, these accusations that all of a sudden we're doing this is not true. This has been going on for 2 to 3 years, actually, been talking about it. But we just don't think that the $3.5 million is probably gonna cover the cost of this thing in the long run. So I just assume put money into planning it, studying it, making sure it all works, and then come forward with a bond next year. Yeah, it will be done. The planning will be done in a year.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Chair, Lonnie had his hand up.
go ahead, Lonnie.
I was kind of going to piggyback on what you said after you finished. You pretty much took the info, and I agree with you, but I also agree with Teresa. This definitely hasn't been the first time we've talked about it. We've talked about it in most meetings, especially if Nate was involved in that meeting. But I think at the end of the day, it is, I don't really want to use the word better, but it works that we, put the money aside to have the exact engineering specs and plans made. It'll probably alleviate any pieces of the puzzle that we'll run into along the way if we didn't dot our I's and cross every T. So I'd be game just to put the 150 and try and put it through next year. But the thing that irks me the most is that we constantly tell the town's employees to sharpen your pencil, do better, be safe, do all these things that any employer would tell an employee, management or regular line, that and we're telling them to do things that are unsafe, or we're not giving them the tools, I should say, to do the job correctly and safely for the longevity. Don't want to bring up any specifics because I don't want it to come back and bite me. But it definitely is the town needs this just as much as it needs a pickleball field. It really does.
Yeah.
It's actually more than, I should say, because it is about safety. So,
Right. I mean, the only thing I would say to that, Lonnie, is that what we're really doing is we're throwing probably, from a total time standpoint, probably a 6-month delay into it, because in going forward and bonding it next year instead.
Right.
We'll still have a lot of that pre-work done. We can get a lot of the pre-stuff done, so that when that bond goes through, the work can start sooner.
Yeah, we could hit the ground running. That's the thing. We can go out to bid by the end of the year and hopefully start, everything by spring, late spring, and hope that the bond passes and be going. One thing I would caution you is to say that we're putting our employees at risk and not safely doing things. I was assured by Nathan that we can still continue where we are, get things done. It's not the most ideal conditions, but it's not unsafe.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, that's better to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I would never stand here and say, oh, we're putting our employees at risk because we're not in a safe working condition. I just think that puts the town at risk. So
we are in a safe environment, it's just not optimal.
Not ideal, exactly, not optimal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and we are gonna pay another point or two by this 6 months extension. You know, I mean, we're looking at 5.5, 5.59 on the.
Well, that's because it's only a 5-year bond, all right,
Because
and
we
a
don't
small
need it as
amount.
much, though,
If
right?
you had a higher amount than a 15-year bond,
Right.
you'd be at 3.5 or 4,
Right.
somewhere in there.
Right.
The other thing,
Exactly.
when we go out on the bigger bond, then we can, we'll also look at self-bonding instead of going through the bond bank.
And the other thing you can do is, we're gonna have 2 bonds paid off in 2 years. You could also roll this bond in and refinance it to a longer bond for a better interest rate.
Oh. Sounds great.
Okay? So,
Yep.
any other discussion on this? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Unanimous? Aye.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
is it safe to assume that these motions were to approve and recommend?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good assumption on your part. Must be the cocoa.
It has to be, and there isn't anything adult in it.
All right.
Marshmallow.
All right, so did we cover all the warrant articles now?
Yes, you have.
All right, so now I want to turn it over to the Budget Finance Committee, and you guys can have your meeting. So we will sit back as a selectmen meeting while...
We'll suspend the selectmen meeting while they have their discussion.
Yeah, do I have a second on the suspension?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Budget Finance, all yours.
Can I have clarification on those numbers?
Which ones?
Letter A is not 3,500,000, now it's...
No, it's
1,500,000.
1,150,000.
Okay, and the other values don't change?
Article 23 doesn't, Article 11 does the 200,000. You did that one.
No, he's just talking.
Oh, on that one? Oh.
No, the other values don't change. You're just adding 150,000 in for a study on the Public Works building.
Okay, thank you.
Study and engineering.
Then I'll go ahead and read the article. I will entertain a motion, and we'll have some discussion and vote on it thereafter. Article 25, referendum, question W. Shall the town of Raymond, the town, approve a capital project including engineering and design costs, transaction costs, and other expenses recently related thereto the project, consisting of A, the design and engineering of a public works garage to be located at 170 Plains Road at an estimated cost of $150,000. B, recreation improvements to include lighted tennis courts to be located at Sherry Gannon Park on Mill Street at an estimated cost of $440,000.
He did?
Improvements to Tasseltop Park consisting of a snack shack, bathroom facilities, and a maintenance building at an estimated cost of $560,000.
Did you read Part A?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you need to pull that out.
We just talked about not doing the garage. So you're just going to do the tassel top part. So that whole thing has to be.
Yeah.
But the design is in there, isn't it?
That's for the design, Mr. Chair.
But it's not
150,000 for the design.
It's 150,000.
Right.
You know what? Let me give you this laptop, and you can read this.
Well, he's got it there.
Oh, you got it, yeah.
Yeah, what he read was correct.
I'm sorry. I just heard, sorry.
All right. Teresa's hearing things.
2, appropriate the sum of $1,150,000 plus any additional premium to provide the cost of the project. 3, authorize the town treasurer and the chair of the select board to issue general obligation securities of the town, including temporary notes in anticipation of the sale thereof, in an aggregate principal not to exceed $1,150,000, plus any additional premium to fund the project. And 4, delegate to the town treasurer and the chair of the select board the authority and discretion to fix the dates, maturities, interest rates, denominations, calls for redemption with or without premium, form, and other details of said securities, including authority to execute and deliver the securities on behalf of the town. Financial statement, total bond indebtedness.
You don't need to read the financial statement.
All right. Validity. The validity of the bonds and the voters' ratification of the bonds may not be affected by any error in the above estimates. If the actual amount of the total debt service varies from the estimates, the ratification by the voters nevertheless conclusive, and the validity of the bond issue is not reflected by reason of the variance. I will entertain a motion.
I move Article 25.
Second.
Thank you, Karen. Bob?
And Mr. Chair, is that a move to recommend?
Can you please clarify, Karen?
It is a move to recommend Article 25.
Thank you. And Bob seconded that?
Yep.
Any discussion? I can't see the screen on TV.
Sue said something, didn't she?
No. No. We need the other people back.
Yeah, I need my budget.
Bob and Karen, they're not on the screen.
Just you.
Just you, Sue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can't control it.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute.
No, we need 11, 12. You need to make recommendations on 11, 12,
23.
And
23.
24.
24.
They have already, the Budget Finance Committee had the number for the LD1, and they've
Okay.
already recommended
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so we need 11, 12, and 24.
Okay, I don't have 11 here.
You want them?
You want to know? Come on. Oh, here's 24 too.
Okay. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance or surplus to reduce the tax commitment as the select board deemed advisable in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
I make a motion to recommend.
Thank you, Dee.
A second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Article 12. Referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $319,770 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for fiscal year 2023 to 2024, project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program.
They should be able to just share the screen, right?
I will entertain a motion.
I move to recommend Article 12.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion?
Just question, it went up from 312 from our last week, and is that 319,770 now?
Yes.
Yes, I was missing $7,040 of current that could be put under the TIF.
Yes, that's right, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then Article 24, please, sir.
Article 24, referendum question V, to see if the town of Raymond will vote to join the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, Maine PERS, as a participating local district effective December 1st, 2023. And A, to offer Special Plan 3C to its regular full-time firefighters and emergency medical services employees who are paid at least 2,800 hours per year between hours worked, paid vacation, paid holiday, and paid sick time.
2,080. Not 2,800.
2,080, yes. B, to exclude all other employees, including all other elected, appointed officials from participating in Maine PERS. And C, to allow its eligible employees who are currently employed by the town on September 1st, 2023, who elect to join Maine PERS, the option to purchase prior service upon the employee's full payment of all associated costs. The town will not participate in the purchase of prior service, and so employees who wish to purchase prior service are responsible for paying the full liability associated with the service. And D, to authorize the town manager to sign the agreement between the town and the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. And E, to adopt the provisions of 5 MRS subsection 18252/C as enacted by PL 2021, Chapter 286, as allowed by Maine PERS Rule, Chapter 803 for non-participating employees with optional memberships who decline to participate in Maine's PERS when first eligible, and comply with the following requirements. A, beginning in 2024, to annually offer eligible employees who have been employed for less than 5 years the opportunity to join Maine PERS on a prospective basis during an open enrollment period from September 1st through November 1st, and to provide Maine PERS with documentation of each election made by eligible employees under this provision. And B, to withhold employee contributions for employees who join under this provision on an after-tax basis, and to remit them to Maine PERS. I will entertain a motion.
I move Article 24 for recommendation.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Sue, we're going to hold our public hearing now?
They've got to close.
Yes, the Budget Finance can adjourn their meeting if they'd like to.
I have a question. What about Article 23?
You did make a recommendation on that article at the last meeting, and the number hasn't changed since then.
Okay, thank you.
So you guys can adjourn your meeting?
Yep. I'll adjourn the Budget Finance portion of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to now come back into the selectmen meeting portion of this, and we're going to go right into a public hearing. Excitement is just beginning.
If I didn't have to go to work, I would say. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
We ought to do the previous minutes first.
We did that already.
Did we?
Yeah.
Did I vote for it?
You did.
I don't, who knows?
I moved it.
Okay.
Teresa seconded it.
Alex,
now-
you were already up there.
We are now in the public hearing. Anyone from the public would like to comment on the town meeting warrant articles? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. All right, Sue. We're going to go right to the final warrant approval.
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't need to do each one separately. We're just gonna take them up, right?
That's correct. This is recommending the warrant as a whole document.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have it. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous? All right. Wow, we're making progress. Okay. Kirk, where are you? You ready? You got a couple of things on there.
I gotta figure out how to get this thing to go up there.
Oh.
Will they help me with that? Help back?
Yeah.
Bill, can you go out and help Kurt, please?
I know how everyone loves this slideshow.
Do you want to do the business license while
Yeah.
we work on that?
Why don't we do the business licenses? All right.
Do we have, yeah, one's here.
Okay, Goodhue, Sebago.
Okay, so I didn't want to mess it up.
So we're gonna do the business licenses.
Okay.
4A. I have a motion to approve. Wayne, are there any issues on that? 4A, Goodhue, formerly Panther Run.
Yes, the inspection hasn't been.
For a second and just go to your laptop.
Oh, go ahead.
Your desktop.
The inspection hasn't been completed. It's scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I should be showing up with that monitor.
All right.
If you wanted to approve, subject to adequate fire safety inspection report, that should be fine.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sam.
No, you go ahead.
Motion to approve the business license for Goodhue, subject to successful fire safety inspection.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? All right, Wayne, how about this ice cream shop? Unnamed.
The ice cream shop at, was it 1259 Roosevelt Trail? That inspection is scheduled for Friday. My recommendation would be the same, for you to approve it, subject to successful fire safety inspection.
Where's 1259?
It was the old pot shop,
The old what?
the old pot shop, pot house, B&B cultivation.
Oh, they're out of business?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So,
Tells you how often I go there. All right, can I have a motion?
Move to approve the business license for the ice cream shop named TBD, subject to successful fire safety inspection.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Mr. Chair, you have both of those business licenses.
Yeah, we're gonna sign them right now.
Sweet, thank you.
All right, Kurt, you ready?
Sure, I think so.
Okay. So we're gonna start with reval RFP.
Sure.
Is that okay?
So I guess half of my slideshow is pretty general assessing stuff, so I don't know. It's mostly for the public, so we can, if you guys are willing to muddle through some generic stuff, then I'll go through it as quick as I can, and then we'll get to the rest of it later. Okay, so the assessors in a town like Raymond, as with many small towns, the Board of Selectmen also serve as the Board of Assessors. And assessors are somewhat unique in that they're local officials, but actually act as agents of state government in their role and are subject to enforcing all of the state statutes. So it's a dual position. It's a local municipal position, but it actually is overseen by the state tax assessor. The Maine's Constitution governs taxation, and with property taxes, Maine's Constitution requires that all taxes on real and personal estates shall be apportioned and assessed equally according to the just value thereof. Just value has been determined by the law court to be the equivalent of market value. And so the key word there is apportioned. When you're in the assessing world, values and everything we do with taxes is all about apportionment. Who gets what share of the overall tax? And what Maine's Constitution requires is that it be assessed equally according to value. So if you're assessing at market value, you want everybody to be at market value. If you're assessing under market, you want everybody to be in the close percentage in terms of what percentage of market. That preserves the equitable distribution of the property tax. The next section of the Constitution, the legislature shall never suspend or surrender the power of taxation. So everything comes from the state legislature, and towns and municipalities basically have to follow whatever rules the legislature puts forth, unable to kind of come up with their own assessing rules, unless it's been granted by the legislature. A little bit about state divisions of tax authority. On the left side, you have essentially the legislative branch. So as most of you know, the legislature delegates the authority to raise and appropriate tax down to the municipal, the county, and the local school units. The residents vote on the school tax and the municipal tax through the budget articles that you proposed tonight. And the county is put forth by the elected representatives, the county commissioners. On the other side, you have kind of the executive branch, which is how do those taxes get apportioned out? And the legislature creates the laws. The state tax assessor is charged with implementing those laws, and they delegate their authority down to you folks as the Board of Assessors to implement that on the local level. A little flow chart as to kind of how taxes come out. A lot of people are kind of unaware. It all starts with the legislature, and then, like I said, it flows down to the local level, the county level, and the school. Those are all funneled into the assessors, who establish a tax rate based upon the amount of value that they have in the town. That's kind of determined by the assessors, and then the tax itself, which is determined by the voters. And the assessors issue that tax, and then it goes out to collection. And the tax collector is warranted to collect those taxes, and then she issues that money out to the treasurer's office, who then funds it out to the county, the school, and municipality for expenditures. It's kind of the way the flow of how taxes are derived and collected. Am I going too fast? It's good? Okay. The number one responsibility of the tax assessor or the Board of Assessors is to slice the tax pie. That goes back to the Constitution and the apportionment according to value. Essentially, our number one job is to make sure that everyone is paying the appropriate amount of property tax. Not too much, not too little. Essentially, we use value to determine how big your pie slice is. So the more valuable your property, the bigger the slice of the overall pie that you're going to get for property tax. That kind of goes back to a few hundred years ago, when land ownership was the number one ability to pay taxes. It's not quite as accurate as it is today. Today, you can have situations where people have limited income but maybe have high value property, but we're still in that system from a few hundred years ago, where land ownership and value is an indicator of ability to pay tax. This, for some reason, this slide is acting up. It's not, actually. It comes in. I don't know why, but it's about the tax rate. And essentially, the tax rate is the overall property tax, which is approved by the voters and the county, divided by the value that's derived by the assessors, and you get a rate. So that the assessors are constrained essentially to collect the amount of tax that's warranted to them. So if every one of the voters say, we need $13 million for school, county, and town government, the assessors aren't going to say, well, that's great, but you're only going to get 11, or they're not going to say, that's great, but we think we should have 14. The assessors are constrained to collect what the voters have approved. I don't know why that's not, there it goes. Won't let me move forward either. Okay, assessment standards. In the practice of assessing, we use something called an assessment ratio, and that's essentially for every market sale or qualified sale that happens in town, we take that selling price and we measure it against our assessment. And when we have 100 sales in town and over a given year, we're able to see how the assessment model is performing. If the assessment is $140,000 and the sale price comes in at $280,000, then the assessment ratio is 50%. The statute requires that there's a 70% minimum assessment ratio, and the maximum is 110%. Those are statutory requirements. They really don't want the towns to fall much lower than 70%. The second part of the assessing standards is called the coefficient of dispersion. It's the quality rating, and it is how far does the average sale fall from what the overall average assessment is. So if the overall average assessment is 90% of market value and your coefficient of dispersion is 10, that means on average the average sale is either 10 points one way or the other of the average. So the average sale is either going to be 80 to 100%. So you can see even with a 10% quality score, there's a pretty good bandwidth there as the sales come in. Mass appraisal, where you're valuing thousands of properties all at once. The law doesn't expect the models to hit every sale exactly. There's a test of reasonableness that we apply. Statutory maximum is 20, but if you're under 10, that's excellent equity. 10 to 15 is good, and 15 to 20 is considered to be fair equity. This is Raymond's assessment ratios going back to the last revaluation in 2005. So in 2005, when the revaluation was done, you could see Raymond was really close to 100% of market value. Over the next 2 to 3 years after 2005, the market continued to trend upward, and the assessment stayed the same. So you can see that our assessment ratio begins to drop. Going into 2008, we were probably around 85% of market value. And then, as we all can remember, in 2008, we had the great financial crash, which was a fairly large real estate bubble. Suddenly you see values for houses go down. The assessment ratio over the next 4 years climbs up to about 110%. So Raymond the average person lost about 25% equity in their home from 2008 to 2012 with the real estate crash. And we pretty much peaked out in 2012, and then things began to slowly right themselves, and you can see the assessment ratio starts to drop again. And it was dropping, at a fairly regular rate until around 2020, and that's when we begin to see the effect of the corona pandemic and its effect on real estate market prices. Migration coming in from other states, low there's a multitude of things, low interest rates at the time, low stock in terms of what's available, suddenly, you know, you can see that the assessment ratio begins to drop like a stone after the corona pandemic onset in 2020. And that's left, you know, most towns all in the same position. You know, most everyone who revaled in the anywhere from 2004 to, you know, 2015 is pretty much in the same spot. This is a sales sample of the last 2 years, and Raymond, you can see that things are sold pretty much everywhere. The lighter the color, the lower our assessment ratio. There's, you know, waterfront tends to, you know, appreciate faster than interior sales. That's historically been the case. During the corona period, though, things were pretty well even. We were seeing almost the same pace of appreciation on the interior. And I suspect that's something to do with some of the migration from corona were, you know, kind of average working people that worked in other states that migrated in. They weren't necessarily buying vacation homes and waterfront homes, but they were paying prices that, you know, I think, you know, to them are reasonable prices, but maybe a little higher than what the local economy might normally support. So going into a revaluation, this is typically what we're going to see after almost 20 years since the last revaluation. You know, we're about 55% of market value, and what we really want is every one of these black dots represents a sale. We really want things to be in this 10% zone, one way or the other, of our average, but things begin to spread out. Because the model is 20 years old at this point, and homes haven't been looked at, things have changed. People have either improved homes or homes have gone into disrepair. Markets have changed in certain neighborhoods, and we end up with kind of an inequitable tax distribution. Coming out of a reval, this is what we can expect to see: an assessment ratio up closer to 100% of market with a tighter band of sales within our equitable range. And that's really what the revaluation will do, is it will narrow everyone in and restore equity to the tax burden. So right now, where are we? As we know, we've had a lot of accelerated market activity through 2022. It does look like things are leveling off. Who knows what's going to happen? You know, if you turn on the news or your web browser, you're going to see every possible scenario right now. So, you know, I don't know whether prices will hold, whether they're going to go down, or what they're going to do. But the last revaluation here was almost 20 years ago. So the last full inventory of property was in 2004. And the assessment ratio coming into this year is going to be around 50%. We were 55% in 2022, April 1, 2022, and we've had some appreciation since then through the summer of 22 and fall of 22. So as things come in, we see sales right now. If we see a sale that's, you know, if we're anywhere between 40% and 60% on our assessment to sale, we're expecting that. So that's what we're seeing right now. Homes that are selling for $450,000, you know, we're going to have $200,000, something like that. With this current budget, the budget that's going to town meeting, the town will have pretty much the majority of the funds necessary to conduct the revaluation. We'll have $280,000 in the reserve account with the FY24 budget, and I'm expecting that the cost of the project is going to be somewhere in that range. That's going to get us almost either it is all the way there, or is it going to be only a little bit more. We'll have to see what the bids come out to be, but we're right in the ballpark from what I've been told from a couple of the vendors. terms of revaluation, the project pipelines for the revaluation companies they're filling rapidly. This is, everybody's doing the same thing at the same time. There are only so many companies that are able to implement a project like this. So, in order really to have any hope of completing a project for 2025 or 2026, we really need to start the bid process now to get into the pipeline, wherever that pipeline may be, when we are ready to go to contract. Until we get a revaluation implemented, residential property owners are going to absorb some level of financial penalty imposed by the state, likely mostly in the form of reduced homestead exemptions, reduced veterans exemptions, reductions to personal property, which shift some of the tax burden onto real estate. These all kind of add up to tax increases on the residential home side. I think this year our ratio drop will cost residential home, a homestead about $65 from the homestead alone. So before we even get into what the tax rate's going to be, we're going to have a tax increase for homesteaders. And as I said, forecasting the markets over the next few years is difficult. Hopefully, if we do get a deflation in the market, we will have that built into the sales sample. So by the time we implement, it'll have already happened. And if it doesn't happen, then, we'll be where we are today. Timeline, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get permission from the board to issue a RFP out for the revaluation. I would work on that over the next month. And likely, by the time we receive bids, go through a selection process, and award a bid, we're probably going to be into the fall of '23. And that's the point in which we'll kind of know where we are in the pipeline. Are we at 25 or a 2026 reval? The company's got to be in here working in the spring of '24, which is only a year from now, if they're going to, put out a 25 reval.
How long of a project is it, Kurt?
It's a solid year. We typically what we see is they'll move a crew in here to begin home inspections through the summer of 2024. They may work in the fall, depends on their timeline, and then you'll have a period in the winter preceding the valuation effective date where the appraisal work is done. And then through that next summer, you have hearings, informal hearings. We try to shake out as many, problems as we can before they get into a formal appeal process. So it's a lengthy project. It's a good year for the project, and then it spills over at least another 6 months after that, and with hearings and taxpayer inquiries, things like that.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that whole property tax freeze for seniors.
Yeah.
If that stays in place, this whole reval, it could be a huge savings for some people.
Yes. Yep. And we'll have to see. I know they're weighing options up there right now.
Right.
If the freeze were to stay intact, it essentially makes the reval mute for many people.
Right.
We'll stay tuned.
Yeah.
So, at this point, all you're looking for is approval to create
start the process.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Essentially, we get into fall. We always put in these RFPs that the town can scrap it. It's hard to imagine though. I mean, if we're at 50% of market, even with the 08 financial crisis, if things were to go to crap and this 25% loss of value, we're still at 75% of market at that point in 20 years post last reval. So,
well, I mean, when you look at it from another standpoint, it gives you the opportunity to catch things that haven't been caught yet.
That's right. What we typically do now, is as sales come in, we get on Redfin and, we're seeing any improvements that may have been done. Sometimes they're permits and sometimes they're not, but, we capture those things as the sale happens within our current model, but that's only 3% of the stock, right? So you're right, who knows what's out there that we are unaware of at this point.
So we need a motion.
Yep.
A move to approve going forward with the RFP.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? All in favor? Okay.
So my only question is, do you folks want to view the RFP and approve it before it goes out, or do you want us to handle it?
I have complete faith in you.
Okay.
And that the administration of the town will review and make sure it's all correct.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Sounds good, thank you.
All right. We have a tax abatement.
And we have one tax abatement.
No.
One personal property account, pretty straightforward. The owner of the business,
We got to send it to Don.
he reported 30 Adirondack chairs, $661, and we thought they were $661 a piece,
They should
which
have been.
seems reasonable.
Really nice.
Turns out, no, that's what he bought all 30 of them for, so I don't know what kind of chairs they are. But it's, he has a receipt, so we're looking
Have
to
a
fix
motion.
that.
A motion to approve the abatement.
All right, a motion to approve the abatement.
Second.
It's $235.50, correct?
That's it. Yep.
For Wyndham Pines, tax year 2022-9.
For personal property.
For personal
Okay.
property, $235.50.
Do I have a second?
Sam seconded it.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? All right.
We don't sign it.
Where did they buy the Adirondack chairs? I want to buy a couple.
The $600 ones, that's the one you want?
No, I want 30 for 600. I'll buy quantity even.
All right.
Go back to C.
Go
Thank
back
you.
to C. Did I miss something?
Yep. Presentation of FY 2021. Which is
What?
the audit.
Appointment of the warrant.
We already got that.
We already did?
Yeah.
No, that's the one that had to be tabled, Joe, because we don't have it. We don't have the
Oh, that's right.
audit.
That's right. We do not have an audit, so
Motion to
Table.
the C, presentation of FY 21-22 audit.
have a second. Second. All in favor? Unanimous.
That was quick, easy.
Good catch, Teresa.
Appointment of wardens for the election.
So
So,
That one I struck out of the agenda because I realized that was left over from last year. We don't have a state election this year, so we don't need a
warden
warden.
and one. Okay.
What we will do is elect a moderator at the beginning of the annual town meeting, which is the election.
Or that's warrant number 1, right? Or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
That's article number 1.
All right. There you go. All right. We're now on public comment.
Good evening. My name is Char Jewell. I'm a lifelong resident of Raymond. I'm also a member of the RSU 14 School Board. I'm speaking tonight as a Raymond resident and parent of a student to bring attention to some controversy currently affecting RSU 14. Over the last several months, public participation in the school board meetings has increased, but we are not seeing enough voices from Raymond. I am asking all those who are listening to this evening's meeting, what does it mean to be a child? Every child is innocent. Every child has the right to dream. Every child has the right to protection. A child's innocence is the magic in their lives. It is what all of us yearn for after it is lost. Do you remember dreaming when you were a child? What did you dream about? I remember dreaming of becoming a world-renowned equestrian. When I was in high school, I dreamed of becoming a successful accountant so I could afford to be a world-renowned equestrian. I dreamed of meeting the man of my dreams and starting a family. I had a lot of dreams growing up. Looking back on my childhood, I wouldn't trade it to be a child today. Frequently, we hear people talk about how difficult it is growing up today than it was in pre-internet and cable TV. I certainly share this sentiment. The world is a much bigger place than it was 30 plus years ago. Back then, all we had to worry about was to be home by dinner time and have good grades in school. There was no access to limitless information as we have today. We all know children are unable to make serious decisions. That is why adults need to be there to protect them. We need to protect them from the things that parents couldn't even imagine 30 years ago. Children today face a huge flood of educational and social information from a very young age. Are they equipped to handle the information they come across? How much damage can information children are not ready for due to their development? What are the long-term effects to individuals and communities where children are exposed to information they were not prepared to handle? We see it every day. Children with anxiety, depression, ADHD, general behavior problems, the numbers are growing. Every year we hear the statistics about our children are becoming less stable in their mental health. This makes me ask the question, what are we doing to cause this? Each of us needs to look at ourselves, those around us, and our institutions to find the root cause to help all children grow into healthy adults who can have a solid place in our communities. The question to us adults is, what are we prepared to do about it? I know what I am prepared to do. With each day that passes, we have become aware of more allegations of inappropriate materials in our school libraries. I think we can all agree that at least some of the materials presented so far are absolutely not acceptable in our schools, considering the librarian at Wyndham High School has already removed one book. I have grave concern for where this is all going and how unprepared the school board and administration is for what is being revealed. Saying, but we didn't know is not a valid excuse. It is our jobs as parents and community members to know what the children in RSU 14 have access to. We do not. We have failed. We have failed our children. Frankly, I am horrified that my daughter has had access to some of these materials and I had no idea. I trusted staff, administration, and the board to protect my child and assist with the social and cultural education she's received growing up. My fault in all this is that I assumed that staff, administration, and the board agreed with my social and cultural viewpoints. Teaching children how to have sex is not the same as sex education to protect them from the dangers of sexual activity. Children are not mature enough to handle the emotional toll sexual activity can take on a person. Sexualization of children is a crime and should not be conducted or supported in schools. If a child cannot access the information on a school computer, they should not be able to access it in the school library. Support, respect, and affirmation of LGBTQIA+ children should not include pornography for children. There are numerous resources and materials that are available to support different communities of children without crossing the line of impropriety. If, for no other reason, the recent CDC Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance results show an increase in sexual violence in teens, especially LGBTQ. Quite a coincidence. School boards across Maine are bound by federal and state laws and regulations. Most of the time, we are bound to these laws, regulations, when conducting business of the RSU. We have a set process along with laws and regulations we must follow. The review of any challenged materials will be thoroughly vetted against RSU, state and federal laws, regulations, and policies. If a member of the public is not happy with the laws and regulations school districts in Maine must operate under, they need to reach out to their state and federal legislatures to lobby for change. I would encourage everyone to be aware of a proposed bill currently being talked about in Augusta. It is Chapter 117, LD 394. It is regarding the power of school counselors and what they can and cannot do with our children. I am speaking today to ask Raymond residents to start investing their time into the future of our community, our children. Without the investment of time in our future, it is lost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none. Selectman comment?
Just a question
Yep.
first. As long as we have Char here, can you just fill people in on the schedule and whatnot, on hearings and whatnot on the school budget?
So speaking as a board member, switching hats. So we are meeting tomorrow night as a board to vote on our proposed budget. It is currently sitting, last I knew, currently sitting at a little over 4% increase. It started out much higher. We did take a look at what surrounding school districts are having for increases. Some are as high as 11%, which is insane as far as I'm concerned, but that's for them to deal with. So the board's voting tomorrow night, and then assuming that the board will pass it, then it will proceed to town vote from there.
Isn't there a public hearing first?
There is. I don't know the date off the top of my head, but yes, there is. I think that will be hammered out tomorrow because the dates are flexible depending on whether, if we don't vote in favor of it tomorrow night, then that pushes everything out.
Mm-hmm.
So there has not been a firm date set yet.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. No, actually, no. I want to say thank you to her. She is sitting literally in a battlefield on the other side of that board and watching these meetings. And one of the things that I wanted to say in Selectman comment was, thank you for not sitting there with a timer with 3 minutes. Because in the middle, I mean, we want people to come out and voice their concerns and talk to us. And we give everybody that public comment, and at least if they have a question, we answer them. I mean, we don't get into a debate back and forth on things, but we answer them. I don't know where and when and how they answer the questions at the school, because everybody has some kind of a comment, but it's not put out there publicly. And you get voted in by the public, and it is nasty right now, nasty down there. And I thank you for sticking it out and what you're doing. And I do agree with what you're saying too. But I thank the select board for giving people, if they're going to come out to this meeting, and make the time that we give them the time to talk, because they're not giving it to the people down in Wyndham, or even Raymond for that matter.
Yeah,
We all agree.
the way the meetings are set up right now is very, it's kind of a necessary evil because so many people are coming to speak. I mean, we've been up to 3 hours with public comment in the last month, and it's every single meeting. And the passion that all parents and community folks are having is great. Frankly, we need more of it. We need more discussion because it is such a troubling time for all involved. I will confirm, Teresa, that I share your frustration that we are not able to engage verbally with people that are coming and asking questions. It is something that is pretty frustrating for me as a board member, and me as a parent, and me as a taxpayer. It would be nice if we could engage more openly, but that is not the way it is set up currently.
Scott McLean, I think it is, came in and did say, he says, I found out sitting up there on the board, you don't have as much say as you do out here in the public.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, I watched that whole thing, but yeah, it's, I don't know, I think that this is not gonna end for a while, and I just wanna say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing down there. And
I think we all agree with you too.
And thank you for a 4% increase. I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah.
But
Nice
it
going.
just didn't go crazy.
Right. Yeah. And it really is. The administrative team did a fabulous job this year. I can't give them enough credit. They really took a hard look at what do we really need, and cut where they needed to, and increased in a couple of places where we needed to. The mental health problems going on in schools right now is not just RSU 14, it's across the country. Right. And we need to get in front of it. And the only way to do that is to increase services.
That extra money they got from the state on, GPA, did they spend that, or did they just set it aside? Because that came in pretty much after the budget was done.
So that's part of the reason why we're down so low of an increase. Using that, yes. Yep.
Yay.
Yay. Yes.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Financial management. Holy mackerel.
Right? Yeah.
You don't usually see that.
And Shar has a very involved job during the day. So hats off to her, because she is a rock star.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Thank you, Shar.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
Mr.
right.
Chair, one date that I do have for the budget process is May 17th will be the vote at Wyndham High School on the full budget that has to precede the election.
Okay.
And that's at 6:30 Wyndham High School.
Okay. Hopefully, everybody listening in heard that.
Yes.
Town manager's report. I'll quickly do it. Our next meeting is May 9th. Finally, we're going to get a break for a month. The June 20th meeting is, I'm not going to confirm that one right now. We're going to take a look at where we're at, okay? If there's a chance that we don't have to meet on June 20th, there's a good chance we won't. Or I also have a commitment that day, so we might have to move it. Upcoming election, anybody who wants absentee ballots, you have to request them by June 8th. The election is on June 13th. It will be held at Jordan Small Middle School from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. That includes the town warrants and the school budget. All right. Have a motion to go into executive session? So moved.
You gotta read the thing. I don't have my thing.
Move to go into executive session for discussion of code enforcement with attorneys pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
So since they're both,
There are two sessions, yes.
but they're both discussion with attorneys.
Yes, they are, but they're with two different, as I understand it, there were two different attorneys on two different subjects.
Okay. All right, so we're going in under A right now. All right. Alex. All right, thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Shar.
Thanks, Shar.
Thank you. Therese, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Alex is, I don't know who's first.
Let me get out of here. It's a bit static. I'm sorry.
I think Jim Katsifikas would be first.
Did you make a motion?
Whoever's not going to charge us while
Yes.
we wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in favor?
So,
Yes.
Zach, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room.
Sorry, Zach.
Yes, please. Thank you. It's okay, Jim. Have fun.
I'll make it brief, as much as I can. Thank you.
We're still.
Yeah, all those in favor of executive session? Unanimous?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Move to, move to allow the chair of the select board to sign a consent agreement.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous? All set, Alex?
Yep.
All right. Need a motion to go into
Move to
executive session?
Move to go into executive session, discuss with code enforcement with attorney pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? All right, we're in executive session.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second. All in favor? We're having executive session.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second. All in favor? Thank you very much.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, April 12th, 2023 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum and we'll start with holding roll call. Mike, would you start?
Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Ed Kranich.
Kevin Woodbury.
And Robert O'Neill. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will consider tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of February 8th. Under old business, we have the subdivision review for the Diane Otvin application. Another subdivision review with public hearing for the Stephen and Hilda Clark subdivision. And then under new business, we have a preliminary review for an amended subdivision from Peter and Donna, oh, and I'll mispronounce this one, Mercenuk, is that close?
Marcinek.
Marcinek, thank you. Followed by staff communications and updates. The board, in each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in advance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. Okay, so our first order of business is the March 8th, 2023 minutes. Are there any changes, modifications?
Move to accept as written.
Second.
Moved in second, any discussion? No discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin votes aye, I vote aye, and everyone else votes yes. It passes. Next item of business is the subdivision review with a public hearing for Diane Potvin's application. This is the second time it's been before the board. I think we'll start, Jim, if you could kind of run us through the start. And then Bill, to you, Bill, you can kind of give us another briefing from your side. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak at the public hearing for this, that has specific questions? I cannot see the audience.
I don't believe there is, Bob.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Jim, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning board members, this is here this evening for final plan approval, public hearing. This is a 6-acre development, has been before you a few times, as Bob has noted. This is in the LLR1 district, shoreland zoning. Eastern Painted Turtle Road is an existing road and has a DEP permit for the road itself. We provided a number of comments at the last hearing. The applicant has responded. We have a few more comments. I think many of them probably can be addressed this evening. I know one of the larger items at the board, 2 items at the board was dealing with one, how do we get through identification if there are any vernal pools out here, being that right now is the start of the vernal pool habitat season for egg laying. And the second item had to deal with the overall subdivision of the Potvin parcels. I know we did receive a plan, I got a copy of it here, outlining the Potvin piece as well as the parcel to the north? To the north, yeah, the Clark parcel, which outlines, which was part of the discussion that we had with the town's attorney about, you know, this kind of got out in front of itself, so we want to kind of collectively get it back in so that we can subdivide the bigger lots that were broken out of the original Potvin parcel. So that's before you this evening as well. I think we can wait to go through the various items one by one, and if the applicant would like to add anything, I think this is an appropriate time.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Bill?
All right, not used to these portable mics like you see on the news, so. They wired me up. Bill Thompson, BH2M Engineers. I am the project manager for Diane Potvin. Jim gave a summary of where we've been and where we hope to go, and we've got the 2 new lots that we're hoping to get approved, and again, we're happy to take it a little bit further after the public hearing and go through the items, but I think Jim's summary explains what we're on an existing road, with the lot frontages and the water and septic will be accomplished for each lot. And again, I'll be happy to get into Jim's comments and my summary at your request, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, I think you might as well start in, Bill. Is there, again, there's nobody there that wants to talk?
Well, I think you should just open it up and just do the
Yeah.
formality, Bob.
I agree, Jim. So I'll open up the public hearing for Diane Potvin subdivision. Is there anyone that would like to speak or call in? I will close the public hearing and turn it back over to you, Bill.
Thank you. Again, as Jim indicated, there's been some comments, submissions. Our final plan, the applicant Diane Potvin, Eastern Painted Turtle Road. Our revised plans were submitted March 8th with a cover letter February 27th, outlining what Jim and what the planning board had asked for and trying to answer all of those issues. And again, we're looking for approval for the 2 lots. What I'd like to do first is I had a cover letter February 27th that was part of my packet. And on the second page of that, there's a summary for planning board action. The items that I outlined ahead of that are the questions that the planning board and Jim had asked us to cover. And then the summary for planning board action, I'll highlight what we have done. The HHE 200 forms were submitted for the lots. Erosion sedimentation control is being managed, outlined on plan sheet 2, erosion control fence and protection for any down gradient areas. All the responses to the fire department have been completed. We have that verification. There is an existing road association that stipulates all lots fronting on Eastern Painted Turtle Road to be part of this association. So when a lot is sold and an applicant is ready to move forward, he or she will be part of that association and re-recorded in the registry. As far as right-of-way, extension beyond this road is not feasible. There is a subdivision to the east of this, but beyond that, there's really no extension that could be built going through the abutting properties. We are preparing, and we have prepared a lotting plan, which outlines the 3 parcels, if you will, the Clark, Potvin Clark, and then the next one up at Chase, I believe it is. So we have that, which we can show in a second. Final plans outline the exempt lots and the lots requiring approval under this minor subdivision. And BH2M completed the design inspection of the construction of Eastern Painted Turtle back in 2008. So we are certifying this road meets or exceeds the Raymond Road standards. So in Jim's memo, I've covered those, went down through them. Most of them are no issues, no action required. Going down through Jim's memo, the first page, everything just, it seems appropriate. No issue, no action required by the applicant. So that's good. Unreasonable burden on the existing water supply. We have a letter from a well driller with the success in that area. There was a confusion on the erosion control. I'm pleased to see Jim read all those notes. And one area says a 1 inch of precipitation requires an inspection. The other said a ½ inch. It is 1 inch per DEP standard, so I'll make that correction. Unreasonable public road congestion or whatever. No, the road was built. It's a 50-foot right-of-way. Meets all of the road standards for up to 10 lots.
Bill, did we ever, I assume that this road was inspected at some point. Did we verify the depths of material out there?
At that time, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, depth and width and gradation and compaction on the D gravel and A gravel.
And under the homeowners association, are you liable if you disturb because of any construction activity? Are you liable to fix the road, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there's a road, I can't remember what the title of that document is. Everybody has to sign the road maintenance agreement. And I think that outlines, obviously, if somebody's building or developing their lot and it becomes an issue, it's their responsibility to their contractor. So I would say that's covered in the Eastern Painted Turtle Road Association for all responsibility would be to the particular lot owner during development. So I think that's covered. Solid waste, there was no issues. Unreasonable burden on the municipal services, there was no issues there. Scenic and natural beauty, we've met the criteria. Comprehensive plan zoning, we've met, followed the minimum lot standard and density. Financial capacity, the only work in the roadway is the turnaround that we have to add to meet the fire chief's separation. So there will be a letter. It's a small amount of construction, but the lots themselves are the responsibility of somebody buying it. So there's no financial certification that would be needed, and obviously technical capacity. BH2M has been in business for 44 years, and I think we stand behind our design. So I think we're good there. 100-year flood, there's no 100-year flood on the lots being proposed tonight for approval.
I did have one question on that one, a technical issue, more or less. Because Diane's exempt lot is in the subdivision plan, the datum that you used to establish the flood elevation is, we just wanted to verify that that was the correct datum.
Yeah,
83 versus 29.
Yeah, that's the elevation and the datum that we were given.
Okay.
To confirm to that. Yep. Okay, we got the financial capacity, floodplain issues. There aren't any on this subdivision. Wetlands, we have wetlands mapped, obviously, and the vernal pool season, as Jim said, is coming up soon, and we'll be proposing a vernal pool study for the two lots, and that'll be shown on the plan. So what we've done with the agreement of the town, the planning board, is on lot 2, there's a potential stream. Any of these wetlands that aren't flow through, or are flow through, excuse me, would not support a vernal pool. So we have one up here in the corner, and so we asked the planning board, could we show a development concept as if this turns out to be a significant vernal pool? So I have a 100-foot setback, which is required, no disturbance, and then the 250-foot setback on here, you can disturb, I think it's 25%. So I've shown those. I didn't label the two lines, and Jim said it would be nice if that told everybody what it was. The areas are shaded on what would be allowed for a building window. 15% disturbance, lot 1, I've outlined that of a potential building window, driveway location for these two lots, and that represents the maximum area that could be disturbed on these lots. So the only question we still have, and that'll be available soon, if this gets approved, we will assume the worst case, that's a significant vernal pool, and our development will follow the Army Corps and DEP rules. But if it turns out there's no significant vernal pool, then the restrictions, other than the 100-foot setback, would go away. So we still have a 100-foot setback because it is a vernal pool, but the significant part would go away. Talked about streams. There were no streams on this parcel. 15%, we've got that spelled out. We have a phosphorus request and involvement with how to manage that. We are proposing a drip edge treatment around each house, which with our detail needs to be upgraded to have a liner in it. So Plan Note 25 talks about that. And then on the 15% disturbance, Note 17 describes for Lot 1 and 2 that language, and then of course the outline on the plan. The phosphorus is a little unique here. I mean, we have an existing road built, improved by DEP, all of the stormwater issues. We don't know what anyone's going to build. We're going to build a house and a driveway. So as far as trying to come up with an exact phosphorus calculation on what, so we did a judgment, I guess, of where they would build the driveways. And in addition to the drip edge, we're proposing buffers. So you get a stormwater buffer here and then along the front, and that is also a methodology to mitigate and minimize runoff from these lots. So they're a little tough, as you know, there's a lot of elevation out there, and tried to work with the grades as the water leaves a driveway or a house.
That in conjunction with the limitation for clearing, right?
Correct, yeah. So those notes, 1725 on the plan. Jim made a reference to a vegetative buffer. Number 3 is channelized. That's an existing buffer the DEP approved. That's all along Eastern. So I wasn't planning on touching it. It met their requirements, and it's, as far as I know, it's working really well. So again, we talked about the buffers, the drip edge, proposed pins on the buffers. Yes, we will set them, but until they're established and approved by the planning board, I didn't know what to pin, or didn't want to pin the wrong thing. So there are smaller diameter pins for buffers, and they have a cap on them to say no disturb buffer zone. And we'll set those at separation distance around all of those buffers, assuming they get approved. On the summary of planning board action in Jim's memo, plan note 24 about the road association, we should add that, or maybe add another note that all roads in this subdivision shall remain private to be maintained by the developer, on and on and on. That's pretty standard language, and it applies now because it's an existing road served by others or for others, and that should be extended to this plan here. Okay, the lotting plan, I guess we could talk about that. There was a note on the final plan. Well, again, the road, private road meets the up to 10 lots. Sunset provision, Jim talks about when a project's approved, just to finish, so that can be. The other thing that we have missed, Jim didn't, we need 10% open space. So we are going to have to create, with the participation of these lots, to designate an open space, delineate it, and it'll be so noted in the deeds and obviously in the final plan. Landscape plan, that's a little unique for a subdivision, especially in the woods. Site plans are one thing, for stores and schools, etc. As you all know, this is densely wooded. We have a limitation of what we can clear for a driveway. So I guess if that's something that has to happen and has to be addressed, I guess
I think all we're looking for there is just retainage of existing vegetation.
Yeah, okay.
To meet the standard. It's just one of those requirements.
That'd be great, okay. Let me flip open the lotting plan. We can a little discussion to see if we can get to a point of agreement. Here's the Potvin subdivision down on the bottom, showing the proposed lots and the lots that are going to be. Here's the Turtle Cove here. Steve Clark subdivision up here, showing the division. And then the other one, I get his name wrong, is Chase. Okay, there's a 37-acre lot up here that we didn't survey. There is a survey, and I believe that was done with Diane Potvin in 2014. Had that. This lot here, I got to move up so I can read some of my notes here. Steve Clark, well, Diane Potvin, 41 acres, bought this in 2011. So if this is a lot, this is a lot, and this is a lot, this lot being over 40 acres is exempt from subdivision. So when this was divided, Chase being up here, this lot here, Diane Potvin bought it in 2011 and sold it to Steve Clark in 2021. And then this is Steve's proposal. So we show all the lots there. Nothing's happening on this lot, as far as I know. We have not done any survey on it, but it is identified as lot 29, lot 30, and lot 31. So these lots were designated at some point in time in the town records of those those lots and tax map numbers. Diane Potvin, and I believe at that time she and her husband bought this piece of land, and then she acquired full access and title to it by a divorce decree in 2020. And I guess she bought it in 2000. That's she and her ex-husband. They bought this in 2000. In 2020, the courts issued an order that she took control of this. She sold this here in 2021 to Cutler. That is your first division out of this parcel. This was sold Trinward 2022. And that's one of our lots that we're trying to get approved out of this subdivision regulation. So that gives us an overall 3 lots, 29, 30, and 31, and what either is existing or what is being proposed. And hopefully that meets all, or will meet all the requirements that were assumed to be missing, or I was certainly confused. So if we could have some conversation on that and see what else is needed to allow this subdivision and ultimately this one to move forward. That's about what I have for bringing to the board. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. Does the board have questions?
Are the existing houses that are on Eastern Painted Turtle Road, or existing lots, will they be part of the homeowners association?
They're this lot, yes, the driveway here comes out here now, so they'll be part of it. And then there's a subdivision down here with 4 lots. When and if those are built on, they will become part of that road association also.
Does this road go into the specialty finance?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Okay.
Comes in here another 300 or 400 feet with a turnaround, and then that's it. Yeah, and they're all septic wells and.
They'll have to also be part of the homeowners association.
Correct.
Road agreement.
Correct. Yep.
So while you're at that spot, excuse me, is it possible to set up a right-of-way so that there could be at some point, if that those back lots are developed, there could be a loop road, place 2 in and out?
Yeah, and not really. There's a lot of wetland out here to be able to bring a road down through, and there's open space here for this subdivision. So it would be a pretty significant wetland fill, and maybe even almost impossible to get, because this is all going to be just left undisturbed.
Yeah,
You'll see that in the Clark subdivision.
Yeah, and I think, Bob, too, that's an area we're starting to get in. You can chime into it, and we won't know until we see Mark Hampton's work, but I think there's a few vernal pools out in there that are going to further restrict that as well. And, you know, in one of the rule changes that's coming forth, not that it affects the board, but it will affect many applicants as far as cost goes, is the Army Corps is going to be changing their compensation thresholds. So anything over 5,000 square feet of wetland fill will require compensation, probably starting sometime in May or June.
I haven't heard that yet. It's 15,000 now.
It's 15,000 now, where they're going to drop it to 5.
Wow.
That's through the Army Corps, so that's going to have some financial burden on some people that, you know, want to fill wetlands. So I think between the vernal pools, the wetlands, I think Bill has a reasonable answer to that question, that it's just not going to be feasible to connect.
Okay, Jim, how does that work? Is that money that comes back to?
Yeah, it's money, and right now I think the rate in Cumberland County is like
almost $6.
Almost $6 a square foot. So if you fill 5,000 square feet, you're writing a check to Army Corps for $30,000.
Okay.
And if you so if it's 4,999, it's 0. You go 5,000, it's 30,000 or thereabouts. So.
Was there some discussion, I think I read somewhere about, there was concern about the family plot, that we needed some special, is that?
Yeah, and I think, Alex, you can shed some light on that one, because I think that's a discussion you might have had with Jim Kazafikis, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the only change that I think that needs to be made is on that waterfront lot. It's currently listed as an exempt lot, but it's actually not. So it should be just labeled as Lot 3, which doesn't change anything. It's already, it's under that 4-lot minor subdivision, so it should be fine.
Alex, as part of the conversation with the town's attorney, are they being required to record this lotting, or what they're calling the lotting plan? Does that need to be recorded with the subdivision, or is this just for town information?
I don't think it needs to be recorded. That hasn't been, that hasn't been mentioned to me at all. So I think just this subdivision plan would be fine, and then we'll have it in the record.
Maybe on the plan we can make reference to it.
Sure.
Because it is a submitted plan to the town, so we can make reference to it. It might be just the easiest way to handle that.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Okay, anything else from the board? So I guess, Jim, how are we going to approach the wetland / vernal pool with the plans?
Yeah, you're given right now they've presented it as if basically what they've told you is they've mapped it considering that it is a significant vernal pool.
Correct.
Right.
You've got the worst case scenario right now. If it comes back and it's not significant and we sign and record and they want to release that restriction, they'd have to come back and amend the plan.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, we're covered.
There's a bunch of small housekeeping things we still need to kind of address. One of them, which is one that one of my engineers found, is that the actual the well exclusion in the shoreline zone is 125 feet. Is that a leftover, Alex, probably from the old Polton Water District standards that's in our ordinance?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I actually was not aware of that.
I wasn't either, and
I'll have to look that one up.
I don't think it affects.
We assumed 100. It won't affect anything.
It won't affect anything. We just need to revise the well exclusion ring. That's
exactly.
all. It won't affect anything on the plan. Again, it's just cleanup.
Yeah.
The other piece of this, the road agreement describes a 15-foot maintenance easement along Raymond Cove Road. Do you know what that is?
I don't. I showed it on this. It was never part of the Turtle Cove subdivision.
Okay.
It does reference that in a deed.
Is that for ditch work? Or
It is for clearing, for site distance.
Site distance.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
But
so maybe we can just put that on this plan and just because this is a recorded plan of that subdivision, so we can just put it on there
and put it back on. But the clearing's been done. I mean,
it's been done, but
this road is built and they're coming out here, so.
But it's just if it grows up again,
Absolutely.
they're on the.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Jim, do you have any other housekeeping stuff?
I think it's just the open space that we'll need to see. Obviously, I think everything else in here is, to me, is relatively small cleanup, but the open space, how they want to present that, obviously we can't sign anything and we can't evaluate that one until we see the computations, but I think you can make it a condition that, staff have an opportunity to review the calculation for the open space and the location prior to the board signing. I assume, based on that requirement, that they want to have the open space have some connection to, in this case, Turtle Cove, so it may impact Diane's lot. I mean, I guess you could do it with easements, open space easements over the lot, so it doesn't change the lot area, but it would just be restricted open space.
Yeah, I have been able to meet with her, so I want to, but I appreciate a conditional approval, then we can sort that out and bring it back to staff for the signing of the plan. That'd be great.
I mean, the fact is they have to do it. You can approve it. We can just designate it how and where and just verify the calculation if the board so wants us to do that.
Wayne, are you all set with everything on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We haven't got the E911 addresses on the plan yet, which we should have. before we do the final signing. And then Bill, if you can send me the template for your auto turn for this, for the fire lane.
The turnaround, yep.
Just for verification, please.
Sure.
For the file. And then otherwise, we're in good shape.
Okay.
And we've got, just so I can just back check here, we've got so the only one that, as far as the clearing goes, I'm fine with lot 1. Lot 2, we got to be a little bit specific because we're assuming that that's a 100-foot setback from the vernal pool. So you are going to be putting, how are you going to do that? You're going to put pins at the buffer for the vernal pool?
Yeah, it'll be treated just like a phosphorus buffer.
Okay.
This 100-foot buffer will be pinned out so that there's no impact.
And I think, like we just said, just delineate what the setbacks are so we know which is which.
Correct.
We can tell, but somebody's going to look at the plan, they're not going to drop a scale.
Labeling would be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
So is there thoughts from the board as to how you want to proceed? We could, it seems like most of the conditions we can approve with the condition that the final plot layout be approved by staff, or we can table and we can wait until the final plan comes in and then act upon that at our next meeting. Is there anybody have any suggestions or would like to proceed in a specific way?
I kind of like the idea of tabling till we get the open space figured out and any other housekeeping.
And look at the final plans. I think that kind of makes sense. Bill, I don't think we're going to save you very much time. It's going to take you a couple of weeks, I would think, to get this done anyway. I think the only thing that we probably can do of moving that way might extend the submission for their work, so you don't have to wait 2 months.
That'd be great. Okay, yeah, because I can resolve this pretty quickly. Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing too, I think, Mr. Chair, is that, if we can coordinate with Bill, the staff, we probably could have the plat ready for the board to sign on the night they approve.
Yeah, our next meeting. I would think that's probably all doable.
Which is to your point where we probably would be anyway.
Right, and I think it makes more sense for the board to be able to look at the final plot that we are approving by kind of.
That's fine. Yep.
Guessing.
Yep.
And again, I don't think, as Jim agrees, I don't think it's going to hold you up at all, Bill, for a couple of days maybe.
Yep. Thank you. Okay.
So, Jim, as far as timeline for Bill, how much time do you think you're going to need to look at that final plot?
I think the biggest item is just really the open space, and I mean, we've got a pretty refined list here that we have to go through. Wayne's got a couple of small items here.
Yep.
I think we can turn this around in give us 2 weeks, so we get to the board a week before the hearing. I think that 2 weeks prior is more than enough.
That's
okay. So 2 weeks, you've got it for a week, and then Sandy, does that give you enough time to get it out to the board?
Well, as long as I know we're going to do it for the next meeting, I'll make sure I get it in the paper, that it's coming in for final approval for you guys to sign. And as soon as I get it, I'll email it out to all of you and shove copies in the mail as long as I have a week to do that.
Yeah, because you've held the public hearing portion of this, so it's just,
correct.
Just a notification for final.
Okay. Is anyone on the board not like that plan? Everybody okay?
I'm good with it. Good with it.
Okay. So then we would need a motion to table the Tranquil Grove Acres Hudson Minor subdivision application till the meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second. Greg, second.
Greg made the motion. Mike D. second.
Yeah, I
Mike second. Okay. Sorry, Mike, I didn't hear you.
That's all right.
discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. 6-0.
Kevin votes yes, and Robert votes yes, so we are good to go.
Thank you.
Okay, Bill?
Thank you.
Just an FYI, the next meeting is May 10th.
May 10th. Thank you.
Next up is the subdivision review and public hearing with the Clark subdivision. Jim, you want to start us off on this one again? The metro?
Papers switched here.
Yep, the papers.
The plan out. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a subdivision for a 5-lot subdivision which abuts the subdivision you just heard this evening. It's located on, how many acres is this? 25? 37 acres overall, with 25 acres to be retained as open space, or was to be retained as open space in the back. I think that's changed a little bit now.
Yeah, again, like the other one, we've got to designate some open space.
You have the area.
We have plenty of area.
You have plenty of area in this one.
We'll make it.
Yep. The issue with this one, Mr. Chair, I believe, was the slope of the road coming in off of Raymond Cape. And I know Alex told me that, I believe last night, the Board of Selectmen approved the consent to allow that to go to 10%. Is that correct, Alex?
Yes, that's correct. Nothing's been signed yet, but they are totally in agreement with the 10%.
Great. Again, we have some cleanup work to do on this one. Similar conversations we did the last one. We'll need to see. We have driveway locations on this. And I don't think, again, we'll need to see the phosphorus, make sure we're all clear with the phosphorus clearing limits and things like that. And this one did not have a DEP permit prior, correct?
It needs one.
It needs one. And where are you with that
It's
process?
well on the way. Yep.
Okay.
So
we will need a stormwater permit for this one, Mr. Chair. And I know typically in subdivisions, we typically like to see or have some kind of written correspondence that those are, from the DEP, that those are about to be approved, are approved. So
right.
Typically, we don't make those a condition of approval. So again, we may be in a table situation until we procure that particular permit. But with that, I will hand it over to the applicant to fill in anything I may have missed or overlooked that he wants to include.
No, again, it's Jim's.
Bill, before you start there, just interrupt for a second. Alex, the 10%, did the selection establish that now as the rule? And if they did?
No. It would be a consent agreement specific to the Woodstone subdivision. So,
but it's
nothing else.
It's non-waiverable, isn't that correct?
By you guys.
But
the select board has the authority through a consent agreement to essentially bypass any rule, waive any rule. So as long as it's not, conflicting with state law, we can't break state law. But because we're more strict than the state, we're allowed to, waive that through a consent agreement, which is what they have agreed to do.
Okay. Thanks, Alex.
Yep.
Sorry, Bill, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, just for the record again, Bill Thompson, BH2M Engineers. We have 5 lots. Roadway design, very similar to the other one, other than more lots. Septic and wells. We do have an out sale here. There's a house on there. Steve's sister, I believe, is the owner of that. And the rest of the lots, we've got stormwater filter treatment areas. And DEP, first round of comments came. We sent it in, they sent it back, and they're back in their lap now. So we're well on the way. There was nothing significant, but DEP is very busy, overwhelmed, and these lots too will accomplish with some buffers and drip edge foundations. So again, I'll go through all the items like I did last time. If you want to do a public hearing, or?
Yeah, I do need to get the public hearing in, Bill, so let's do that just with formalities. Let me open the public hearing for the Stephen and Hilda Clark subdivision. Is there anybody that would like to speak? Anyone would like to call in? Okay, I will close the public hearing for the Stephen and Hilda Clark subdivision. Back to you, Bill.
Great, thank you. Again, Jim's very thorough, got all his permits, his memos. Stephen and Hilda Clark are the applicants looking for a preliminary approval of Woodstone subdivision, as we can move forward with DEP and then come back for a final approval. In my response letter back to Alex, March 2nd, responded to comments, and then, like I did on the last one, a summary for planning board action. Things that we're missing, HHE 200 forms are submitted. Erosion control will be managed on the 5 lots, utilizing standard BMPs with erosion control, silt fence, etc. Fire department's been, the response has been accepted. Applicant is preparing a homeowners association and a road association responsibility. Those are in the works, and we will certainly have those before the next meeting. The entire parcel now has a wetland mapping completed. Early on in the process, we had only gone up to a 4-lot subdivision, and then everybody, town and the applicant said, let's see what the whole site has for characteristics. So the entire site has site topography and wetlands. And that impact in that site characteristic would, not really allow a road to go any further than what we have proposed. We do have the turnarounds meeting the fire chief's standards. Again, the lotting plan came up early on. If we need to go back to that, plan note shall be added to the final plan outlining the timeline of the expiration. Start within 2 years, finish in 4. Transformer locations, there are some in there now to serve the first lot. Like any project, CMP or the power company has to weigh in. So we send them a plan and the road plan. They pick the locations based on how many lots they can serve with a transformer. And unfortunately, like a lot of things, the availability of transformers and equipment is really, really bad. We're talking about waiting months to get. So we'll order them early. In Jim's review summary here again, as in the last time, Jim found things were submitted. There were no issues on a lot of things. The well zone will need to be looked at to extend the well zones to 125 feet. We've always used 100, but again, even on this project, it will not impact any of the development. We do have a well letter indicating again is potable water available. And again, the 125 foot will be checked. There was no issue with erosion or capacity of the land to hold water. Again, we picked up the same 1 inch of rain will require inspections, not a ½ inch. Driveway locations for lot 2, 3, 4, and 5. Lot 1 is missing. Lot 1 is the first lot out being developed. We can show the driveway, but I didn't include any of the site characteristics other than topo and the roadway. But we can show that just to give a full picture of how the driveways.
Yeah, if you could just give us even a quick outline of where the home is.
Yep,
fine.
yeah.
Just do it by
The
aerial.
house, we can show that, sure. There was no issue with solid waste, no issue with sewage, ability on the town's government, scenic beauty, zoning. We've met all the minimum standards. Financial and technical capacity, that will be submitted. We'll do a cost estimate for the applicant to take to his bank and have that available for review and approval as part of final plan. We've got to take a look again, make sure there's some things that Jim has outlined in the shoreland zoning that we may have missed. But it does say the approval criteria for shoreline will need to be met. So I need to review that a little more after tonight's meeting. HHE 200 forms were submitted with a typical design for each lot. Wetlands, again, we've shown them all the way out through Lot 5. And again, vernal pool study will be done for this project also, and see what's happening. Most of these wetlands here are, again, all flow through. They'll still be reviewed, but we don't have any concerns on the development of the 5
Yeah, it looks
lots.
like Lot 5 will be the lot that'll be
Correct.
impacted the most.
Yep. Let's see, stream. There is a stream, and Army Corps will need to do a wetland crossing. Yeah, that and any setback issues will be so noted. Stormwater, as Jim indicated, DEP will finish their review, and we don't see any issues with them not approving our design. We have a couple of soil filters to manage the stormwater coming off of this road. I guess that was it for DEP. There's no long-term. We've got iron pins again with the buffers. Pins will be set to identify, and if we end up with any vernal pools, those will also be designated. Lot 1, yes, appears the criteria can be Lot 1 clearing restrictions. That Lot 1 is all developed, so I'm not sure.
Alex, is that one non-jurisdictional because a permit's been issued?
Well, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's part of it, but I think what we would
just document where it's at?
Probably, yeah, we should probably put something on there. Everything's all finished, so there really isn't much we can do about it now.
I think the thing to do would be see if we can have an aerial, like you're going to pick up the home, just so in the fact that they ever want to expand, they have to understand they have to abide by the regulations of the subdivision.
So the 15% does
Just
not apply?
document where they're at right now.
Okay.
If they're over, then they're over. We won't, bug them, but they won't be able to further expand, basically.
Okay, we'll look at that. Okay, summary for planning board action. The fire department is fine. Road association, as I said, that'll be coming. Notes on there about the limitation of starting and finishing construction. And the applicant was requested to provide, we gave the lotting plan, like I said, and we can pull that up again if you'd like.
Yeah, and I think, again, you've hit the landscape with the no-cut. You'll
Yep.
have lot limitations.
Yep, well, landscape plan and the open space will be addressed to meet those Article 9 requirements. And with that, I think that brings my detail up, Mr. Chairman, to entertain any questions or further comments.
Thanks, Bill. There are questions from the board?
Is there going to be an open space designated?
They're going to have to do, I think they'll probably do it on Lot 5, I assume.
I would say.
Okay.
Is there a stream here somewhere?
There's one, I think, that was discussed that crosses right through Lot 2.
I think it's right here, sir. It really starts right on our lot and comes down through here, so there's no impact. I think the stream starts at a designation here, comes down through. So any setback, we can show this little setback corner here, but it doesn't impact anything. It's more on the neighboring property.
Oh, that's right, too. The one on Lot 2 was a wetland. It wasn't a stream, correct? Yep.
Yep.
We thought it was a wet stream.
That's right, yeah, it was not a stream. Yep.
Okay.
Have you looked at this in relationship? I know there's a lot of overlap to the shoreline zoning requirements. Does it seem to be anything that we need to discuss tonight?
I think the biggest one was the road slope.
Okay.
But I think most of the items have been addressed. I think all the well exclusion and those types of things come out of that shoreline zoning requirement. Alex, too, the septic, you'll have to take a look at the septic, right? Because the septic designs require a higher flow rate, daily flow rate, right? Because it's in the shoreline zone, or do we just restrict that?
No, it's that only applies to houses within 200 feet.
200 or
of Great
250?
Pond.
250,
So
right?
it's- Yep, 200. Yeah,
Oh, just 200.
just 200, yeah.
So you're all set on
Great,
those.
thank you. Okay, yeah, good to know.
And Mr. Chair, this is before you tonight as preliminary. I know they have some items to clean up, but I don't think you're going to see anything substantive changes to the plan with any of these items they need to clean up. So again, it's up to the board. I think we would offer that it makes some sense to grant preliminary so they can move forward with their DEP permits, because, you know, we don't want to make any wholesale changes to the plan at this point because it'll impact the DEP permit. And I don't see anything in the road design that's going to change anything. The 10%, you have a pending consent agreement with the town council, town select board. Alex, will they, what action do they need to do to finalize that?
I think at this point, the town attorney was going to reach out to Diane Poppin's attorney to discuss the consent agreement. And I know they've seen it already, but I think the next step would be to make sure that they are good with that. And I'm not sure if it'll be signed by Potvin and Clark or how that's going to work, but essentially they need to sign, we need to sign, and then that's good to go.
So I do think that this board will want to see that signed consent agreement before it can vote for final.
Yeah, I
Good
agree.
point.
Yeah, we agree.
So we could give it a preliminary.
It's up to you, it's up to the board at this point.
Jim, if we go preliminary, I just feel slightly uncomfortable that we have not gone through the shoreline zoning step by step or item by item. I mean, your memo is.
And you wouldn't typically, we wouldn't typically do that till final, but that's okay.
I know that we wouldn't, but, and I know we will go through final. I guess if you've looked at it and you don't think there's any holdups in there, I guess that's okay with me.
I don't see, I think we've tried to incorporate them as we've done the subdivision review. We haven't gone through, as we said, step by step, but I think we've incorporated the standards that are applied to the shoreline zone in the subdivision itself.
So I guess if we went with preliminary, and I would say I would like something in there that we have not specifically looked at the shoreline, as of the date of the preliminary, we haven't looked at the shoreline zoning yet. I don't anticipate a problem, but I think that might just be, make sure everyone knows where we are.
Right, and again, you're only preliminary. I think you can put that in there, that this is subject to final and shoreline zoning approval before the plan's final.
Yeah.
Yep. Any thoughts from the board?
No, I'm good with that.
Makes sense.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so then, let's go ahead and do this. So the motion would be to grant preliminary approval to the Stephen and Hilda Clark's major subdivision, pending review, pending receipt of DEP, review of final plot, and review of the shoreline zoning ordinance requirements.
Also the
Also
slope
the-
requirement, the
Consent
10%
agreement.
slope, the consent
Right,
agreement.
and the consent agreement, correct. Thanks.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, just items outstanding in the review memo. Any
Thank you.
Yep.
Yep, and items outstanding in the review memo. As a friendly amendment. Anything, did I miss anything else?
Does your motion include a depiction of open space?
Yes.
That's
that
in the
would be
review
on the
memo.
final
Great.
plot. Thanks, Mike.
Wayne has his hand up.
Thank you. Wayne?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we had a couple of small items for like the E91 addressing notes, the fire lane language in the HOA document, and again, the auto turn calculations being submitted to us for the file.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just make it the same thing, that it has to comply with Wayne's April 7th memo.
Okay. Sandy, did you get all that from that motion for 5 different people?
Oh, she's good.
I got pretty much most of it. I'll go back and look at this when I'm doing it.
All right. Is
So
that,
moved.
motions by committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right, who was my so moved?
Greg.
Moved it. Oh,
I
Greg.
thought so.
Kevin seconds.
Yep, got that.
All right. Are there any other discussion?
Nope.
All right, all those in favor?
All right.
I vote yes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. And we will move on to our last item, which is the new business. Pull up here. Which is the Gaybrook Lot Number 2 subdivision amendment to the Spiller Hill by Peter and Donna, again, mispronounce again, Marcinuk. Did I get that right this time?
Marcinuk.
Marcinuk.
Yeah,
Marcinuk.
Marcinuk.
Marcinuk. Sorry, Peter, to get that. Horrible. Jim, would you start us off?
Sure. Mr. Chair, you have before you a proposal to basically break another lot off of tax map 15, lot 123C. This came before you, I believe, in 2014 to do a very similar thing. At that point, it was a backlot driveway. Tonight, you have another request to break off another one, so this would be the second amended subdivision. This is off of Viv's Way. It's a backlot driveway. We did provide the board with some comments with regards to kind of the lot configuration and so on. Let me break out my plan here, excuse me. Under our backlot provisions, I do believe that they would have the opportunity to access the current lot from the backlot driveway. This would be the final lot that would be allowed access. Any further after this would require that Viv's Way be brought to private road standards, which for 4 to 10 lots is not a substantial change, but it is a little bit wider travel way. The applicant currently would gain access or gain lot frontage off of Viv's Way. Personally, from a lot configuration, I would like to see that lot moved so that it had frontage on Spiller Hill Road, but access off Viv's Way, just to make it a little bit cleaner and not have this corridor kind of wrap around the lot with strange configuration. I believe they have submitted, I don't know if they did or not, HHE 200?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. And also, Alex reminded me today that depending on where the driveway is located will dictate where we claim lot frontage. That was one of the front yard setbacks, sorry. That was one of the changes we just made in the most current ordinance changes, because this could be considered a corner lot. With that, I'll leave it over to the applicant to complete anything they want to add to this. But the lot would be created would be 3 acres, which exceeds the zoning standard.
Peter would like to speak as the applicant, and then I'll fill in anything we need to.
Good evening. My name's Pete Marcinuk. My wife Honor and I own the land there on Spiller Hill. And we are proposing a second amendment to a subdivision plan. Looking at subdividing a 3.01 acre lot off our existing 22.32 acres. This will go to a family member. His name's Jacob Marcinuk. And I guess one thing I do want to change, it did say 112 Spiller Hill, and certainly it's 10 Viv's Way is our address. Viv's Way is named after my mother-in-law. Anyway, and so just so I could make a comment on the lot configuration, originally working with Andy Morrill, PE, professional engineer with PH2M, we were going to do 2 lots until I did find out the fact that we'd have to upgrade our driveway to at least 16-foot width. So I said, well, we'll go back to one. And we were gonna use land on the right side of the driveway and have some land wrap around on the Spiller Hill frontage to get the acreage for that first lot. The proposed lot actually was the second lot, which is now the single only lot, which I'm looking to.
You gotta start over.
So maybe you can hear me better. So anyway, there is just one lot. Actually, I think the proposed lot where it is very friendly to the natural resources in respect to there's very minimal, if any, hydric soils or wetlands on the proposed subdivision lot. Basically, that corridor along Spiller is the unnamed tributary to Gay Brook. That whole brook runs right down through there. And in the very back of the proposed lot is another wet seep that runs into the unnamed tributary to Gay Brook. So pretty much this lot, in fact, we'll confirm that with a soil scientist and site evaluator on any wetlands on the proposed subdivision lot next week. He'll be out, and we're going to be he'll be looking at mapping any wetlands, their or vernal pools, as well as doing a site evaluation for subsurface septic disposal. So anyway, that's all I have, and certainly have Bill Thompson representing me tonight through BH2M, so I appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah. Is there any questions for me as the direct applicant before we move on?
Yeah, again, Bill Thompson, BH2M Engineers. As Peter said, he knows there's some steps that we need to take. We wanted to introduce it. It is an amended Second Amendment, and all the notes relative to that will be on this plan and the proposed family division. We know we need to do the HGG 200, locate a well zones to show on the plan. We need to get a letter from the Maine Historic Preservation Commission, and Peter will submit a financial capacity. Given the existing conditions of the road and all, there's not going to be a lot of site development needed, which is good, and enable him to come up with another lot for a family. And as we get those details on the plan, we'll come back and see what the fire department comments will be and address any clearing limits and landscaping. And it'll be sometime in a month. Thank you.
Bill, I have a question for the applicant.
Yeah, sure.
Is that front, I'll call it corridor between Spiller Road and what you have proposed, does that meet the definition of a stream in there? Because it did mention that there was a stream. Is that,
in here?
could that possibly be a stream by definition?
That's what we're going to be looking at. Yep.
The stream?
That's what we're going to look at. Yep.
Oh, it's definitely a stream. That's a year-round
Oh,
run.
it is. Okay.
Unnamed.
I haven't been on site yet.
Then we'll have to just make sure you just establish
Setbacks.
the DB setbacks.
Sure.
Yep,
Yep.
correct.
That's why it's not, that's land that I'll retain as owner and not part of the
Yep.
subdivision. In fact, any of the development which will put the house lot and subsurface disposal on there next week, but it's going to be limited to the first 200 feet of that lot, and anything in the back could be used for open space.
It just may affect your building envelope
Sure.
slightly.
Yep. And we'll check stream and setbacks.
The other item I received today was there was some concern about the radiuses on the entrance of the Vibbs Way. I think the fire department may have some concerns about that as well.
Over here.
We're putting another residence in there just to make sure that we have enough turning radius to get the larger vehicles in there.
Yep, we can measure that out.
I know there's a culvert in there, but I think it's
Yep.
pretty tight, where it comes into Spiller Hill Road.
Okay.
And I'll leave it to the board if they have any other questions.
They have to get a DEP permit to widen the entrance to Viv's Way.
They may have to get a permit by rule to extend, possibly. I don't know. I don't know if that stream is considered stream on the other side of that culvert. It all depends on the...
Yeah, when we get the evaluation for septic and wetlands, that'll be a...
Yeah, they can go up to 75 feet with a culvert length, so they could get it.
Yeah, the permit by rule could be easily accomplished.
Yeah.
I think the stream crosses Spiller further down, doesn't it, Peter? Not right at your property. Right.
Yeah, it's traveling along the road, but I don't, to your point, I don't think it crosses further down.
Further down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does, yes.
But I think this is like the headwaters of the major portion of the stream.
Yeah, pretty much at the top of Spiller Hill, that stream starts, and then it does cross underneath Spiller, and it also crosses underneath Spring Valley Road. Yeah.
Is it possible that we could have some contours with either LiDAR or something, just so we could have some kind of understanding of how the
grading,
the land works?
Yep, we can get LiDAR topo.
I think that would help us understand probably make some sense now with the layout of the land if we could just see the contours.
Okay.
Does the board have any questions?
I'm good.
And this lot will have to, I understand it's kind of a family development in there, but we will need to see that you have some kind of road or driveway agreement. I know you probably don't have any intentions, but if you ever were to sell one of these, obviously that person would have to be.
Yeah.
So
we can come up.
So the 3 parcels, we'll just have to have an agreement with the 3, each signed that agreement.
Right, yep, for the road maintenance, whether they share it or whether one party's taking care of it all. We don't care about the content.
Yep.
We just want to make sure that the owners have an agreement in place, correct? Yep.
Can I ask, with the stream going down that little area between Spiller Hill Road and the proposed lot, would it ever be possible to use that? And I'm not even sure that we would be concerned about it, but I guess I'm just a little wondering if that would ever be used as frontage, or could ever be used for frontage for a back lot, creating kind of a funky lot.
Well, they have a back lot now, so Alex, you can help us out here, but I think once you have one back lot on the property, I don't think you can get a second back lot.
Okay.
So I think they've tapped out that option, unless they were to convert this to a private road.
A higher level road.
Higher level road, then they might have that opportunity. The other thing would be is if they did that, again, with a DEP permit, avoidance and minimization, might be an issue where you have 2 crossings on the same property where they could, if this were upgraded to a private road, DEP would prefer that rather than having 2 crossings.
Right.
Okay.
So I
Right,
mean,
thanks.
that's a ways down the road, but good question.
Or maybe never.
Wayne, did you have anything else of concern?
Sorry, talking without the mic. Looking at the map, it talked about there's areas of the road that are only 12 feet wide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
12 to 15 feet wide is what the existing conditions show.
Okay. That, the 12, when we get to 12 feet, that's starting to be a concern. And then the only other thing would be, you know, we got to take care of E91 addressing, as we know.
Yep.
And for fire protection water supply, I mean, at this point, it doesn't make sense to have somebody put in a cistern, but in lieu of that, we usually look for a sprinkler system in the house.
Right. Where it's the new lot that comes in the subdivision ordinance requires that. The other thing, and I did have in the memo, but I I think the board, you may want to request a waiver for the open space. I know this is part of a larger subdivision.
Yeah.
I think in some case, you know, I don't think it makes, in this particular case, I can't see where it's a family compound that you need to retain open space. I think that's something the board could consider to waive. We haven't typically done that on amended subdivisions in the past.
Why do you think we would need to do that, Jim? Waive
Well,
the open space?
Without looking at the whole overall subdivision, the overall subdivision may have retained open space, I don't know. But usually on these amended subdivisions for one lot, we haven't been requiring the open space of 10%.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
I mean, they could, you know, if they have that stream, for instance, you know, they could put a buffer around the stream and call that open space, but I just don't think it's as meaningful in a small amendment like this as it does with a new subdivision.
Particularly since the original subdivision larger probably has it anyway.
Probably had it, but I mean, I don't know, that one may predated some of our,
Well,
that's,
if it was expanded, you could do one.
right.
Okay.
Okay, does the board have any other questions? Bill, do you need anything else from the
No,
board?
would you like, we know what we need to do, is some additional services, studies, and get back as soon as Peter's ready.
Does the board want to do a site walk?
Any takers?
It's kind of straightforward application.
I can tell you that I kind of walk by this almost every day.
All right, we're gonna go Caesar. Do you go thumbs up, thumbs down?
And all around it.
Yeah, and Greg drives by it every day.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, they have a large
walked on some of it.
parcel of property. The only thing I just, you know, they do have a large parcel in the back, and I just hope that whatever we do, we don't, you know, limit them to future development, but that's the owner's prerogative.
Yeah.
So we going forward, I mean, just kind of procedurally, we could have a vote. Bill, if you wanted this to deem the application complete, and then tabled, or we could just kind of move.
Yeah, that would be great if you could, yeah. Yeah.
Would you rather have that?
Yes.
Okay. Jim, are we close enough as far as you are concerned, deem the application complete?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously, we have control to the final plan, so I think we can deem it complete.
Okay. I don't want to jump here. Is the board have any other questions on the application?
No.
Okay, then if not, can I get a motion to deem the application complete?
So moved.
Second.
And second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Evan votes yes, and I vote yes. Then we would also need a motion. Motion to table until the next meeting, or until actually just table, no next meeting. So
Table,
when
so
do
you
you
have
plan on doing this?
Yeah, table till you have till the applicant has the materials
Right.
available.
Right. We'll probably
Table-
make the June meeting.
It'd probably be June, I'm guessing, at this point.
Okay. So a motion to table the application until updated documentation is submitted.
So moved.
Have a move a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Evan votes yes, I vote yes, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Peter, I'll get your name right the next time.
See how you walk by his house and you can read it right on his mailbox.
Yeah, I talk to Peter like every once a week.
Arsenic.
He'll quiz me as he goes by next time.
Billy, you can leave that right on the podium.
Hey, under staff communications and updates. Alex, you have anything for us?
Bill, if you can't get off a shirt, you have to leave a shirt, apparently.
Yeah.
You need a new
I just have,
Yeah,
Come on, Cole, we got
too big for me, but it'll fit somebody.
business still, folks, sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
I just have two things on update. The first one is the ordinance amendments have gone through the select board process and they're now on the warrant for June. So everything's all good there. That has moved on to its final stage. And the last step is now town vote. So nothing changed after it left your hands. It's still all exactly the same. And then the second piece is the Boulder Bend subdivision has started. They started last week with site work, and they're going to be spending the next couple of months or month or so at least doing the preliminary site work down there. No idea on when they'll be pulling permits or anything, but it's now moving. So so now those two subdivisions that you guys did last year are both in their early stages. The first permit was issued for Raymond Hills, so they are actually building. I think we have a foundation inspection later this week up there. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
At this point, we have, according to Sandy, we do not have any new applications, but they still have another week. Is that correct? No?
No, it's...
Today? You're off, Sandy.
Sandy, you're muted.
You're still muted.
Now you're back.
Try it again.
There you go.
It's always the day of our meeting,
Okay.
but we can give them extra time like we did on the first application if it's an ongoing.
But we've had no other interest of applications coming forward, so at this point.
Nope, nothing I've heard of.
So the other order of business is we do have a plan this evening for Ball Drive amended subdivision that we need to sign before you all leave. So if you could sign that.
Please.
Please. Thank you. And then we'll leave that for Alex or Sandy to pick up and get the other board members who either were not here or are on remote.
Yeah, we're just gonna go with the majority on that, Jim.
Okay.
Ed's gonna sign for me.
I'm looking for, there's some extra copies, I think, for the two.
Oh, that was for the two board members that weren't here.
Yeah.
Bob and Mark for BH2M, the lot division.
Yeah, are they?
Yeah, you can
You just leave those, they'll pick them.
leave them and they'll get picked up and I'll mail them out.
Are there two more? Are those two additional ones?
No, these are mine. These are my other things.
Well, I won't mail yours, Bob. I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, I'll be back on Saturday.
Oh, okay. Getting closer.
Yeah. Fighting DC traffic today.
Oh, fun.
So, other than that, I have no other business at this point.
Okay, we will have the Diane Potvin most likely on the next agenda.
Yes, we're gonna put the ad in the paper for that one.
And is it, since the aren't going to have a very long meeting, is it too early to start looking at ordinance changes that we need to do? Where do we, actually, we should have an ordinance, a new binder, shouldn't we?
I just want to get the ones we just did passed first.
Yeah.
Right?
You're getting anxious, Bob.
Gotta move along.
He's getting well rested from his vacation.
But I think, as always, I think Alex and I would appreciate if you as board members, if you see things in the ordinance or, hear of things. I think the one, Bob, we probably can do a little bit of work on in the void here is ADUs, accessory dwelling units. I mean, I know there's some more legislature that's going before the state with those accessory dwelling units, so those are something that we probably can start thinking about.
Okay, because I don't have my notes in front of me, but I think we tabled a couple.
Right, that was one.
And that was one, right?
That was one.
Okay.
And the other thing I think we may want, Alex and I were talking a little bit today, probably we want to consider that 10% on shoreline zoning roads.
Oh, maybe you.
So we don't have to do a consent agreement, so we can be in compliance with DEP.
Maybe you weren't here for this.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That should be a pretty easy one.
Yeah, it should be easy one.
I don't either.
Okay, does anyone else have anything?
Move to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. It passes. Thank you, guys.
Welcome to the April 25th, 2023 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Boards of Appeal will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I will now do a roll call. David Birch.
Greg Dean.
Tom Hennessy.
Fred Miller.
Lee Lockwood.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda, and it will be concerning tonight's item in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from April 3rd, 2023. Number 3, old business, ratifying the findings of facts and decision for administrative appeal of 402 Webb Mills Road, applicant Sally Cheever, location 402 Webb Mills Road, owner Starat, description administrative appeal of commercial use. Number 4 on the agenda is code enforcement officer communications, and number 5 is adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearances this evening in opposition and the basis of your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to state their name, their address, and or affiliation with the application, either being for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. The meeting is not over until the board is formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside of the meeting room. So let's moving on. Approval of our minutes for April 3rd, 2023. Does any of the board have any comments, questions regarding those minutes? If not, do I have a motion?
I'm all set.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Lee Lockwood, yes.
Okay. Moving on, old business, ratifying the findings of facts and decision, administrative appeal, re 402 Webbs Mills Road, applicant Sally Cheever. So the board tonight will continue on with its deliberations. Attorney Wagner, you've been very helpful to us in helping us maintain a correct process throughout all this. So again, I would ask if you could assist us with that tonight as to how we should move forward properly.
Sure. Thank you, David. As the chairs summarized the board's resuming deliberations at the last meeting, it opened the meeting up to a public hearing to hear from the applicant as well as the town and members of the public, and it then closed that public hearing, proceeded through deliberations, and reached a tentative decision granting the appeal in part and denying the appeal in part. I have prepared a written decision that I understand has been circulated that I believe reflects the board's decision and reasoning and its findings and conclusions. But at this point, I would turn it over to the board to see if any of the board members have any additional changes to the decision or any questions about that. And then following that discussion would be a motion to grant the appeal in part and deny the appeal in part as reflected in the written decision as presented to the board tonight.
Okay. I just ask each member to verbally state whether or not they have some follow-up questions or if they're good to go with what was been presented to them.
I'm good.
Okay.
I have no questions or comments.
I'm all set, Dave. I have no questions.
Pete, did you say you were all set?
Yes, I'm all set, David.
Yeah, and I'm all set as well. No questions. Good to go with what's been presented to us.
So then, does any member have a motion to grant the appeal, the Cheever appeal in part, and deny the appeal in part as reflected in the written decision presented to the board tonight?
Yeah, so moved.
Seconded.
Okay. So, do we have any further discussion on this? Are we all ready to vote? So we're all ready to vote. So I'm assuming then all those in favor to grant in part and deny in part as evidenced or as written out in our notice of decision and finding of facts as written up by Stephen Wagner. David Murch saying yes to approve in part and deny in part.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes. Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay.
Very good. Sandy, would you be able to make the written decision available for the board members to sign, ideally in the next couple days or so, and then just the last person to sign puts the date on the written decision?
Yes, I'd already sent them all an email requesting that they show up to sign.
Excellent. Well, unless there's any further questions of the board of me, it's been a pleasure as always to assist.
Yeah, and thank you, Attorney Wagner. We always greatly appreciate your input, and thank you for helping us with this. Much appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate it muchly.
All right, so very good. Moving on. Alex, Code Enforcement Officer, Communications.
Yeah, I don't really have anything. I would also thank Stephen again for all of his hard work and helping you guys out. I think you guys did a great job. And yeah, I don't really have anything else.
Okay. And Sandy, you said the slate is clean for next month, so really no need for a May meeting?
Correct. I will put out an email and take it off the calendar as canceled.
All right. Very good. So I'll make a motion to adjourn. A second?
Second.
All those in favor? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes. Pete Lockwood, yes.
All right, very good. Thank you all.
But
It's better.
I think we're I think we're
we can
okay
move
now.
on. Okay, so John, we had voted, or we were in the middle of voting, and I was waiting to see if you would be willing to approve the minutes or not.
I approve.
Okay, so everybody else's hands were up, so that does pass. Moving on to old business and review of the community seasonal photos and videos. Melissa had asked if I wanted to rerun the same photo request in the Roadrunner, so that ran again. Sue, did we have any
No
additional?
additional
Okay,
ones.
so I mean, I think when I was looking at it, I saw a mixture of all the seasons that appeared, to some extent anyway, so I think that's great. So we did try to engage the community again for that, but we've got what we have now. So I'm not going to ask her to run it again, especially if we didn't receive any more. Yes, Peter?
Yeah, and I was pleased to see there were people in the pictures.
Yes, yes. And then on the next item, we have just an updated listing of our community businesses and associations. Danelle had gotten a hold of the Secretary of State and gotten a list from them, and you had said they offered it for free.
Yes.
So feeling generous, I know.
Yes.
So that has been added to the entire list that we seem to have now. So I would say we have a pretty comprehensive idea, at least who our business owners are in the community. Any further discussion on that?
What does SOS stand for?
Secretary of State.
Oh, okay. I should know that.
I used to work there.
Next was discussion of the impact fees. It looks like in our packet that was included. Sort of for more information. I know that Chris last month had touched on it. I didn't give it a really good look over, admittedly, before the meeting. Ben, would you have anything to add regarding impact fees? Chris had mentioned that you have some experience with that.
Sure. Yeah. It's essentially what was included in the packet was an overview of impact fees in surrounding communities. And an impact fee is a one-time fee that's typically charged when a building permit is issued. And that goes to cover the increment of capital costs associated with improvements that are generated by that new development. So whether it's demand for new open space or demand for road improvements or other capital facilities in town, it's a way for a town to have new development essentially pay at least a portion of its own way toward improvements that are required by new development. So I don't know if there was a specific action that Chris was looking for, or if this was provided more of for an informational purpose, or if he was looking for some kind of opinion or a vote that would go back to the select board. But you know, it's certainly common in growing communities to at least consider impact fees for various purposes.
Peter?
Yeah, I can give a little backstory. I don't know how many of you had the opportunity to watch the select board meeting where Chris presented basically the letter that he put in the e-packet to the select board. So this was his thoughts, bringing it to the select board for their attention. I'm conflicted, not conflicted, but from what I was able to gather, the select board was largely in favor of impact fees, especially looking and seeing what Wyndham has done. And Chris had mentioned that he had experience with them when he was working in Wyndham, and Ben had experience with them as well. I think that, like with anything, that the select board really did see an opportunity for revenue. You know, I think Chris had described it the last time he gave us an overview, is that really the philosophy is it's growth paying for growth. So that's the idea. I just caution as far as, and certainly we would do this, is looking at all the potential and intended consequences that come with that. So, as an example, if you use the real meat cleaver approach rather than a scalpel, my understanding is that what you can do is you can drive up the cost of housing. You can cause issues with discouraging development. Now, I don't know what the philosophy of this committee is as far as discouraging development. I think that if we hang a sign out on 302 and say that that's the purpose of this committee, we're probably going to get a lot of feedback, especially from the commercial community, that no, we are absolutely anti-development. So all I'd say is I think that had Chris been here, my response, so I'll make it anyway, is that in viewing that interaction with the select board, they saw an opportunity for revenue, that it is money that is one time, has been said, that it really doesn't fall on the property owner. It falls on new property owners. It falls on developers. And I guess my experience with the economics is basically generally the developer's simply going to pass the cost on to the buyer. That's kind of how the economy works. So I just, what Chris did is used an example of this 25 unit development that's going up right off of 85. Right just before it gets to 302. I'm sure most of you have seen that going on. And the fact that had there been a impact fee because of the number of cars that's going to put on our roads or the number of kids that's going to put in our school, that would have, that's growth paying for growth. And yet we don't have anything on the books. And I think what the select board, Ben, was asking for is, we'd like to get started on this. I applaud Chris in saying, well, I'd like to bring it to the comprehensive plan. They said, yeah, that's good, but we want to get this done. So it really needs to go to the planning board. And that really means that the select board has to say to the planning board, we'd like you to explore how we can develop ordinances for impact fees. But as a courtesy to us, and certainly because Chris is involved with this committee, he brought it up to the selectmen. I appreciate that. Long term, I think we can deal with impact fees. And I'm just putting in that caution that there are potential unintended consequences, and that the example that Chris used, if I'm not mistaken, and I wanted to clarify when he was here, but that area basically, I think in 2004 was included in the revised statutes through the recommendation of the Comprehensive Plan Committee at that time to make it village. So it changed the zoning in that area to village in order to reduce the lot size, in order to encourage homes and families. But if you put an impact fee on that, that drives up the cost. So when we start talking about what's affordable and what's not, there is a concern with that as well for me. So I'd say, the scalpel versus the meat cleaver, and looking at that, it would have to be highly individualized. I see a potential. So if we're trying to follow in the footsteps of 2004, which was to designate or move residential development to the village area, and one of the carrots we put out there was to say, well, now you only need an acre to build, and it's right along 302, and who knows what's coming with sewer or water or anything else, but if it's going to happen anywhere, it's probably going to happen there. And so I understood all of that. I guess my question is, can you use something like an impact fee and then use that as a incentive, or to incentivize the builders, the developers, and the investors, and say, yep, there's a $3,000 impact fee for every unit you put in here. But if you guarantee to the town of Raymond that 10% of those buildings will be affordable, we'll waive that fee. So it's a tool, something that could be used. But it takes a lot of thought. I'm sure it's before we even really get started on it, the planning board's going to be hard at work at it, because I got to tell you, if you have an opportunity, watch that select board meeting. But there was a little bit of a, I don't know what you call it exactly. I guess it would be a ching ching.
If I may, being on the Budget Finance Committee, I was hearing about these impact fees a little bit earlier, and I mean, I kind of mirror what Peter says. They're going to be passed to the consumer. With the housing not being affordable now, it's just going to add an extra bit on top of it. So my thoughts are on it is not to go full steam on this thing. I think that every committee should be looking at it. I think our committee especially. Obviously, like, the selectmen are going to have this say no matter what, but I think that we should be given a little more time, and if there is even more time, I don't know if they're coming to vote on it or anything soon, but I mean, this is more impactful than just making a couple of bucks. This could sway our builders for good, or it could also sway it for, making housing not affordable again in Raymond. And to keep families coming in, we do need the affordable housing. And I think that this is something that needs a little bit of time before we just say, yeah, this letter looks good, let's go for it. So I don't know what their timeline is, but I would just kind of caution and say, hey, we should be a part of this thing. We should really look it over. We should get more information, and we should definitely have a say, whether it's in front of the selectmen, kind of what our thoughts as a committee are. And I think that we're going to be kind of split, as kind of Peter was saying. Like, there's good and there's bad with it. We just want to know all the pros and we want to know all the cons, and as a committee, I think that we should be able to say, this is, as our committee, this is where we land on it.
Yes.
I might suggest that if this moves forward, that we might have a joint meeting with the other committee.
You know, Frank, I think that, and I kind of felt this from the beginning, and so I was glad that Ben included it on some of the responsibilities that we could assume. So I'm seeing how we facilitate or move some of these things we're going to be doing department head interviews. So some of us are going to be sitting down with the chair of the planning board and saying, and by the way, what do you think about the idea of impact fees, and have you thought about it, and where would you be going with it, and this is where the community's coming from, and oh, by the way, what about LD 2003? What are you thinking about that? And what have our lawyers said about that? It's those type of things. So I see that as a value in sitting down and talking, interviewing all the department heads. I'm, personally, I come from a medical background. I'm anxious to sit down with fire safety and talk to them a little bit about the future of medical response in the town.
Go ahead, Greg.
I'm not on the budget committee, I know Sean is, and one of the budget committee members, which is not Sean, it was another one, said that the Raymond Rec does pay its own way, and I noticed that Chris put in new tennis courts are needed, and maybe an impact fee ought to consider that. If there's a department that's paying its own way, and it maybe doesn't need the impact fees to do whatever they want to do, maybe make the impact fees exclusive. But I'm not a real fan of, I'm like you, I'm not a real fan of trying to increase the cost of building a home
Or I'd like to say, my sense is that it certainly is something that's in your toolbox that you can use to negotiate and to at least be trying to accomplish. If in fact this committee feels that we need to continue the effort to basically move development onto the 302 corridor and develop that area that's now designated village, which doesn't require the larger lots, which would hopefully then drive more affordable houses and that sort of a thing. But as far as, Sean, to your process, and when you said that before the select board make their decision, and really my understanding of the process is the only decision the select board will do with this is decide whether or not they're going to endorse the planning board advancing an ordinance change, which then goes to the town.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the process. Ultimately, the town would decide, which is, it always makes me feel better. So,
And Madam Chair, to add to that, this year's warrant is set, going to the printer, going to be on the ballot. So the earliest that impact fees could be instituted would be with next July. Not this coming, but 2024.
yeah, I found interesting in reading about them that the developers the investors basically can apply if it's affordable housing. They can apply for a federal tax credit, so that they can actually get they can recover that money for the impact fees that they end up paying. But that's an incentive. That is another tool for leveraging what a developer puts in an area, and I'm certainly all for that. It's just that like just about everything else, ultimately it's the user that pays for it anyway. So the developer or the investors, they can get a tax credit, not the people that bought the house.
I'm not myself convinced it would necessarily drive developers to go somewhere else, just because, just looking at this comparison, all of our surrounding towns are charging an impact fee.
Yep.
But I think, as long as we weren't exorbitantly more, and we're sort of in line with our surrounding towns, that it probably wouldn't impact whether a developer would want to be here or not. I really like the idea of an incentive or, a little carrot. But I think ultimately everything we do is pushed on to our taxpayers. So whether it's an impact fee, If the town wants tennis courts, we're either going to get it from an impact fee or raising your taxes. So either way, taxpayers are going to pay for it. I think it's determining how that gets divvied out is the key here.
Frank, when you were talking about joint meeting, were you talking about us sitting with?
With a planning board.
I don't think that's a terrible idea. I really like that
I
idea.
think whatever they do is really going to affect whatever we recommend. So I would like to be on at least the ground floor of understanding how they're thinking so that they can also think, look at what we're thinking about.
Sure.
When it comes to housing and affordability.
And I'd say one of the things that pays the dividend is just finding the time to watch their meeting.
Yep.
I mean, so much information is revealed just like these meetings are revealed in the meetings. And the first time that I heard about the LD 2003 was listening to a planning board meeting. Yeah, that was an interesting discussion. Anyway.
Okay.
Well, the planning board has no meeting next month. I don't know if it would be too soon to try to organize a meeting with them, but if they have nothing on the agenda, we'd be a captive audience, I guess.
Yeah, I would think that what we'd want to do is get some questions in advance and kind of be prepared rather than just bring them in and go willy-nilly. But I'm certainly, I'm with Frank. I think meeting with them is great. Interviewing the chair would be great.
All right, great. Let's move on to our new business, and that's committee member interest in conducting department head interviews.
So that's done. No, I guess my question would be for North Star would be what would you be able to supply us with, let's say, guidance and pertinent questions, stuff that you would need to from background material or whatever for putting together the different components.
Yeah.
Certainly not discouraging you guys from talking to them as well. I'm sure you will.
Well, I think that the intent from our point of view at this point is really to provide some high level prompts, some basic questions that you could ask department heads about visioning level, like high level, broad category types of issues, like what are the biggest opportunities, what are the biggest threats kind of questions. And we could send, Kate is not here this evening, number one, and it sounds like maybe before I came in you had a chance to meet Sam Pikus. Sam is associate planner at North Star, and she and Kate are going to be the regular attendees, but Kate is unavailable this evening, so I'm her stand-in. So Kate had sent along about 7 or 8 different examples of questions that would be a good starting place for department head interviews, and some of the things we'll talk about in a little later in the agenda. And there certainly will be other things that you may want to ask certain department heads, like related to emergency response, or if you have a conversation with the planning board chair about legislation that the town needs to react to. They go beyond these questions. Certainly would encourage you to do that, but I think there's probably going to be like a certain set of foundational kind of questions that we want to get input from each department head on individually, so that we have some structure and some common questions. It'd be interesting, I think, in this work to find out if there are common themes and responses to some of those common questions, so that at least a certain level of consistency would be important. So we can send those to the town for distribution, and we can talk about if you need something more formal than that to kind of go into a conversation. But we at least want to help with some of the basic framework as you handle the logistics and the actual interviews.
Okay, thank you. I did have a question. It looks like, if I know the timeline's not, precise per se, but department head interviews are in task 1 and, possibly done early summer. Should we try to stick to that?
Yes. I think that those can happen really at any point, starting as soon as next week. As soon as they can be conveniently rearranged. I noticed, Kayla, that you were referring to the original proposal.
Yes, I'm sure. I don't have the newest one.
And we had, I wish I had it electronically here, but we had rearranged at last month's meeting based on that conversation. All the task 1 activities and task 2 activities are now going to be more or less running at the same time. And we'll talk more about our vision for that and how we can kind of coordinate on some of those things.
Peter?
Yeah, so 2 things. Sue, could you put together a listing for the committee of the department heads along with their contact information? I mean, we could dig it up off the website, but probably be quicker and easier for you just to
Yeah, most of
send
it
that.
I have at the top of my head.
Sure, okay. And then secondly, as far as the, once we have that listing, would it make sense to go around and find out who among us would either have experience, expertise, or an interest in interviewing? I don't see, just 1 or 2 of us doing the interview, but I would think it would be better if well, let's say as an example, if someone went to the planning board who happens to already be on the planning board, or if someone went to talk to people in budget finance that's already on the budget, and I'm just making those suggestions. But I would think that, if people are willing to do those things, then we all gain from it. You've already got some experience with the people there, and we could get the questions from Ben and just discuss among ourselves any other questions, or you might have, personal questions. Like I say, for fire safety, rescue, medical responses, I got a pile of questions for them as far as where they see their needs going to be in the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm. And you could also use this building for some of the interviews.
Yes.
Because at least for me, getting away from the telephones, the front end, etc., it would be, might be better to come somewhere here.
Yep.
Like here, I should say.
Well, I personally wouldn't mind doing as many as I possibly could. Just because I want to see everybody. Mostly.
I think that's one of the advantages of the makeup of the committee as well. So we're all very familiar with the players.
Yeah.
Are you more interested in like a one-on-one, or having like a couple of people come to like a meeting of ours, where we can all kind of, it doesn't have to be every single one, but scheduling reasons and stuff like that, maybe somebody's more available on a Wednesday night?
I mean, I think if we could, yes, of course we could try to get a few department head while we're here even. It's a good use of our time. We're all here together. I just want to be careful that we're being mindful of their schedules and meeting loads, after hours kind of thing. Okay. But I think that's a great idea. We could say, hey, we meet on, the first Wednesday of every month. Would anybody be willing to come join us for a meeting? And that might be a way to knock off some of them.
And then the individual interviews with department heads, the one individual from the committee or the 2 people from the committee that do it, that they just come back and report back to this committee, with, let's say, the targeted questions we'll get from Ben that are really going to be useful for them in developing the plan. Then any additional questions that we have or that, ask the people across the street. By the way, I'll be talking about, I saw the ambulance in your driveway a couple of weeks ago. How'd things go? And I'm letting you know I'll be talking to the chief next week. And you got anything you want to share? I mean, all those things are just helpful as far as being able to formulate what questions you want to ask. But my understanding is our charge is to be looking at Raymond in 10 or 20 years. That's probably the hardest part of this, you know, especially for the older folks, you know, but looking ahead, you know, 10, 20 years and thinking about things like infrastructure and how do you pay for it? And boy, it sounds awful good to have growth pay for growth. How do we do that?
Yeah. I think it's inevitable we will have growth. There's nothing we can really do about it. So yeah, I suggest we get a list of them, reach out and say, you know, here are some options, figure out what would work for most of them and go from there, and for ourselves, and get a couple of us together and pick away at them.
I heard tonight 18,000 was the increase in the population last year, and that actually there was, for the state, and that there was actually none of it came from births, because deaths exceeded births. So they came from elsewhere.
Moving in.
Yes, I think they're all moving into Portland, actually. All right. Great. So I think we've got sort of an action plan on that one. I'm going to move on to the public participation plan, which is all you, Ben and Sam.
Great, thanks. We're going to talk a little bit about kind of review that updated approach to the scope. We're going to talk about the survey, the website, and some more specifics about public outreach, which is a big focus of this group's work over the course of the summer. That's a lot of task 1 items in the scope. And then Sam's going to talk about the inventory chapter work. Actually, that's task 1. The visioning work and the public outreach is task 2. So we'll start with task 2. So I did bring a printout from Kate, who, as I mentioned earlier, is not here this evening. And we had spoken a little bit last week about how to enable this group to basically be the ambassadors, doing a lot of personal outreach. That was one of the things that this group had volunteered to take on as part of a pretty important role in the short term over the course of the summer, and particularly in regard to some of the meetings that road associations and lake associations are going to be having their regular meetings. So we want to be pretty efficient about getting this group ready to start inviting themselves or showing up to these meetings, whether it's as an official agenda item on a regular meeting of a group like that, or if it's just showing up and trying to grab 5 minutes at the beginning or end of a meeting. And the idea here is that this group, using some of the contact info that has been included in the packet tonight, or some of your own personal connections into different groups in the community, would be, number 1, making folks aware that this project is underway, and it's something that they should stay tuned and up to date on. And number 2, at the same time, invite them to provide some of that high-level information that I talked a little bit about a few minutes ago in regard to the department heads. So because we shifted this task 2 work, which is that public outreach work, earlier into the project over the course of the summer, we'd originally envisioned that happening more like late summer, fall kind of time frame. We're going to need to hustle a little bit over the next couple weeks to make sure that number 1, we're prepared for those things that are going to be happening, but also we don't have the kind of information to share with the community that we normally would have if we had a complete set of inventory chapters or a online survey that we could share the results of. So I think from our conversations in the office, it seemed like the goal of this outreach over the summer should be focusing on awareness and that high-level visioning input. So we've got some sample questions that we can go over this evening, or at least give you a flavor of. And we wanted to talk with you, and hopefully before we move on to the other items, we can make some decisions about how best to ask for the information we need from the community, whether it's, handing out business cards with a website link that they can go to fill out things online, or if it's filling out a paper survey, kind of multiple choice or short answers, and then giving it back to members of the committee before you pack up and leave from your attendance at a meeting like this. So there's a number of different ways to think about how to get that information back. So I think the first part is really, what do we want to ask for, and then how do we collect that information? So I had mentioned we had some sample questions, and they're really, as I mentioned, high-level visioning type questions at this point, where we are not, we want to hear from the community early in the process, because we don't have a lot of nuggets and highlights to share with folks. So some of the questions could be, what are the best things about living in Raymond? What are the biggest threats to the quality of life in town? What's the one thing you wish you could see in Raymond or change about the community? How would you describe Raymond? So short answer, broad, high level kind of things that if we can get a few hundred responses, we can start to form a picture of what some of these foundational values are, as well as starting to get a sense of the community's vision. What are the elements of a vision statement going to be? So that's really where we're coming from as far as specific questions. We're probably going to have a little bit more detail when it comes to asking for things from department heads who are in the business of thinking about the community's future every day, versus trying to grab 10 minutes at a meeting of another group, or thinking, if you go to the regular business meeting of the Little League, they might be able to give 10 or 15 minutes, but they've got a lot of other things they need to do. So that will shape the kind of questions and maybe how many questions you could ask. And it's also, I think, going to lead into that second part of it, of how do you collect that information? Are you going to go to a meeting of a lake association or a youth sporting group and hand out papers and pencils and say, all right, fill these forms out, I'll give you 10 minutes and then pass it up when you're done? Or are you going to hand out a business card or something with a QR code or a website that just ask people to fill it out when they get some time? So thinking about it, our preference would be something more like the latter. I think it'd be a little easier for you to not worry about the number of pens and papers and collecting all the sheets that you pass out, but more along the lines of a broad awareness and passing out as many website links as you can, and making it as available to the public as you can at this early stage. So any thoughts on the questions themselves or the approach to the work?
Peter.
Yeah, I'd just say that, Kayla, what was the number of respondents that we got at the election?
Oh, Peter, that was too long ago. Was that not? So I think we had like 900 votes, which meant 300-ish
300 responses.
people. So we had a lot, and that was definitely the one-on-one, the hey, what's going on with all these pom-pom things. I think that, that was engaging. So just on that level at the election, we had a good response.
I'm just thinking that, certainly there's much more in the way of collecting data and thoughts on the public, but that we've already got some of that information.
Mm-hmm.
They were very broad questions, or I guess you'd say high-level questions, basically taken from the state management plan, the questions that they would ask. Growth management plan.
Mm-hmm.
So things like water quality, things like the importance, rate your top 3, and we think we gave them 7 or 8 selections that came off of that growth management plan. that were basically just the chapters, I think.
Yeah, what's most important to you in the next 10 years? And I think the options were municipal services, land use. I'd have to
Housing,
go back.
economy,
Housing.
infrastructure, natural resources.
Thank you.
Very good. So, well, once again, just to throw that in there, I mean, we've got a little bit of work already done there as far as.
Great.
Yeah. My initial thoughts sort of, I'm sorry, John, just a second, is that we have a really good email list of all these associations. We know who some of the players are, whether it's, emailing our Little League and, as you mentioned, I think shooting them out an email saying, here, this is what we're doing, this is the phase we're in, we're starting to collect information. Because I think realistically, while we may be able to personally attend some of these things that are happening, we can't hit them all. So, being able to say, here is some information, these are the questions, would you mind spending, 5 to 10 minutes of your meeting, asking this, and maybe that's a way for us to collect data. Just a thought where we've already done some of that legwork of collecting who are the people in our community.
Do we have time between now and the election in June to get questions ready and a card that we could go to the polls once again, grab them for a couple of minutes? Hey, would you go to this website? And there are a list of questions, and we would love to have you respond to them.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
I mean, it worked the first time.
Sure did.
There's one caveat
John.
with the election.
Oh.
This is only a municipal election. Turnout is not going to be potentially what you saw last November.
No, but 10 people.
It will still be people,
is,
yes.
If we get 100, 150, 200 people, that's 200 people, half of them respond.
You won't get, none will get by. If there's only 100, Frank will talk to every single one of them, so I can see an advantage there. John, I know you had something to add.
It seems like we had success with the SurveyMonkey tool. It was probably something more new age since that was used in the last decade. But with North Star's input, it seems like the opportunity, whether it's a road association meeting, lake association meeting, all of which usually have June dates on them, is all you need would be 4 minutes at that meeting to present the idea that here's this little card that has the website with the SurveyMonkey survey on it. 12 minutes to get through it. When you visit that site, and that would just give us the opportunity, with North Star's help, perhaps to really get that get the depth of information we might well be after, as opposed to a more cursory or shallower or shorter interview experience. So that's my 2 cents. I think that tool was really pretty effective and efficient, and lets you get a little deeper than trying to present a lot of detail in person at a given meeting.
I think the best we can do at the in-person meetings is be a face at that point to the people that we're speaking with. To engage them and to understand the context of what they see their important pieces of information to be. So I think this a SurveyMonkey, a card that gets them to a SurveyMonkey, is going to give us the metrics that we need to help. But our presence is what's going to set the tone for the rest of this, and whether they're going to engage with us again and feel like they were heard when they said, my most important thing for Raymond is water quality, or and let's look at the school water. And they're going to talk about the hot issues right now, and so we might not see some of these more deeper structured topics that we're talking about now. And so I think we've just got to be prepared as the voice of the committee for that too, because I think we're going to be fielding as well as conversing.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Danielle, that it's that certainly the in-person, even if it's 4 or 5 minutes, is going to put a face on this committee, and that's half the battle as far as gaining trust and support of the community. Certainly, we also need to use tools that'll let us tap a general consensus as best we can. But my guess is that the goal is that this would be done, all be completed by the end of the summer or early autumn. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a task to try and get out individually to a lot of different organizations based on when they're available and how much time that they're going to allow us to have and the like. So it really is going to require a certain amount of flexibility on the committee's part to be able to someone to be able to go there and just present that face. Understand that we're doing our best to try and get the sense of what the town wants, and if we're successful and we get 10% of the town to give us that information, I guess we'd consider that ourselves as successful, given the busy nature of everybody's lives.
So what I'm hearing is I think we should put together some questions that can be done electronically and get a link for that. I'm also hearing that we should probably reach out to as many of these organizations as we can and say, when's your next meeting? Because in order for us to determine, if what we can go to physically or try to be a presence, that we need to know when these are. So I think that seems to be a task that we should be doing, now.
So
I mean, it was a pretty lengthy list of contacts. Maybe we need to just break it down into equal parts and say, assign them to individuals so that we can all kind of start chipping away and trying to make contact with who we can.
Well, I think also there are a fair amount of individual businesses and individuals on there. So, they may not necessarily have a meeting. So I think we should.
Well, it could be inviting them to a meeting, even maybe like a Zoom session or something like that, where you could get a group of people who may not otherwise be together to come together in this certain
I think
setting.
sort of for business owners, we could be shooting out that email with the survey link. For associations, we'd be saying, when's your next meeting? This is who we are. When's your next meeting? We'd like to be involved, or at least put forth some questions, and here's why. And other, of those kind of organizations, not just the associations.
And I hesitate to offer up a form letter because I think those are easy to ignore. But I think if we have something structured that goes out, we don't necessarily have to be reinventing a new communication for each individual contact on the list.
So would it be reasonable, if we're not going to be necessarily in the Roadrunner soliciting any additional pictures right now, could we just replace that with, if we could come up with 4 or 5 road associations, clean water associations, recreation associations, that sort of thing, and kind of just use those as general topics, and in the ad just announce, we are the Comprehensive Plan Committee and we are looking for your input. And that'd be a way to get it out as well. I mean, we do have that option with the Roadrunner, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, just you don't know what those ads will do, except we got quite a few pictures.
And they do go in every home, so, right.
So that might be another approach to getting it out there. I would tell you, taking a list individually and just making some calls or whatever. I've always found, if nothing else, that's a way of marketing yourself. I mean, you want to know who we are. With the Comprehensive Plan Committee, we'd like 2 minutes of your time to find out where you think the future of Raymond's going. Click. Next
The
one.
Roadrunner might take a little bit of explanation for a second here, and that's once a month we have a 2-page spread in the Wyndham Eagle, and the Wyndham Eagle is sent to every household in Raymond.
Yep.
And by we, I mean the town, and the town has said that the comprehensive plan can put stuff.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that is a great tool, and it's a great way for broad kind of awareness. We have access to MailChimp. It's a email service. So with this group and the town's permission, some of these emails we could put into that system for newsletter purposes, or just, hey, make sure you come to the meeting next week. Those kinds of reminders and updates as part of our normal communication and building a list of stakeholders. We also use online polling services. It might require a little more coordination with the town. We have spoken with the person in charge of the website. Kate's been coordinating a little bit to get that going. It is not.
He has his end ready. He told me just before the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Our end is not ready, so that is still in process. But having a QR code or a link on that page that would take you to a survey. I'm not sure, again, maybe the town already has a subscription to something like SurveyMonkey.
I don't believe so, but I think we have.
We can make QR codes, if I recollect.
We can
correctly.
make QR codes, yes.
Right. So, whether it's the town doing that or whether it's us doing that, and, we'll need to coordinate on that. But I think our vision here, at least on our end, is that through some broad awareness in print and through some email marketing, we could get a pretty good response, or at least awareness of an online survey tool that people could go to and fill out. And I think I did hear someone say, maybe that would allow us to go beyond kind of the 4 basic high-level questions and ask for a little more detail. If people, don't need to stand there over someone's shoulder while they fill something out on paper, they can fill it out on their own time, maybe a few days even after they first hear of it. So to the extent that this group has the results from prior polling work, we'd love to incorporate those, see what kind of questions have been asked. Maybe we want to ask the same questions again and build on that, or maybe it's depending on if it was a really good response rate. We don't want to ask the same people the same questions over and over, but maybe we can just knowing what the responses and questions were, we can make some decisions around that.
It was basically one question, pick your top 3 priorities.
Perfect.
And
But
we had,
in 2014, there was the community survey.
oh, right, so.
That's online.
So we also, this would be in addition to a more very in-depth survey, or this would be that.
This, at this early stage, would probably not be a very in-depth survey. It might be more than what do you like and what's your favorite place kind of thing. But we don't have a lot at this point like we'll have in the fall for people to react to. Like say, hey, here's what we've learned about where housing's happening, how much is being built. Here's what we've learned about open space in town. What do you think about that? I think at least from our perspective, we don't know those things yet. Maybe you all have a sense of certain aspects of those. So that's why we're coming at this more from trying to really articulate what are those like underlying values and longer term vision kind of questions, as opposed to this is what's happening. Is that good or not good? Or do you want to see more of this and less of this, or vice versa?
So Ben, if I understand what you're saying, and I think I do, it's that the higher level questions, the broader questions that we will get earlier on, that is really what's necessary to formulate a vision statement.
Correct.
It's not really in the detail. In the detail is in the chapters and the like.
Right. So the stage of the work that we're in at this point is in task 1 and 2 is really the broader, more foundational vision. And once we have a sense of where the community wants to be going in the next 15 or 20 years, we can start to look at the specific policies and strategies to start moving in that direction. So things like impact fees are a strategy that you could use to incentivize housing in certain locations and disincentivize it in others. It's a strategy you can use to fund capital expenses as part of a capital improvement plan. But there's lots of other tools too. So, I didn't want to jump in too early on the impact fee discussion, but where I see this group is really more of like, we're at the beginning of a project that's going to be about another year and a half, and we need to do the work that it's going to take to understand existing conditions and what are the trends around all those inventory chapters that I know you're somewhat familiar with, and then articulate a vision statement that people can react to and say, yeah, that's Raymond, or no, you didn't quite hit the mark with this part of it, let's talk about this. And then once we get a vision statement, we can start to think about what that means for future land use. And essentially, the future land use plan is that vision statement on a map. It's starting to, when we talk about open space and economy, this is what it means for this part of town, this is what it means for the other part of town. And we're going to have strategies and policies recommended to start helping make those things happen. So to me, when we talk about things like impact fees or zoning or those kinds of things, those are ways to implement or make progress toward a vision where, Sam and I are still kind of back at the beginning where we're like, what is the vision? Like, we know there's a vision statement in the current plan. Does that still ring true for folks? What parts of that need to be updated? And once we get a sense of that, we can talk about some of those other things that may have changed in that intervening time. I think I mentioned at a meeting or so ago, the vision statement and the values might not be very different than they were the last time the town went through this process, but a lot has changed in town, and a lot has changed around the town that have impacts on how the town might want to approach the challenges and opportunities that it's going to be facing. So I guess this is a long way of saying we are still, I think, at this phase where we need to have some more of those foundational, broad kind of perspectives that'll help inform the vision and the specific recommendations going forward that we'll get to, in the fall and next winter.
Maybe so are all these discussions then just based off of what our old vision statement is and extracting the big pictures from those, and we develop our questions around those and say, does this still ring true? Is it that simple, or are we?
Well, our vision statement, I took a little look at ours versus maybe others. So our 2004 vision statement to me was just a little different. It was more, I can actually summarize it, hold on. It had such things as every inhabitant of the town of Raymond deserves and should be afforded privacy, the right to peace and well-being, security, education, and an unspoiled environment, public safety, and guaranteed democratic freedom. When I looked at Gray's vision statement, they, of course that's updated, had things like, we want to maintain the small town feel. It was more based on, in my mind, their core values with an action plan in a way, where ours were more focused just on a complete ideology. Another example was of our vision statement from 2004 is we seek a fair and just community where all citizens have equal rights, where people want to raise families, where children can receive an excellent education and so forth. So to me, that's a lot different. To me, that's saying, we want a blissful community. But to me, it doesn't have sort of any action item to back that up. Like, we want to keep this, community by doing this. Where I thought Gray's differed. It seemed to encompass the same things we're saying, but with an action behind it. So I think our vision statement from 2004 was a bit different than probably something we may be looking to do moving forward.
Well, it seems too with these beginning conversations that it's more of a setting the stage as this is the beginning of a conversation. you know, share with us now and we'll share with you later. You can share with it. You know, it's the beginning of a conversation, not, you know, just a one-time fill it out and we're good with that, you know, that when we have more information that will guide further discussion topics as we get further through the process.
So my reaction to the vision statement is there are some values there, and those are things that you can build a vision on. But my hope is we'll be able to start to identify in the vision things that are unique about Raymond. What does it mean for certain places in town? I think one of the things in that great plan I worked on the great plan was a tour through Gray in the future. So if you go back, what are the parts of town that are going to look very similar to the way they do now? What are the places that are going to be different, and how are they different? And then you can start to, you know, think about what kind of policies and things that you would need to do to start making those things happen, whether it's focusing change or focusing, you know, there are things you need to do if you want to keep things the same. You can't just leave them alone. So thinking about those kinds of things is, I think, what's going to get to some of those really good implementation strategies. And, you know, what can the town manager do to make this happen? What can the select board do? What can the planning board do? As opposed to, you know, if you just identify values and don't go much further, to your point, it's kind of like, okay, now what? You know, how do we make this happen?
That's what I saw. I mean, I was just like, okay, that's great, but what?
Yeah, it's
like what comes now?
Yes, you have to have those things in the mix, and they, again, are part of. You know, I often talk about values and visions. It's like, you know, what are those core things that you know, kind of allow Raymond to be Raymond. You know, it wouldn't be Raymond if it didn't have certain places or people didn't treat each other a certain way. So that's all part of it.
And Ben, to your point about as far as things have changed since 2004, and the expectation, and I think the anticipation that we'll have when we start getting feedback from the community, as I recall from memory, having read that 2004 mission statement, as an example, the word sustainability wasn't used once. You know, what do you think the chances are we're going to poll this community in this day and age, and there's not going to be someone saying something about sustainability? So so it really isn't just taking what was, you know, and reproducing it, but taking those elements that do have value, that still have value. And my sense is, it's really, we've already polled ourselves, Ben. So before we did the election thing, we polled the committee on each of our 3 top priorities of the 7 or 8 as they were. So we got a fairly good sense of where this committee was coming from. It was pretty consistent as far as what we ranked, at least as the number 1 or number 2.
I think it's worth looking at the vision statement in conjunction with what that list is, because the list that we voted on, to me, doesn't necessarily reflect it. To a certain extent, it can reflect some core values, but it's also structured categories.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
like
you know, it doesn't have the heart. This doesn't necessarily have the heart.
It came from
of
a state
yeah.
document. I mean, those questions basically
Yeah.
came from the growth management.
Yeah. So I think joining of those two. A blending of those two. That's it. Yeah.
I agree with that. This may be hopefully not out of order, but I was going to ask this before when we were talking with Ben about the impact fees. Just for the record, unless it has escaped me somehow in emails and the like, North Star has signed a contract with the town of Raymond, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Everybody knows that. We assumed it, but I don't think I received anything that officially told me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did get a copy of it. I should have sent it out to you.
Oh,
I'll send
okay.
it out tomorrow.
That's fine. It's just
So
information.
that's happened in the last week or
Yeah,
10
week or
days
so,
or
yeah.
so. So we are talking about things that we've started to do, like the website, that aren't done yet. So there's we are now in this pool with both feet and getting going, but we are still not too far out of the starting blocks, I guess. So one of the things that I also want to do before we leave this task 1 discussion too much is to related to stakeholders. We have a long list of businesses and a long list of associations in the packet tonight, but I'll send something over, and maybe this could be homework before the next meeting. If you could think of, often at this early stage of a project like this, we try and think of like, who are the categories of people, the stakeholders to this effort that we want to make sure we hear from, and whether it's school community or certain geographic locations in town, or if it's members of groups that we might not hear too much from in normal planning work, just to start to categorize, like, who are those groups? And then the next stage is, okay, so if we're talking about, youth sports, again, as an example, what are the youth sports organizations? Or if we're talking about recreation, do we have like the snowmobile club or some kind of outing club or lake associations? I know we've got a really good handle on. And then the next level is like, who specifically at each of those organizations? Do we have a name and a name and an email that we can add? So building out what I think what we have to start of here in a more thoughtful way at the beginning is going to be good.
So I think a lot of that actually we kind of already have in a way. On our April 5th packet has sort of a list where it says residents and property owners, business owners, and it has some associations, Raymond Food Pantry and Raymond Casco Historical Society, PTO, Age Friendly, Raymond's Line Club, and some have at least a website, but I'm sure we can find some email addresses. So I think we just need to complete the list.
Right. So we can build on that and kind of like flesh that out. I think by the time we come back for our next meeting, our hope is this is going to grow. We're going to like keep adding names to this list, and we're going to keep hearing from more people through the course of the whole project. But as we get started, it would be good to have like that thoughtful exercise of who needs to have some seat at the table at a certain portion, whether they're just kind of getting email updates, or whether someone needs to go out and talk to the snowmobile club, or someone needs to go talk to the principal of the middle school to make sure that we have a sense of what's going on and they know what this group is up to. So that stakeholder identification is part of like the broader, and this is my last thing on this item, is a public participation plan. The website is part of the public participation plan. The survey is part of the public participation plan. We're going to provide a draft document that incorporates how we want to reach out to folks at each stage of this project, so that we have a sense of when the big meetings are going to be, when email newsletters might go out, when surveys would happen, so that we can kind of like map out the work at this stage, knowing that we can update it later if we need to, or if we find that the last email survey didn't work as well as we thought, we can go back to the drawing board and come up with an alternative. But I think that it would be a good exercise as well, not only to think about who, but how. And that's really what that document would start to lay out, and we can update it for discussion at the next meeting.
Ben, I'm just curious, as far as stakeholders and/or department head interviews, how do we handle a situation with a school board that's basically shared in two communities. Is it normal to sit down with the whole board, or it's just with the members from the community on the board?
I think you could. There's room to figure that out. I think whatever makes sense. Sometimes you might just have a conversation with the superintendent and say, you know, we want to have a conversation about Raymond's specific issues, and what are the implications of Raymond issues on the district. So you could have that kind of conversation, or it might be a broader, like, conversation with board members. I think either way, an important part of that outreach is making those folks aware that this kind of long-term strategic plan is taking place, because that will also have implications on their work as they think about capacity, bus routes, you know, those kinds of policies.
I would think too at this point in time, since there is, you know, plans for the middle school to join Wyndham and have that in the upcoming future, that it would make sense to look at the broader district at this point, you know, understand the timing and strategies and things that we need to consider when that sort of thing's happening.
And there may be different perspectives coming from a board member in Raymond versus a board member in Wyndham. And
may I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
One of the things the committee liked when we went out and started looking at other websites, other comp plans and whatnot, there was a video that had been done, what is a comp plan? And I don't recall if that was one that you had been involved in. And
it is.
It was the Gray website.
It was the Gray website.
That's right, it was the Gray website.
Had the cute little figures in it.
And in thinking about what you said about the broadness of the questions to begin with, and possibly having a business card with a QR code, it seems like it would be pretty cool to have two QR codes. One that would take them to what is a comp plan, and another that would take them to the broader questions we want to ask. So that, because a lot of people don't know what a comprehensive plan is. Even some of the committee members, before signing up, weren't sure what on earth they were setting up for.
I still don't know.
Yeah. So I think that might be valuable to go out.
Got it.
Yeah, I think there was actually in the Gray website was just like a minute and a half. It was a stick figure along with pictures, and basically just like a slideshow saying what is a comp plan, that sort of a thing. And there was a link then to a survey.
Yeah, we really like that. I think instead of us trying to articulate it over and over again and mess up, because I think we're still a little like, what is it?
Yeah.
And I have a lot of pictures that I've collected for the committee with that, but I've also got pictures that I've collected for the town report. So if you needed pictures of Raymond, I can supply.
Got it.
And we have a pilot in our midst with
Would it be possible to have that video as the first piece of the questionnaire, so that when they click on the link, it takes them there and that plays, so they have an idea of what they're signing up for when they fill out the questionnaires?
It's a good idea.
That's a really good idea. I like it because, you know, you might stop at one, or just as long as it's kept really short, because you don't want to be losing their attention.
Sure.
Yeah, but I think
Like
that's a
it.
great idea, is
Gotcha.
combining it into, if that's possible.
I think there's ways to do that. It's either, you know, you can either do it as, here's the video, now take the survey, or click here for the survey, and then it's like, hey, welcome, you know, here's the video, here's what this is for. Right. So we'll think more about that as we start to pull those things together.
Okay. That's a great idea.
Great. I don't know how much time we had to talk about the vision, outreach plans, or website, but those were the big things I wanted to cover, essentially to kind of set the stage, let you know there's a little homework coming in the next week or so that hopefully you have time to engage with before the next meeting as we try and catch up with the train that's already rolling. Thanks.
Yeah.
Then the next thing was the inventory chapter work. That's concurrent with that. Sam, do you want to say a few things?
So, the inventory chapters are the most substantial part of the plan, and it's really the looking back part to see how Raymond has changed over time. And chapters deal with transportation, housing, natural resources, water resources. There's 13 of them, and for each chapter you're required to answer a series of state questions required in the Growth Management Act. So this section of the plan is going to be where we probably are going to lean on committee members and local knowledge the most, especially on questions that we are unable to answer from state data packs. So I don't know if anybody has had the chance to review the plan from 2004, but it seems like, as I'm hearing discussion today, that a lot of issues brought up in that plan could still be relevant today, especially pertaining to like water quality from aging septic, and now with climate change impacts, that's going to be even more of a problem. High cost of housing, aging population, also struggling to direct growth away from rural areas was a key issue brought up as well. So with this section of the plan, what we're wondering is whether the committee would prefer to receive a couple of chapters at a time and go through them at meetings all together, or if we should send them the chapters all at once and you guys review them on your own time and then email us comments and we'll incorporate those comments. So I guess two questions in that is like whether you prefer to go through these in batches, so 2 or 3 at a time. And then the second question is whether you prefer to go through chapters at regularly scheduled meetings, or if you prefer to review them on your own and then give us comments as you go through them.
What would you say the time frame, an ideal time frame to get them all kind of done? Would you say it's kind of by the end of the summer? Because if that was the case, then we would have to move a little more quickly, maybe a couple each meeting, as opposed to, obviously you didn't say one meeting, but that would take us a year, for example.
Yeah, we had blocked off 6 months to complete all the inventory chapters, and that kind of works out, to be about a couple a month, which on that schedule, what's that come out to? I think it's around August, maybe September. I was looking at that.
The original scope was August. That did imply a March start date for the inventory work. So I guess with that in mind, it could be more like September or October.
So, we are going to make regular, steady progress on these chapters over the coming months. And I think part of Sam's question, what I heard anyway, was, will there be enough time during the regularly scheduled once a month 2-hour sessions to review a couple chapters? If we, even as a group, if we took about a half hour for each chapter and you're doing 2 a month, that's like half your meeting time. And is that going to be like how this group moves the effort ahead? In some places that is what people want to do. They really want to roll up their sleeves and engage with the chapters. And in other places, it's more of a just give us the highlights and tell us what the key findings are, as opposed to like getting into the editorial kind of like aspects of it, I guess.
So obviously we realize you are just getting your feet under you with starting with this. So based on this, just out of curiosity, would you have 1 to 2 chapters for us to start on by next meeting?
That's the plan. Is that now that we are fully engaged, that we would be ready to start sharing chapters with the group in June.
So the timeline really is that if we were to get started at the next meeting, we've got 5 regular meetings between now and the end of October. So as far as, reasonably speaking, even if we did 2 every meeting.
Still tight.
We're still, I believe you said there were 13 chapters. So we'd still be probably a month's worth of work still left to go anyway. I'm just trying to formulate in my head.
Yeah, I mean,
2 chapters.
did that 13 include marine resources? Or, like, there might be a chapter or 2 on that state checklist that doesn't apply to Raymond.
I think it is 13.
Okay.
Chapters with marine resources.
We would be doing 3 a month.
Yeah. So, that kind of review is what we typically do and what we would recommend here, and you can let me know if this fits, is put these together primarily for completeness and making sure that they're factually correct. Like, those are our 2 main objectives with these chapters as a first draft. And we would draft these up based on existing data from the state that comes from the state data packet that pulls from a number of sources like we talked about last meeting. And then we would send them to the town to kind of update, truth check, that kind of thing. And then we would convert those into a PDF document that we could share with the committee, and you can comment on those documents as a first draft.
Do I understand, Ben, you said that your process is that the first draft goes to the town? You mean town government?
Correct. So to Chris and Don and Sue and relevant departments to make sure that our numbers from the state on timber harvesting or TIF districts or whatever else are going to be factually correct, and that they're complete from the standpoint of, have we accounted for all of the information that needs to be in here. Classic example, the one that requires the most coordination with the town is public facilities and services, because that info doesn't exist at a state or federal level. Like, how big is the library? How many trucks are in the fire station? That kind of thing. So making sure that information is complete and accurate is the goal. And then once that threshold has been checked off, it can go to this group to say, well, why didn't you ask about the wildlife refuge, or your inventory doesn't include anything about this? Go back and make sure that the next version includes this other data, or make sure you include things
And we can use the checklist as far as completeness goes for the chapters?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm hearing is, like, let's say, I'm just trying to think this through. It's going to go to town staff first, then we're going to get it. I think if we were to realistically then discuss it in a meeting and try to get through 2 or 3 chapters a meeting to stay on pace, we'd need it also in advance. Well enough in advance of our meeting to have the time to look that over, formulate thoughts, so we can come to the table with those already in hand. Right? I'm thinking of this process correctly. Okay.
If we have them, say a few of them done, and have those in your packets along with the agenda, and have that go out a week before the meeting, that would give you a week to go through them.
I think that'd be adequate.
I do too. I feel
That
like.
should work.
Sorry, John.
Agree that we should be able to do that. 7 to 9 pages per chapter, roughly. I mean, and some are denser, but I think the fact that it would have already been vetted by town staff gives us a good reason to not take a terribly long amount of time.
Yeah, I would agree with
Right.
that. I think that the process is kind of the 99% of it. I'm sure is going to be accurate. I mean, it goes to the town basically to see if there's some glaring typo or something that just is not accurate. But what I do worry about is, and that's why I asked about the town, is that does insert another party as far as the overall timeline is concerned. If there's a department head that's the only person that has that information happens to be at a fishing camp for a week, that's a problem. And so that's why I was just asking. It goes to town first. It does make sense that the fact checks take place. But I agree with John. I think that for the most part, we can be pretty assured that the information in there is going to be accurate. I guess that the question I'd have is if it embedded in those chapters is there's something that any of us feel is a philosophy that doesn't reflect the values of the town or the goals of the town from the committee perspective.
Yeah, I guess for me, we would be looking at, are we missing something? Or is there something in here we just don't think, belongs? So I think if we're not spending our time fact-checking numbers, which takes time, and we're looking at the content as a whole, I don't think it's unreasonable if we have the materials a week in advance for us to do that in meetings.
Shouldn't be a problem. And we have the right to extend the meeting if we need to.
That's
by vote.
correct.
So my life is schedules. And I'm looking at, the next meeting is June 7th. And we would be sending it out, the packet out, instead of on the Friday before, the Wednesday before, to the committee. So that implies that it would need to go from you to the town and then back to you, so you could put it in whatever format or incorporate our changes potentially. You'd probably need a week to do that.
Yeah.
So that puts us back to the 24th.
Yeah.
So the town's going to take probably a couple of weeks realistically to go through, to be able to put it in perspective of, we aren't just sitting there wondering what to do with ourselves. And we'll have to work it in amongst other obligations, and depending on which chapters you're doing, it could take a while to get through all the information to make sure it's correct, and in particular Public Works.
Are there ones that are way
and
easier
whatnot.
that we could start with to get the ball, to get the train on the tracks?
Yeah.
Like there must be ones that don't involve as much legwork on the town's part to sort of get the process going.
Yeah, because we'd be looking at, if we could get things by the 10th, we could get it back to you by the 24th, and then you would have it ready for the 31st for me to send it out to the committee.
Right. So for this first month, it's going to be pretty tight.
Yeah, that's.
But do you have thoughts, Sam, on chapters that might be a little bit, like Kayla was saying, either a little more straightforward or a little less burdensome for review?
Yeah, I think probably the historic resources chapter. That's usually a shorter one. Wouldn't really require a lot. Probably wouldn't even require a town second set of eyes from the town on that one.
Yeah, it's history.
Yeah, just Frank.
Well, natural resources would be state data coming down. The town's not going to change the lines on the aquifer map for the wetlands.
Yeah.
Maybe Chris would have some input on that, but it seems like that would be a good one for us all to start with. History, as you said, Sam, history and natural resources. That's really the kind of couple of the founding aspects of the plan that probably will guide a fair amount of the remaining chapters. So that might be a good one to start with. Would be my suggestion.
I don't know how you do this on your own. I'm sure you have a great, business model and stuff, but I mean, obviously you could be sending these chapters as you're ready to the town, and we take them up when we're ready to take them up. So it's not every month like, oh, we're working on this really tight timeline.
The ball rolling.
Like,
Right.
just get it going. Yeah.
I think what I'd like to do is send an overall breakdown of which chapters in which month as kind of like the blueprint for how we're going to approach this, because like Sam had said and like John had chimed in, there's certain chapters that are going to be less intensive than other chapters. Fiscal capacity is one that comes to my mind, where it's just pulling numbers out of the town report and understanding borrowing and those kinds of things. So there are chapters, and actually natural resources might be one that takes a little while to pull things together. It is all state data, and it probably hasn't changed a lot. You know, the wetlands are where the wetlands are. The deer yards haven't been remapped in quite a long time. So some of that information, even though it's readily available, just might need to come from other sources. So we can send a schedule or a proposed order in which the chapters are coming to this group. And I think it would be a good thing, you know, maybe a month or two in, to say, you know, how is this working? You know, are we getting bogged down at these meetings? Do we need to have like a couple special meetings, or is there going to be a subcommittee or something like that? But I think that if it's just a couple, if it, you know, turns into 3 or 4 a month, that might be a different story. But if it's just a couple a month, and they've already had kind of a pre-check or certification from the town, from the standpoint of like, these numbers make sense to us, then that will leave, I think, the committee a little more free to say, you know, what are the big questions we need? What is this telling us, or what are the highlights? Rather than worrying about, you know, is this chart formatted properly, or are these the right numbers from the timber harvest in 2017? You know, that kind of stuff.
I wanted to ask if we were doing 3 to meet the timeline as co-chairs, did you have, I don't know, looking forward and stuff, obviously there's always going to be stuff on the agenda, but would that allow us still enough time to do a couple of other things in the meeting without just focusing strictly on those 3 topics? And even if we want to just focus on those 3 topics, I just want to know if like you have plans, you know, specific plans for this, or if like we spent the whole summer on just this and just kind of knocked it out, if that kind of also kind of frees you up from not trying to find things upon the agenda, but allows the agenda to be a little more straightforward. Like this is what we're doing tonight. We don't have to like go outside the agenda except to look at these specific items.
I think with plans for community outreach and trying to collect information from our community, we are going to have other things inherently that we need to talk about, collect our thoughts and talk through and make sure we're all sort of on par for what it is we're trying to get done. Sort of from here on out, the agenda setting is sort of a collaboration between North Star and sort of what, as a committee, we would like to make sure that we're working on moving forward. So I think that we would have, I'm assuming we're going to have more than just these chapters at our meetings. Peter?
Mr. Kill, I would agree that it's a situation where from my perspective, it's how soon in advance of the meeting I can get the draft. You know, if we all get it in a reasonable amount of time prior to the meeting to review it, this group is pretty capable, I would think, of expediting things, bringing, you know, what your concerns were, or, you know, in some cases just a stamp of approval and it's good to go. But to me, it really just comes down to, you know, how far in advance I can get to look at the document. Understanding my time's a little freer than a lot of the people sitting around this table.
I typically need a few minutes to process something. I'm not really good at reading something and formulating very good thoughts after. I need a few minutes to like collect myself personally. So that having that time beforehand.
I just read this stuff and then I ask Greg.
There we go. I've always got an opinion.
So, I mean, we would have other things, yes, on our agenda, I would presume.
Okay.
Let's try it next month.
But I think what's important and checking in on that process and saying, is this working for us? Are we still meeting our other goals and objectives while doing this at the same time? And is this, you know, but without getting, I would say a month or two under our belt with doing this, we're not going to know, because they're going to hit us with easy chapters.
Yes.
At first, and we're going to think, this is so easy. We've got this, you know, and then we're going to have big chapters that may be more challenging. But maybe, you know, just like you don't want all of the harder kids all in one class. Hopefully the way you design our timeline is so that we maybe have a hard and an easy or something. So it's not so.
And what would be helpful, as well as maybe looking at that data from the survey we did at the election, is, I mean, there's an excellent document, I don't know if you ran across it, not only, as Sue had mentioned, there was a 2014 rather expensive community survey that was done. I know that's a decade ago, but it was very comprehensive, done by a firm out of Portland. And also that what we have is compliments to the 2010 implementation committee for the 2004 comprehensive plan, which is the plan we're currently working with. There's a matrix in there that's very detailed, saying, you know, what was they labeled what's a high priority for the community, what's a medium priority, what's a low priority, and then what's contained in that is outcomes. In other words, what was implemented, what wasn't implemented. It's all contained in that document. So, you know, I mean, reading it, it opened my eyes a little bit to, you know, oh, well.
You'll find those documents on raymondmaine.org.
Okay.
The comprehensive plan, if you click on the comprehensive plan logo on the front page, and then documents on that.
Okay. Yeah, great. I was actually wondering about that, about what has been implemented from the action strategies from the
My understanding that there were 6 high priority areas identified in 2004 that were not implemented as of 2010. I don't know if that's a lot or a little, but the committee did a great job. The implementation committee did
keeping track of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
And I kind of assume, too, that if you gave the town 2 or 3 chapters, and one of them took longer, we just simply wouldn't give that to the committee yet.
That could very well be. Yeah. You know, I think the conversations that you're going to be having with people in town this summer about the future and looking ahead are going to be really interesting, and I hope that they're rewarding. This work, like Sam said, is looking back. It's kind of like an existing conditions. It's how we got to where we are, kind of things, and it's really more of I describe it as it's a big research project, a book report style, like listing of facts and figures and maps. So you know, I think you're gonna find, I hope you'll find that there's not a lot to, you know, as long as the numbers are right and, you know, we can pick out some relevant highlights together. What are the important aspects of these things? That's really where the work is. I think when we start talking about philosophy and recommendations and those kinds of things, we start with the inventory chapters, and then we like, hey, what does this mean for the future? Like, this is what's happened. Should it continue, or do we need to try and mitigate or do something differently?
So Ben, the analysis that you guys do isn't included in the chapters. The chapters is more the detail, and then later on in the plan, it's you would analyze the data and then strategies for implementation.
So a good example is the population and demographics chapter. There is some analysis of census data. So we'll go to these primary sources from the state and from the federal government about who lives here, how long they've lived here, education and income, and you can compare that to past, and so you can see how it's changed over time. So that level of analysis is again kind of comparing facts with facts and just trying to identify trends is the level of analysis. There's often a population projection included. So based on historical data, and based on building permit data, here's a few projections of what the population might look like 10, 20 years from now. But it doesn't get into, what should we do about that? Or is that a good thing? It's just kind of laying this out and kind of setting the stage for those good conversations in the fall, in the winter.
So the schools have a lot of that data as far as...
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a school projection that would be a useful part of that chapter in particular. The chapter that Sam had mentioned is like historic and archaeological resources. Again, there are certain identified resources that are known locations, and we talk a little bit about pre-European history and colonial history and maybe a little more recent history. But again, it's not a lot of judgments or implications. It's kind of like setting the stage so that when we put all of these chapters together at the end, we can start to get a picture of the town, tell a story to folks later this fall, and get some reactions to that.
Sure. The historical thing, I mean, we had our own in-house historian here, Ernie, for many years, and so that chapter is very little, in my opinion, that needs to be rewritten. It's history, so it's primarily done. But
yeah.
I did note that recently it was voted in the Portland Charter that there be a land acknowledgement, so that'd be something that probably we would want to include in our history.
That we talked about things that are topics and conversations that weren't part of past planning efforts. There's a lot of communities that are having those conversations today.
For a number of years, I was involved with inspections and certifications of hospitals, and what I can tell you is what the reviewers would say to me every time when I would ask them, what should I prepare for, and they would tell me, well, read the headlines in the papers for the last 3 months. And if there's something in the headlines about a hospital in Florida that took a leg off by accident, you should be sure that all your policies and procedures reflect that you have an identification process. So, and that always served me well. So.
Yeah, for what it's worth, in 2004, when I don't know if you remember Bob Fonts, he was the town planner. And he had a map of the town of Raymond, and I think what he put on it were just the homes where they were on the road map. And then he made a projection of what the number of houses would be by road on another map. I don't know whatever happened to that, and I don't remember how far ahead he was projecting how many houses would be in the town. But it'd be interesting to see that, how accurate his projection was. Remember thinking of it back then, it seemed pretty reasonable. And I even remember, I think it was your mom, John, that looked at that and said, gee, that doesn't look so bad. But do you remember that?
Wow. I do remember that map. And as I recall, we called it the measles map.
Yeah,
it was
probably did.
Red dots. And he walked it forward from the first USGS map, and before that, even in the late 1700s, I think. Right up to current data, and then forward in time to perhaps where we are now. So a great point, Greg, and we should dig that up for.
Yes.
I don't know where it would be.
It's in that 2010 document on the implementation committee.
Implementation.
All those GIS maps are there.
Yeah,
that one's there.
Yeah.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at that. I've seen those. I haven't seen Raymond's, but I do know Bob's work in other communities. I had a chance to work with him on a project in the Mid-Coast several years ago when I was just getting started. And Wyndham did a similar series of maps based on that concept of showing a history of growth over time. And it's really neat when you get to the present day, and you do some of those projections, and you're like, hey, we got to put 300 more dots on this map. Where are they going to go? Or 500 more dots? Or it's a really compelling exercise. That progression. Really, you can see people's eyes open up, like, oh my gosh, like how much has changed over the years. You know, the change that takes decades and decades is right in front of you. It's pretty interesting.
I see online we have them up. We have 2001 buildings in Raymond, Maine, but not a projection.
Well, in the
past that,
in the implementation plan.
Yeah,
though.
2010.
It was in that one.
Yeah, and that's in the
Implementation report.
on the documents page from the comprehensive plan.
A lot of beautiful maps there.
We had just real quick a projection in Wyndham. We did a high, medium, and low projection, and the high projection back in 2017 was we need to put, I think it was around 1,200 or 1,500 more dots on the map. And I said, boy, where are we going to put these 1,200 dots? And someone said, Standish. So I was like, okay, well, I'm sure they'll have some dots of their own, but this is, you know, really what we're talking about here.
Didn't say Raymond.
Yeah, they didn't say Raymond. They said Standish.
I don't see it in the document that I posted.
Yes,
however.
I don't say.
No.
Just scrolled. I didn't see it. That's okay. All right. Is that what you had for us tonight?
Yeah, our work will be to think about the schedule of chapters and start getting those produced right away.
Okay.
And my comments about the schedule are just thinking about the logistics of it. The town, the select board, the staff are all completely behind this project and certainly will be working on it. And I know Don would say that were he
Yes.
here. So.
Yep, thanks for that.
It looks like our homework includes compiling a more concrete list with email addresses, if possible, of stakeholders. Okay. Our next meeting date, June 7th of 2023. Sue, just real quick, the website says that it starts at 5:30.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I just wanted
I
you to
will
know.
fix that.
Public comment. I see no public. Is that correct?
I see no public,
Okay.
yes.
All
Not on
right.
Zoom either.
And any of the committee plan members have a comment for this evening?
I think given the discussion around our tight time frame for the summer, it's worthwhile to think about our July meeting, which would be the first week of July, and the day after the 4th of July. I know I won't be present for that meeting. I'll be on vacation.
I'll be away.
And I, you know, if we're trying to get it done in such a tight time frame, we should make sure we have a quorum, or try to think about a possible different date if that is an issue.
So we'll send out an email and see what people's availability are for that date and get an idea of where we be at, and then we can decide if it needs to be moved to a different date.
Yeah. I know for the sake of Sue wanting to get our space on the calendar, we probably want to decide that before the
Yep.
next meeting.
We'll send something out to get that squared away.
Yeah, and right now, the select board is planning not to meet in July. If they can avoid it. So there may be that night available.
Okay.
I didn't even see when does that fall on. You just said it, didn't you?
The 5th is what is currently scheduled. The select board normally would meet on the 11th.
My daughter wouldn't like that. That's her birthday.
Hey, I came in here on my birthday.
Yeah, but that was your birthday. I wouldn't mind putting my birthday in here either, but I think her birthday might be a different question. She might be a little upset with me.
You could bring her.
I could. Oh, that would be a blast.
That would be a
good
We could sing her.
Best
We could
birthday
sing to
present
her.
ever.
Have a cake.
I'll make the cake.
I guess I probably shouldn't say this because this is not a plug for something in Raymond, but today I had one of the best whoopie pies I've ever had. So if you get a chance to go to Kindred Farms and try their margarita whoopie pie, it was really good. And my standards for whoopie pies are high.
Kindred Farms will ruin whoopie pie, every other whoopie pie for you. They are
this met it.
amazing.
Wednesday's
Delicious.
whoopie pie.
It
Yeah.
is. My daughter won not too many weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah. But the margarita one they hit a home run. That's all I can say. So if there's, we bought quite a few, so there might not be any
My
left,
neighbors
but
were-
if there is.
My neighbors return Saturday. I've got to go to Kindred Farms tomorrow to get some whoopie
Get
pies.
more
for
whoopie
them.
pies. Well, if they have margarita flavor, I highly suggest it. All right. Peter.
Yeah, just Sunday Telegram, April 30th. Town challenge state law meant to ease housing crisis.
Yes.
I don't know how many of you got a chance to see this,
I
but
did, yeah.
I'll just quote this one part of it. It was quite an article. It's about LD 2003. And it's just what caught my eye was Don Libby, a member of New Gloucester's Planning and Land Management Boards, said the town is trying to reconcile the mandates of the new law with its comprehensive plan, which includes efforts to increase housing in growth areas and protect water resources. So as this is, I kind of went on the website the other day to see, what rules had decided. I didn't see much of a big change in what the legislature under the rules, and this is implemented July 1st. So just to keep posted, I'm sure the planning board is staying on this, and I know Chris was talking with legal here as well about it.
Where it was legal, last I know.
Yes, well, like I say, I think it was passed and it went to rulemaking, and it's out of rulemaking right now. And so as I read, how they were going to modify it, and there's a couple of other pieces of legislation, as I understand, that is currently out to modify this even further. As we talked about last time, I mean, this is a big home rule state. It's kind of part of the Constitution, I believe. So it's one of those things where we need to stay apprised of these situations, but at the same time, it's kind of like that conflict that we're going to be dealing with, which is, well, we can't stop growth. We want to manage growth. We want to try and direct growth to certain areas in town. I think if you review the 2004 efforts, what 2010 said is we failed at doing that. It just, I think it's important for this committee to keep this on their radar, because I think it's going to have issues down the road. I know that the select board has also received at least one draft proposal for seasonal, not seasonal, bed and breakfast and short-term, I believe that's it, short-term rentals in the town, which my understanding in talking with Chris is something that's every community is dealing with right now, especially those in the Lakes region. But at some point, the planning board's going to have to come up with some sort of proposals for ordinances, and then the town's got to decide where to go with it. My understanding is the proposal that was offered to the select board was pretty radical. They chose not to discuss it at all. There were a lot of people that showed up at that select board meeting that were concerned about it. And so, I mean, if we're taking surveys of the community or whatever, at least generally, my understanding is the select board meeting is attended like this is tonight, but it was full that night. So issues involving that short term, that's also going to have an impact on this, if I understand it. Chris is saying that he's seeing for the first time that individuals from out of state are buying lakefront property and basically converting it into short-term rentals for that purpose. I mean, that's what they're purchasing them for. And how does that impact the lakes? How does that impact parking? This legislation says that you can put another 25 by 28 foot building on any approved lot in the town except in the shorelands. And it's exempt from density, it's exempt from parking. That's
I would imagine that would incentivize even more people to buy a property, because they can throw a couple more units on there and rent them out. And
yeah, I mean, the intention, as I understand it from the governor and from the legislature when they put this in place, was to increase access to affordable housing. Well, it's
I know that there's legal definitions, but I think it's certain. It's to me it seems kind of the definition of reasonable kind of has to do with the annual income of the people who live in the town. So what is affordable? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe we will know in a year or two. But anyway, it's in the news. Keep posted on it, and I'm sure that the planning board is all over it.
We were told to wait to hear from the attorney. That was the last conversation.
All right, July 1st.
All right, if that concludes the comments, I would be looking for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
And all in favor? All right, thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Select Board meeting in the town of Raymond from May 9th. We have a quorum. Minutes of the previous meeting.
Motion to approve?
Second. Discussion, changes, all in favor? Unanimous. Presentation by Sebago Lake Rotary, George Bartlett.
Well, thanks a lot, Joe. By the way, I see you're facing the same problem I am.
What's that?
Sorry.
George.
I've known Joe for more years than I care to remember.
Oh, that's good.
And all of us seem to be facing that same issue. Oh my God, it's just terrible. But anyway,
You are my favorite person now.
You want to run for office?
you want me to work on the rest of them?
Yes.
Oh no. Well, I could go at Lonnie, but I don't think I should. You know, Vicky wouldn't appreciate
These
that.
minutes are going to be fun.
But anyway, the Rotary Club, as you know, for the last 23 years, can you believe it's been 23 years since we've held the Sebago Lake Fishing Derby? And over those years, we've had a lot of ups and downs and ins and outs. But during the whole time, one of the things that's been really constant is the fact that the town of Raymond, Public Works and Nate, and Bruce and the fire department and everyone else has been there to help us if we needed help and to make it work. And do you know that over those last 23 years, between the fishing derby and the polar dip, we have raised over $3 million that we have donated to the charities and the various things we've done.
Great job.
And a lot of that wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for what the town has done to help support us in this and make it work. So we said, what can we give the town? I said, well, you want a plaque? No, they probably got a box full of plaques stuck away under the bench somewhere. So saying, yeah. And then, you know, all the certificates and everything, that stuff. I said, the best thing we can do is just go and thank them in person and tell them how much we appreciate it, and I think that'll be worth more than anything. So that's what we decided to do. We do have a couple letters here, so Sue, there will be a couple pieces of paper for you to put in your file. Perfect. But basically, that's the whole idea of this. So first of all, the Sebago Lake Rotary Club, which years ago was the Wyndham Rotary Club. And what happened is, over the years, as we had Casco and Gray and some of the other towns involved, we changed it to the Sebago Lake Rotary Club, particularly after the Sebago Lake Derby started. That was the main reason. So we are now known as the Sebago Lake Rotary Club. And in our Rotary District of 42 clubs in southern Maine and southern New Hampshire, we are one of the premier clubs, even though there's only 24 members in our club. Because of this derby and all the stuff we do, we're considered one of the premier clubs in the universe. So it really is a great honor. But anyway, the letter reads as follows: to the Town of Raymond Select Board. I'm assuming that's all you people up there. Dear Select Board, as you may be aware, the Sebago Lake Rotary has been holding the Ice Fishing Derby for more than 20 years. This event is our largest fundraiser every year for our Rotary Club. This year, despite the lack of ice, we managed to make it a profitable derby. And by the way, this is only the third year that we've had no ice on Sebago and couldn't actually do it there. But because of all of the other things we've done, we've managed to still hold the Derby and make it happen. No ice on Sebago. We did 20 lakes in Cumberland County this year. So those are some of the things we've done. The Sebago Lake Rotary is a service club that provides support to many worthwhile programs in the region. For the past 2 years, profits from the Derby have gone mainly to Feed the Need program, which supports several food banks in the Sebago Lake area. We have also supported the Wyndham Neighbors Helping Neighbors Fuel Assistance Program, the School Lunch Backpack Program, just to name a few. We are proud to say that this year we received an award from the Secretary of the State of Maine, the 2022 Spirit of America Award, in recognition of all the charitable causes we support. So we're very proud of our work and contribution to the Sebago Lake region. We are also proud of the family fun event that the Derby is and has been in the past. This club's success could not happen without the generous support of the organizations. We are extremely grateful for the support we receive from the town of Raymond, the select board, and all of the town staff who support the Derby. Several who have put time in on the weekends to help support us without getting paid. That's from the Rotary Club itself. And then Robin Mullins from the Chamber of Commerce wanted to be here tonight. She couldn't be here. She has the flu. But the Polar Dip is actually now the Sebago Lake Chamber of Commerce now is the sponsor of the Polar Dip. Years ago, it was Maine Children's Cancer and Shaw's. They backed out 3 or 4 years ago, and so we said, let's have the Sebago Lake Chamber do it, since it's a local organization. So, in her letter, on behalf of the Sebago Lake Region Chamber of Commerce, I would like to thank the town of Raymond for the amazing support you give us during our annual Polar Dip event. Whether it is assessing the thickness of the ice, cutting the hole, or providing EMT and divers for the event, the town always goes above and beyond for this very important event. It is because of your support that we can ensure that our brave jumpers have a fun and safe experience. For that, we are forever thankful and grateful. The Polar Dip is the largest fundraiser that we have for our own Feed the Need campaign in the Chamber. And through this campaign, we donate annually to the 12 food pantries in our region: Casco, Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Standish, and Sebago, Wyndham. Last year, we donated $25,000 to these food pantries, and we'll be making this year's donations as soon as part of our Member Appreciation Week. Once again, we thank you, and we look forward to partnering again in 2024. Let's all start praying for ice now.
Well, George, thanks for taking the time to come here and read those letters. We really appreciate it. And,
Well, and thanks to you guys too for putting it on.
all you do.
Yes.
Well, it's a small group. We're volunteers, but we have a lot of fun doing it, and we enjoy every minute of it.
Thank
Not every minute, most of every minute.
All right, George, go get a haircut now. Okay?
I'll go get a haircut, Joe. I'll meet you at the barber shop.
All right. See you, George. All right. Business license applications. Camp Crescent Cove, formerly Neshoba. And Jason, is it Felg?
Yeah, I believe I misspelled his name, and I apologize for that. And I'm not sure, Jason, how you pronounce your last name.
Yeah, no problem. It's pronounced Fag.
Fag?
Thank you.
All right, so Jason, tell us what you're going to do with Neshoba North. I think it's Neshoba North, isn't it? Or
First and foremost, we changed the name to Camp Crescent Cove. So I guess that's the first thing we did to Neshoba North. But more importantly, we're just looking to continue on the traditions and make improvements all around from the campers' experience and from the property perspective to have it continue on for generations to come. And hopefully my children will be in front of maybe a different select board, but hopefully one day they'll be in front of the select board to apply for a business license as well.
You have any experience in camps?
I've attended, went to sleepaway camp my whole life. I was a counselor at a sleepaway camp for a few years. and then shadowed the owners and operators of Camp Mattapanai on Sebago Lake for a year, who we are extraordinarily friendly with and are also partners along with us in this endeavor.
And you live in New York.
We live in New York.
Home and Reader's Digest, right?
Close nearby, yeah, not too far away from the old Reader's Digest.
Yeah.
And originally started in Florida, so unclear why we continue to move to the cold, but we enjoy it.
Great.
So will you be up here for the summers then, while it's going on?
I will be up there starting tomorrow. I anticipated getting up there today, but some kids' activities took over, and so I'm heading up tomorrow, and then my wife will join in June, and then we'll be there all the way through the season.
Are you full for the summer?
Not full in terms of campers, but from what we inherited to what we are starting with is, not to toot our own horns, is fairly impressive. So we're pretty excited about the opportunity to kind of grow it organically and, you know, allow us to kind of bring on the right personnel, build up a great sort of internal team, and then the external team hopefully comes year after year. But while we're continuing to add campers, we can kind of do that in a natural, proper way and not look to just make it a complete revenue concept.
And I have to ask, why Raymond?
I don't know if it's specifically Raymond as much as it's specifically Maine. My wife and I, when we looked for our own daughters to attend sleepaway camp, where, as I said, they go to Mattapanai on Sebago Lake, we only searched in Maine just because it's a state that we had always wanted to vacation in. And so instead of going to Pennsylvania or New York camps, like most of our town, we wanted to kind of give our kids a different experience to have their camp friends, but also a place that we could vacation. And so when we had the opportunity to, we spent about 3 years looking for camp. And when we found this opportunity, we sort of seen that all the stars aligned, that it was in Maine where we wanted to be. And we love the property.
Okay.
Great. Just so you know, you're going to be my neighbor. You cause any trouble, yeah, I'm going to report you to the select board, all right?
You don't do anything.
The only one that will cause trouble is my wife, and she's not here, so I can say that.
All right.
But we have, just to add, we've also worked with Chief Tupper and the Inspector Jones to kind of get all of that stuff in order, and you know, we have a meeting, I think, with the fire inspector on June 1st, tentatively scheduled. So getting through all of that, which is very important to us.
So technically, you haven't had your fire inspection yet for up there.
That's correct.
Looks like you have a peril already, though.
Yes, we do.
I like it. Hey.
Thank you. When we were there last, we brought some cookies around to the folks that were in town hall and stuff. So when we're up there next time, we're happy to bring some t-shirts for you guys.
No, that's bribery. We'll take the cookies out.
No problem.
With cookies, we can eat the evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Any other questions?
Let's make a motion to approve the business license application of Camp Crescent Cove.
Is that contingent on?
Contingent on the fire marshals. Yeah, sorry, Wayne, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, conditional on the fire inspection.
Yeah.
Is there any other inspections, speaking of which, that have to be done because it is a camp, like because it's kids? So does...
So the Department of Health, if you're asking me, we've been working with Stuart Leckie, who I guess is the most recent appointed Department of Health inspector, and he's going to be coming by also either sort of end of May, early June, and we've addressed some of the items that I guess were found in the previous owner's inspections that we've addressed and are addressing, and we applied through the state of Maine, through the Department of Health, and got the business license, the camp youth license from them, and then Stuart's coming through and going to do his inspection as well.
So, I'm sorry, when is he doing his?
Well, I've spoken to him a lot, and we kind of have just left it that there's no specific date, but it was sometime towards the, you know, latter part of May, earliest part of June. But like I said, I'm going to be up there tomorrow starting, and I'm going to, you know, connect with him and get a specific date on the calendar.
Okay. All right, so I guess
It's contingent
on
on
both those.
both
Yes.
things, licensing and fire inspection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know the licensing with DHS is important too. So
Yeah, we have the license. They've issued us a license.
Oh, okay.
And so they issued us a license for, but we're still working with Stuart to make sure everything's in order.
Great.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Jason, good luck to you.
Thank you so much, guys and girls. Appreciate it. And we will see you all up there soon.
Yep.
And I'm going to go run to do some daddy duty. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chocolate chip.
Take care.
No, anything without chocolate and nuts.
All right. Hang on a second. Let me get to the right spot. Next is City Beer, Wine, and Smoke. Paul Binzik.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pavel Binchek. I'm an attorney with the Bennett Law Firm in Portland. I apologize that I'm on Zoom. I really wanted to make it out to see everybody. Unfortunately, just like the previous gentleman, I've got small children who are having some health issues, so here I am in Gorham. Also on the line with me is Mr. Nilesh Patel, who represents the ownership team for both this license and the next license. So Mr. Patel and his team acquired the outdoor shopping facility at 1223 Roosevelt Trail in Raymond, and they're looking to continue operating that in the way that it has been operated for quite some time, but they're also looking to establish a new business within that shopping center called City Beer, Wine, and Smoke. Mr. Patel and his team basically run dozens of these centers throughout New England, and are very highly experienced at doing it. The intent here is to offer highly localized craft beer, quality wine, and really have access to those types of products here in Raymond, especially for the tourist crowds that come through.
What about the tobacco part of it? The smoke part of it?
Yeah, so tobacco is a part of it, and the intent is to also sell tobacco products.
Just cigarettes or vaping, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, that's a good question. Vaping.
I believe that it's pretty much focused on cigarettes and cigars. There may be some vaping like you would see in a convenience store, but it's not a vaping focused shop. But like you might see in some other places like Portland.
So, Mr. Patel?
Yes, how are you?
Good. You live in Cambridge or New York? Because that's a New York phone number.
Yeah, sorry about that. I never changed the phone number.
Okay.
I grew up in New York, I moved to Boston, and now I'm moving to Portland, Maine, or Raymond, Maine. I'm looking for a house there. About a year and a half ago, I came to Raymond, Maine with my wife and kid. Fell in love with the community, fell in love with Sebago Lake, fell in love with just the environment that I saw that had huge potential and growth and opportunity. So we decided to expand our branches and gear towards Raymond. Now, about a few months back, I acquired purchasing the property in the intent of putting our establishment there, so that way we can have something that we're passionate about. We have the experience for the years that we've been in business and retail, and love to bring something new to the market and something more unique that Raymond hasn't seen yet. We specialize primarily in craft brewery beers. So we represent a lot of local breweries all around New England, and a lot of wineries all around, and premium cigars and vaping tobacco products are primarily counter-based products. They're typical to a convenience store. So the idea is I want to get the establishment open in my property to bring more traffic flow because the property hasn't been in the best shape. So I'm doing my best to not only renovate but change, increase the traffic flow and help out the tenants with my specialty in retail, since everyone's retail in their establishment.
How many locations do you currently have?
So in Boston, we have about 15 stores. In New Hampshire, we have about 3 and expanding. And in New York, my partner, which is Digant Patel, he has about, I think, 40 plus retail stores. So I come from retail background. My business, majority of our businesses are all convenience stores, gas stations, liquor stores, beer and wine stores, and premium cigar stores.
And what hours do you plan on operating?
General hours between 10 to 10. I think, it depends on when the other establishments in the area close. I would probably say between 10 and 9, or 10 and 8, or 10 and 10.
This is Maine. Shuts down at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I know that's why I said a lot of the tenant businesses that are nearby in the shopping center think they operate until only 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So my plan is to be at the same hours, yes.
And where in the shopping center are you locating this business?
Right next to the Beacon Pizza, in the middle, where the bookstore used to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So please don't take offense what I'm going to ask you. There was a bookstore in there, and there was a community pharmacy in there. There's been a lot of things in there. So I guess the question is, what makes this so unique in this area? Because Raymond is small. Raymond, a lot of people, as some people say, they blink and they're going through Raymond. So why this? And also, we're kind of a town where, we're busier in the summer, but we go small in the winter. So to be able to keep that going, and then you've got a variety of stores all around you. So, you want to bring in the Raymond people, you want to bring in the other people. How are you going to be able to do that?
So, long story short, I saw the opportunity on the property about 1.5 years back, and I know retail very well. I know very good marketing. I know what it does. I know what it provides to retail as a whole. And I knew that, after talking to all the tenants, I realized a lot of businesses have been just in the dark, right? So, the signage is not correctly done, or the lighting is not done correctly on the property, or just the property's been neglected. So my goal is to come into the city, bring some light to the property, bring some signage better, more cleaner, better colors, more performance, more traffic. And I know I can do that when I have my own retail stores in it, because then I have a stake into the business, right? Community support is big, and that's why we represent a lot of breweries, local breweries, in which once the license is approved, we will be contacting all the local breweries to represent their beer into the shop and just increase the traffic flow, not only for ourselves, but also for Beacon Pizza that doesn't do good so much in the wintertime, or the meat market that doesn't do great in the wintertime, or even the 302 nutrition shop that doesn't do too good in the wintertime. So I have a lot of stake into this property because I own the property. So my goal is to grow the property and bring it to the value that it deserves, especially because of the location and the potential that has been totally neglected.
Okay, so you're looking at the overall picture and not just, okay.
So the benefit is, if the property improves, that means the traffic flow for all tenants improve. That means I have more long-term tenants that have been there for a very long time, that are sustainable in business, and more so the value overall, the look overall, the growth overall, for everyone grows. I'm not looking to profit from the business. I'm looking to grow the traffic flow for the business, for the property, so that way all the other tenants that have been suffering through the rough times get a little bit more extra touch, right? Because that's really all it is. Family Dollar does good, but I feel like a lot of Family Dollar clientele goes in and out. It's, my side of the area of the property, it's only Beacon Pizza. And if you talk to any of the tenants, they've complained to me from day one, hey, people still don't know that, we're here. So what did I do? I got a permit to increase the pylon sign, put digital sign onto the pylon. I am investing money on all the tenants to take out the board signage, put box LED light signage for all the tenants, bring better lighting to the property, change a little bit of the color, but just basically overall refresh the branding on the property because it's just been so neglected for so long. I've been there now maybe 4 months. I've owned the property 5 months, and I've already fixed the roof situation. My goal is to just continue improving slowly and surely, but it makes me more interested in doing so, especially because if I have my own business there, I'm more responsible versus just typical maintenance and cleaning. So the idea is to overall grow value for each tenant, so that way everyone can stay there longer. Because a lot of these guys a lot of the tenants have been there for a very long time. They're family-owned businesses, and they've suffered a lot. And if you just have a quick conversation with them, they'll all tell you the same thing. It's we have to close early, or we have to close Saturday, Sunday, or Sunday, Monday. Not enough business. Nighttime, the property disappears. There's not enough lighting. All the basics that should have been taken care of by the landlord, which my responsibility is to do so, to take care, and I'll do so as well.
Have you been working with our code enforcement officer?
Yes.
Getting all the right permits for signs and lighting and Alex.
So waiting for. Sorry, go ahead.
Our CEO is here, our code enforcement officer, and he's going to come to the mic. Just want to make sure all the permits are getting done. And
yep, they have a sign permit to replace, like you said, the box signs with a lit type of sign. There's a lot of signage on this parcel, so that's going to be the challenge here, is trying to make all this work. But so far, yep, they've got the permits they need to do what they've done.
Okay.
Great. Wow.
Because we do have a lot of limits on signage, as far as size and okay, great.
And my goal is to have a general contractor that is doing all my, just freshen up the property a little bit. I've been working with Mr. Jones for the fire department to slowly increase all the, fix all the problems that have been neglected, such as he's been mentioning to me about the USPS, being neglected on the fire alarm systems. So I'm working on that to get a contractor for that. I'm doing a test. I have a property test for the fire alarm system being done on May 22. Then also next Tuesday, I'm going in with Mr. Jones to each tenant space and getting inspected. I'm doing everything in my power to make sure I can grow this property and the potential of this property at the maximum capability within the year. I want each and every one of the tenants to successfully be happy. Just in the summer, the HVAC units, they were so neglected. Fix that and a lot of things, just proper maintenance. So, a lot of which I'm throwing my own money in, I'm investing my own money in. I'm not even asking for the tenants putting any money, because I know my job is to bring the property at a prestige space. And then once I get to that level, then everything will be taken care of naturally. All the tenants will be happy naturally. I want to, I want to do better lighting. I want to do so much, but, slowly and surely, because I have very limited budget. I wish I had unlimited funding, but I don't. I already put a lot into the property as it is, but I'm going to be doing a lot more throughout the few months.
So with all the signage and the lighting and stuff like that, are you still keeping it within the looks of rural Maine and not some like
Las Vegas.
I'm not
Yeah, exactly.
changing-
I didn't want to say
I'm not
Vegas
changing-
Strip.
I'm not changing the infrastructure at all. All I'm doing is making it more amplified, right? So the color will stay the same, but I'm doing better lighting on the colors, right? The roof structure is the same. The overall look is going to be the same. It's just going to be freshened up. You know, a lot of the basic maintenance of roof being neglected, the HVAC units being neglected. You know, a lot of tenants having issues with proper AC or proper heat or you know, whatever the issues may be for the fire alarm systems that may not be updated. A lot of these things that take a lot of time, a lot of funding that the previous owner didn't really focus on. My goal is to focus on that first. And then in the future, if of course permits are available for me to make any drastic changes, you know, that's based off the city approvals anyways. So everything will go through a building permit regardless. And that's, you know, my goal.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you for all the answers too.
Of course.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the business application of City Beer, Wine, and Smoke.
Conditioned on the
Conditioned on all the licensing
licensing
and
and the
fire inspection.
Yep.
Well, Ms.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. Patel, I wish you luck. Being
Thank you.
a former resident,
yeah.
having a store in that plaza many, many, many years ago, it does need an upgrade, and it's a tough nut right there. But I wish you well, and thank. I appreciate your ambition.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
do. Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
We're down to the next one. Same owners, SAMP 1223 LLC.
So SIP 1223 LLC, ladies and gentlemen, is just the entity that's going to hold the plaza. So City Beer, Wine, and Smoke is going to be a retail establishment on that plaza. SAMP 1223 is going to be the entity that actually holds the plaza.
Do you have to have an application? Do you have to have an application?
Are they going to have an office there? Is that why they need a license?
We did file a license because I believe we were told we needed to. Mr. Patel, do you plan to have an office there?
I think he left.
I think he bailed on the meeting.
Okay.
Alex?
Fair enough.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
We're calling the code up.
I would say there's probably no harm in just reviewing it because, you know, there's numerous properties in town that are owned by LLCs. So I guess you could say that it is a little bit out of the norm, but there's always the possibility that they could, put an office in there or something. So I don't think if that's what they want, then, it's definitely something you guys can review and approve.
All right, Mr. Binzik.
That's weird.
Anything else? It's really just the owner of the property is all? Yeah. Okay.
So if we don't have to do this application and you require it later, should we vote on it now or just?
Yeah, I would just approve this and just move on.
Okay.
All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further questions, discussion?
No.
All those in favor? Unanimous. Okay, Ms. Binzik, I think you're all done.
Thank you very much. You have a wonderful day.
All right, you too. Thanks.
Wayne's gonna do based on the approval of the violations.
Yeah. All right, One for All Learning Center. Courtney Benner and Bobby Sulo.
Hi, I'm Courtney Benner. This is Bobby Sulo.
Hello.
We're looking at opening One for All Learning Center at 1317 Roosevelt Trail in Raymond. Childcare is in dire need in Maine right now. The state of Maine actually has $15 million allocated towards childcare because of the need. Children are aging out before they are able to find a spot in childcare. And we would be the only childcare center in Raymond. There's a lot of in-homes, but there aren't any centers.
Are you guys currently licensed with DHS?
We're working on licensing.
Have you ever been licensed with DHS before?
Not as this center, no.
I have as a family child care provider in Portland.
So, okay, and have you recently, I'm sorry, have you been licensed for recently?
No, it's been a few years.
I currently work in childcare where I have to go through licensing. I've just never held a license myself.
It's a lot of work. I'm actually your neighbor up the street.
Oh, are you?
Yes, with
Yes.
blow-ups and everything else. Yes,
Yes.
Look at you.
Yes.
So it is a lot of work. It is, especially the newer laws and stuff like that. So, and daycare is in dire need. It is absolutely. So I guess my questions to you would be, you also know getting staff. Staff right now is the biggest issue. So what happens is you guys go in with just the numbers that you guys can have. Are you taking all ages?
We're looking at 6 weeks to 5 years.
Okay. And then you can only cover so much right now with your staff. So how do you think, how are you guys going to do that?
So we're looking at offering competitive benefits. We're looking at offering a full-time childcare spot for a full-time staff member, including food, including
Extra breaks. We can give
yep.
any time that they need to, for their child, they're able to go to the doctors or whatever, so we can accommodate them. I feel like that, giving them that child for free, that childcare is going to bring in people. Not only that, I've been in the childcare for 28 years, and Courtney's had a lot. We have a lot of people that once we put the word out, we're probably going to be overwhelmed with the amount of people that want to come aboard.
Kids, yes. It's the staff is what people are having.
The staff, yeah.
Yeah.
We have a few people that have.
Good.
When's your planned opening date?
We're looking at second week of July because licensing takes a while.
It might take longer.
Ooh,
than
it's
that.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already have applications in. We're waiting on fire inspection, and licensing is the big thing.
Yeah.
And like the fingerprinting and all that stuff. And
I'm already fingerprinted CPR, first aid certified. So.
Good. No, I wish you guys all the luck, seriously, because I have stickies all over my wall now as far as
And we've been talking about this. So Courtney and I I've worked with a lot of different teachers. And one of the reasons why I decided to work with Courtney is because we do want to put the kids first, right? They're always going to be first. And one of the things that we wanted to do is provide that, because there are so many kids out there, like Courtney said, there's such a need for it. But this isn't just like a 2-week thought, hey, let's do this. This is like 6 years of like, hey, let's look for locations. And this location is perfect for us to get started because it's already set up for childcare. It has a fire sprinklers in there for that. So this is one of the reasons why, this is a great spot for us.
It was like, I think 10 years ago, Bobby Sue and I worked at the same center together. We were co-teachers. And we were pushing the bye-bye buggy. We were like, man, someday it'd be so great. Right. And here we are.
So you guys don't want to do before and after school too, because the bus just circles right in there, doesn't it?
It does. We'll think about that.
It's hard. They are a harder age. Yes, I will admit that. Yeah.
We'll think about it.
So I think licensing, and especially because they're back up. The current licensor around here has retired, so they're splitting right now. Is what it is. So I wish you guys all the luck. Only because again, it is needed. It is definitely needed. So.
Any other questions? No. Can I have a motion?
I motion to approve One for All Learning Center, contingent upon the DHS licensing, the fire marshal. Wayne, did you go in there yet?
Not yet. We're scheduled for Friday.
Okay. So based on all the fun applications and licenses you guys have to get.
Second.
Okay. Well, you're definitely right. There is a huge need out there. Wish you the best. Hope you get those licenses soon and you can open up as quick as possible. All those in favor? Unanimous. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Rugged Roots South.
Good evening, Select Board. Thanks for letting us come. Joe, I think your hair is great.
Thank you.
I just want to start this off right. My name is Sean Bowie. This is my business partner, Ryan Richards. We are born and raised here in Maine. We operate a fairly significant cannabis company now. This would be our 6th retail location. We have one of the larger cultivation facilities. We have 2 of them actually in the state, one in Auburn, one in Portland, an extraction lab in Portland. We're vertically integrated. We've been operating now for 6 years total, and we've had the opportunity to come into your town, and here we are.
How many locations you have?
So this would be our 6th retail location.
Is that one in Auburn yours too, that Sensa Miller, or you
Yes,
just
it is.
supply?
Yep, that is ours.
Okay.
So you guys are coming in where B&B is
Yes.
currently set up, correct?
Yes.
So, I don't even know how to ask it.
So, we had a referendum last fall.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last June, a year ago, to not have any retail marijuana stores in the town of Raymond.
Correct.
How is yours not a new license?
It is a new license.
If B&B went out of business, that they were grandfathered under the referendum, how can you come in now and open a store?
It's actually the property that's grandfathered, not the person. Our legal team and the town of Raymond's legal team have hashed this out over the past few weeks, just in general talking, because they actually have done law practice together. So if B&B were to move out of there, the way that the town rules are written now, or whatever, if B&B were to move out of there and nothing replaced it in 2 years, then you've lost all grandfathered things to the property, because it's actually the property that's
the property is grandfathered and not the business.
No, it's the use of the property that's grandfathered.
But that doesn't make sense to me. And
that's okay.
I
get that. We've been through it. So
right.
I don't know if you know exactly when they started doing business there, but there was, and I'm not.
Wayne, do you know when they opened?
2018.
Thank you.
There you go. So that did it right there. So anything, I think it was December 13th of 2019 or 2020, one of the two, is when the state stepped in and said anybody operating in medical cannabis retail from here on out is grandfathered in your town, regardless of town rules. Now the town rules would set rules moving forward. With that, any other locations they could allow or not allow, or they could, in the adult use, the recreational market, you could opt in or not. And I know that Raymond has done neither. It's just that this property has moved in, is part of that. It's because it's the property that's approved, not the actual person. He had the business license, so that's on, for that. But the use of the property, the purpose, is what's grandfathered.
Can we bring Alex up, our code enforcement officer?
Because there has been other people that have contacted you, or even Scott before, to come in with a business.
There's been a lot of interest in coming in, but it's not been for medical. It's been for adult use. So what Sean's saying is correct. The approval for this particular unit is for a medical marijuana storefront. That was done by Scott back in, I think, 2018. And that was before the state law that exists now stated that a town has to have an ordinance in order to allow for marijuana-related uses. So this particular unit is today, regardless of whether or not B&B's in there, is approved for medical marijuana retail sales. So They leave, they fold up shop and get out of town, and Jim Tangway doesn't rent this unit for 2 years. It's still a legal, non-conforming medical marijuana storefront retail for medical only, not for adult use. There was a lot of interest from other companies to take over this particular unit and change it to adult use, because from what I've heard, the profits and sales have been more going in that direction now that a lot of communities are allowing that instead of just medical, which is where it kind of all started. So I've had numerous conversations with Phil Saucier, the town attorney, and actually Zach from Bernstein Shore is on the call. He is willing and available if you guys want to ask him any questions. I did prep him on this. The discussions have been, as long as the use is not increasing in size and is staying a medical marijuana storefront, then the use itself does stay with the property, not the actual person who applied for the business license. In this case, Jim Tangway, the building owner, is the one who actually owns this unit, who is the owner of this building, and will stay the owner of this building after the business closes. So, yeah, I think that there isn't really, as long as they don't change the use from medical to the adult use, recreational, and as long as they don't increase the size, then they would fall under this existing grandfathered non-conforming use.
So they cannot expand that building in any way. It has to stay just
Correct.
the way it is.
Would have to stay in that. So the owner can change because, again, the use runs with the land. The business name can change because, again, the use runs with the land. It would be like if we had a non-conforming restaurant that changed from one owner to the next and they wanted to rebrand or something. So as long as they kind of stay in those parameters, then, yeah, they should be fine.
I'm literally hitting a wall only because it's crazy the fact that, to me, grandfathered is no changes, no anything, to that package of that room, that building, the owners, everything. So when you guys turn around, and again, this is nothing personal by no means, when you guys come in there, it's a new license, it's a new application, it's everything. So what you're saying is, because we saw the place down there for rent, so the ice cream store could have gone into that spot, but they chose to go on the other side or whatever. So, but to me, you're still, again, a business no matter what. So other people that I know, I don't know, I guess I'm having a real hard time.
So like I said, Zach is available on the call if you guys would feel comfortable, talking with.
I mean, I would like to hear from our attorney.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I've never heard it grandfathered, the building. Never, ever heard that. It was always like a business comes and goes with that. So once that part is done and somebody else comes in, it's a whole new ball game, is the way that I've always understood it to be.
Do you have Zach up there?
Yep, there he is. Hi, Zach.
Hi, Zach.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, good evening. Alex has it right, and the law concerns itself with uses, not necessarily individual towns licensing or other types of sort of land use issues. The law, when it comes to grandfathering or sort of performance standards, is concerned with the existing use at that location. If the use stops for a period of time or changes, then the grandfathering of that use goes away. It can't be expanded. But if the use is continuous, even if the owner changes, and my understanding is obviously, as Alex said, the owner of the property isn't actually changing here. The use itself, what the space is being used for, if that doesn't change, then it remains a grandfathered use at that location. Can't be expanded. It can't stop for a period of time and then resume. But if it continues sort of unabated like this and it's not expanded, then the use itself, what the property is being used for, that remains grandfathered. I get that it's in a practical sense, it's very sort of unusual or weird to have one business leave and another business come in, and for a property to remain grandfathered in that instance is certainly, I understand, like a little strange. But again, the law concerns itself with what is the property being used for. If it's the same use continuously throughout, it remains grandfathered back to the date of when it started. And so Alex has it right. Legally, it is a pretty black and white, cut and dry issue. And I'm happy to answer any questions, Teresa, you have, or anyone else on the select board.
So Zach, you said if it stops for a period of time, but that time limit has been deemed 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Any other questions for Zach? Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it.
Of course. You're welcome.
Has Wayne been in and done the fire inspection?
Yes. I don't know if he's still on, but he has been in there.
I'm here.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. You already inspected?
We inspected that yesterday. Understand that the current business is still in there, so in my discussions with the building owner and the new business owners, we would need to see a floor plan and then correct any deficiencies that were found yesterday.
Were there many?
No, you know, like the big one is the fire alarm system is out of date as far as its annual testing is concerned. That there's some emergency lights that need to be added, a couple of exit signs. So in that realm, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
What is there for? Is there security?
State license makes you have cameras everywhere. I assume, just like a pharmacy.
Correct. Yeah. It's the way we're regulated is more so than the way it is now. Because when he started it, he didn't have to go through everything with the state like we do.
So, you know, what's the difference between medical marijuana and your plain retail marijuana?
Tax.
That's what I assume.
Yeah, but you're doing medical or are you doing a retail?
Medical.
Well, medical retail.
But you have to come in and show your card.
You do. You have to. So we have a system. I mean, we have a full-time staff person that handles just compliancy, and we have a system in place where you come in and just by a swipe of your license on our system, your information will come up, and if you've been there before, your medical card, your patient card, will pop up as well. So every person that works there can verify your driver's license to you and your driver's license to the card, and then the system will actually open and let you continue with business. Without that, it won't.
Right.
So as far as the adult side of it, I know this is an adult, but anyone can go in there over the age of 21.
And I would assume that really impacts the medical caregivers, as I've been reading in the newspaper, because anyone can walk into a retail shop and buy it without a card. So how do you, unless you're buying this saying, pretty soon the state of Maine is going to say, screw medical, we don't need medical, anyone can just buy it. That's my assumption.
Which they probably won't.
Really?
The medical system's very, very strong, which is great. As a consumer, you're going to pay more for product. You're going to pay more in the adult than the recreational market. That's what keeps our medical market pretty strong.
Okay.
You have a 5.5% sales tax here. You have a 10% sales tax here.
Right.
On the cultivators and everything we do in the background, there's enormous excise taxes that come with that. Even our federal tax rules change in the adult world for exemptions and write-offs and things. So you can keep the cost low, keep the quality of products and all that there.
But it's pretty much the same product.
It's identical.
Right.
Like I can put them both anything in front of you from either market, and there's no, in our business, there's no difference.
Right. Okay.
So is it still where before that you guys were only allowed to have so many
clients?
Yeah, clients.
No, that all changed actually on that same December 13th, 2019 or 20, I forget which, but that was a big part of that as well.
Okay.
Yep, you could have used to be you could have 6 patients, and then it went to an unlimited structure. at that
Clarify something for me. The CBD gummies that are made for pain and for everything else, is that medical?
It's non-regulated. You can buy that at Irving.
Right.
And you can buy it at our stores.
It is medical, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, it has its purpose. It's nothing we.
Some have THC and
Yeah.
some do not. So that's where you have to be careful, Sam.
Well, the federal government, I think, deemed it like you can buy it anywhere now. The THC percentages, I think, is under
0.03
Yeah.
per milligram. Yeah.
So there is proponents of medical properties in CBD that we use, but in conjunction with THC, we found it more effective.
I called a friend of mine the other night just to ask questions between the difference of all of that. So I had an idea what I was asking.
Great.
Type of thing.
So do you have to show a card to buy CBD? No. Well, then there you go.
No, it's like I said, it's unregulated. You can buy it at the Irving.
But there's no psychoactive properties in CBD either.
Could you step up to the mic, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Oh, me here.
there is in if any THC is in the product, there is psychoactive properties, which gets a lot of truckers in trouble because they take some CBD with THC and then they go for a urine test.
I owned a trucking company in our hometown for quite some time with probably a little under 100 employees, and I ran into that problem pretty often.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a pharmacist, just so you know. We sell CBD, but ours is clean, no THC at all.
Right.
So what's the rule as far as driving with that stuff? I do daycare, and every day I'm telling the kids, and no, I've said this to somebody else, the stuff I have to tell the kids, it smells like a skunk.
Yeah.
And they'll say, oh, there's another skunk around. I mean, and I know I offended somebody by saying that before, but...
Well, interestingly enough, to go
she knows.
to get into a little bit further of what we do, our facility that we own in Auburn is roughly 60,000 square feet, and we rent out a portion of that to Maine Public Safety, and they train marijuana impairment detection to law enforcement and to first responders and things like that. So we're right in the thick of it because we supply them with products for them to use in their classes. You'll have your 10 people and you'll have 3 placebos and 7 active patients, and then the law enforcement will come in and try to detect, and they learn.
Okay.
So we try to take part in that quite a bit. Number one, because they're one of our tenants, and it is
They
interesting.
must smell, though, when they go home if they're one of the tenants. You know what I mean? Wouldn't they, being around it?
I mean, they don't in our facility.
I have a dog.
But,
I know of a dog.
yeah.
So
I don't know. Have you had your fingerprints done in the last 2 or 3 years?
Yep.
Have you gone to Auburn?
yeah.
That's my building.
Oh, seriously?
Yep.
Oh, it doesn't smell.
And you didn't smell it.
You're welcome.
I'm serious, and yeah. Oh my gosh.
No, that's our.
Oh, that's so
ours.
funny.
Do you have a grow facility there?
Yeah, we grow. There's 4 tiers in the tiering system in the state, and we have one of the larger ones, and we replicate the entire place. We replicate in Portland.
So like hydroponic type thing, or?
Not to that extent. We're more of a soil, I guess you'd call, grower. It's,
old-fashioned type.
It's a little different, yeah.
Yeah. Problem is, it's hard to detect THC levels. There's not a good test out there.
No, and I mean, and that's what they're trying to at least be aware of for impairment detection in driving. And
the amount of money the state makes, they'll end up making a test.
They sure do.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of revenue.
Yeah, it is big.
All right.
I still have the reservations because, again, I thought when your grandfather, you don't change anything, blah, blah, blah. But it sounds like you guys have already, ironed out everything that has to be, and especially with Zach coming into. So,
I had some also, I know we didn't get to Wayne, the end of Wayne, but we had some, I know the town has had concerns of the operation of the business that they're doing in the basement. And that's not a area to be doing business as far as egress and safety things go. And I just want to reiterate to the town that's not our intentions to work in the basement or anywhere in the facility other than doing retail functions. We don't do any manufacturing in any of our retail locations because that's that's why we have our warehouse in Auburn. We have a whole staff there that does just manufacturing and packaging. Interestingly enough, I'm in the process now of renewing our facility in Gardner, and in Gardner's renewal process and application process, you need letters from the local authorities and code enforcement and stuff like that, and I just brought them with me. They're very nice letters from the chief of police and from the code enforcement in Gardner. I understand it's Raymond, but it shows that we're trying hard in all towns.
Yeah, we don't like Gardner. No.
We drill Alex. We come looking for Alex if we don't. Yeah, the answer's right there.
So
that building. If we're just learning real quick too, because the ice cream store is going in next door, and there's supposed to be 4, I guess. How many units are in that building?
Commercial units, I believe there's 2. I believe there's some residential units in the back.
In the back of it. And there's never been any kind of issues with the residential, with it being
I'm sure it's not zoned residential.
Yeah, no, it's commercial.
It's commercial.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
So Wayne is going to go in and do your fire inspection when?
We did it yesterday.
You did yesterday?
I did it yesterday, and
They gotta wait for a change of ownership.
Yeah.
Do you know when that's going to be?
No, there's nothing.
I don't.
Nothing scheduled currently. They're gonna develop a floor plan, and they haven't got it yet, but they'll have a punch list like we always do of items that need to be corrected, and then we'll do a follow-up inspection to make sure that those things were corrected and can move forward with officially signing the business license.
So you guys have no idea when you're moving in there?
Well, I mean, I have a rough idea of...
You have your state license.
We do.
For that location.
We do.
Okay.
I could probably... I mean, I'm depending on this guy getting all of his goods out of there. I mean, even if they dragged it out, I could see late June.
So you don't buy his inventory?
No.
That's not how it works on your business?
No. No. It's not.
Interesting.
All right.
So one thing that we do have, and I've forwarded on to code enforcement, is it's because it's a little different. You guys have never done this before because first of all, you don't allow moving forward, and this guy was grandfathered. So now there's a process with the state. That's a local authorization. So that's really why we're pushing to get on tonight's agenda and to be here, to at least get that put off. Other towns we've been in will issue the business license simultaneously with the state, or they'll, because that's a longer process than most. So getting that off gives us time to correct any actions with the code, with the fire, with anything licensing with the town. And then, nothing happens until you approve officially at the end when you sign off on the license and issue it.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to grant you a license that has restrictions on it until the fire inspection.
Correct. Yep.
And you're up to code.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much what we do.
That's great. That's all I ask.
This is kind of a dumb question, and I think Zach can even answer this too, though. But because in case we've already said that we were grandfathered, not having anybody else come in, and now them opening up in that spot, and somebody else does want to open up another spot somewhere else.
They can.
Right, because it's still under that thing, and they can't technically come after us because they said we gave it to favored you guys over something else. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Everybody had the opportunity to go in that building. They just made it first.
How'd you find out about that place? Or you don't have to answer.
Word of mouth.
I know the owner of. I don't know the owner of the property. I know the existing
owner of the business.
B&B.
Yeah.
Speaking of the owner of B&B and you, I thought Sue did an error in the name. Because you're Sean Bowie with a different S, and he's Sean Brody with a different Sean.
I spell Sean correctly.
We knew you were a smart guy.
That's good. No, so, all right. Even with my reservations and thinking that we did this, I think we're in that place. I'm going to motion to approve the business license application of Rugged Roots South, contingent upon all the licensing and inspections and everything else that have to be done.
I have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? No, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the patience of answering all of our questions.
Hey, that's, hey, we're used to it, believe me, we've been around. Have a great evening.
You too.
Months ago, that's what's gonna happen.
I've never heard of that, ever. That is the craziest.
It is crazy.
But if, yeah. Exactly the BSS.
The other guy is totally shut out.
Right.
He what?
He'd have to go to another town. All right. New policy, fire department motor vehicle accident billing policy, Lee O'Connor. Deputy Fire Chief.
Yes, sir.
You need air conditioning.
Yeah, you want to turn that on?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm sitting here going, my face feels like it's burning up at the moment.
Has everybody had a chance to review this?
All right.
Yes.
Sorry.
Unbelievable.
Way to go. Way to reprimand. I like that.
So in the past, under Dennis Morris, there was an enterprise account? Yes. Enterprise account. This used to be controlled by the finance. It was an account just to replace technical rescue equipment. The current policy that was in place allowed the fire department to have billed for $300. Did a lot of digging, a lot of research. It was really undercut. You can actually charge per apparatus with FEMA rates, and you'll see my scale in there. That is a FEMA rates with the appropriate personnel on the vehicle. And that accounts for mutual aid coming in on car accidents. This only pertains to car accidents. It allows us to have medical reimbursement, which we currently use, bill insurance companies for the cost of our use at a car accident for extrication, incident command, fires, and traffic control. This is all the legal sections that apply to it, what the purpose is to help not offset, but to, if we have to replace technical rescue equipment, airbags are 10-year shelf life, harnesses are 10 years. This is a way to offset it and have that funds replace those items as they come due. Air struts, extrication equipment.
Are we missing a page or something, because
I don't see the
nothing in here on rates.
That was what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Did I not include a page from the fee schedule in your e-packet?
No.
That one too.
That's my bad. He did have the rates originally in the policy, and I moved it to the fee schedule. I can bring that up and share it on the screen, I believe.
I don't have it.
So, did you use last year's numbers to kind of go off to establish, or did you use other towns' numbers to establish?
I used FEMA rates for wilderness fires, which is set by the federal government. I used rates from Heartland, Presque Isle, Poland, what they're charging for. This is money that's not guaranteed. Some insurance companies pay without an issue. There's a couple that don't, but if you build in with good reporting, you never usually have an issue. They're done automatically. Same as EMS reports, they're right there and it's taken care of. So it's no expense really to us, the medical reimbursement. So for an engine, it's $350 per hour, minimum 1 hour. An aerial truck is $500. An ambulance is $200. A squad truck is a rescue truck, not a heavy rescue, but a medium-sized rescue, is $400. The reason I added that in there is we have a rescue pumper coming. They'll be here in 24, 25. So I'll rather put it in there now and not be behind the 8 ball. Service truck or command vehicle, chief's vehicle, my vehicle, and it's $100 per hour.
Are we double dipping on the ambulance, because we're already picking that up under the medical?
Totally different.
Well, I understand that, but they're going to see two bills for ambulance.
No.
This would count for the ones that did not transport or but treated on
Right.
scene.
Oh, there we go.
So if we transported,
Let's see if I can make it.
the ambulance would not be part of that because that's its own entity. That's a medical reimbursement for medical, not for standby.
Okay, so and this is on a lot of the insurance things, like the insurance companies are down in Florida and everywhere else, and they're not with the doctors up here in Maine, and they only charge what they think it should be. So I know if my insurance would say, hey, you got double billed for that, but what if the car accident was not your fault? Somebody T-bones you, slams into you, but everybody's there.
That is a great question because on the accident reports that we get from the sheriff's department, there'll be a number 1 on the form, who is responsible. That's how they look at it. Medical reimbursement will get that form, the accident form. They'll list out the vehicles involved and list out how they did the report, who's at fault. It goes to the person at fault.
But a couple years ago, I got in an accident in Casco, and he says, we don't lay fault anymore. The insurance companies fight it out. So is that still the case?
We're not a no-fault state.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's what happened. And we ended up having to
wrong.
sue the guy that came up beside me, and yeah.
That's the guy that hit you was from New York.
Maybe even Florida.
No, I mean,
Oh, I thought you were being...
No, I'm serious, because there's certain, if the person that hit you comes from a no-fault state, then that's correct. If it was a Maine person hitting a Maine person, we're not a no-fault state, so therefore it goes that way.
Okay, and then the other question I have, this shows my ignorance to be honest, being at Quick Care in Wyndham, I don't know, a couple months ago, a guy was having diabetes, mega, and they had to take him by ambulance. They sent the ladder truck too. So if he's there and they're sending him by ambulance and the ladder truck's there, is that something that's going to happen where there's no ladder truck whatsoever that you'd have to pay for that too, like a medical emergency?
This is only car accidents.
Only car accidents.
Only car accidents.
Okay. You just mentioned something about fire, though.
Many towns, including Raymond, if it's a critical call, we send a fire engine or extra staff for the call.
Okay.
It's not, they're not billed for that engine or anything. But what he's talking about is just your car accidents, so it doesn't, you never get charged for that fire truck that goes in an ambulance call.
Okay.
So, Ralph, you found the...
Yeah, under section, under the building section, I think Sue was correct in the form that was signed, but essentially what I did is I said, remove the name medical reimbursement and went to the town's contracted.
Oh,
yeah.
Because if we name an individual thing there and then for some reason we decide to change companies, then we have to change the policy.
I think Kathy changed that.
That's perfect. I agree with that 100%. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
No.
they did that.
Is it changed on that, on F?
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Second F.
Town of Raymond contracted with a medical billing company.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. That just makes it easier down the road.
Oh, thank you. And I agree with that.
I actually talked to my husband about this too. He says it's a great idea to be able to
We've been doing it. It's just more for
get it back.
Just
and
more
money
of
back.
a, you set in policy.
All right, so motion to approve the fire department motor vehicle accident billing service policy as written.
Have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for answering questions too.
All right, next is
Web route security.
Web route security training.
Okay, this is annual training, at least annual training, and that is required mostly because of our insurance cost. We have, or that's one of the reasons for technology insurance. It costs more if we don't have some sort of training to teach folks. And Kevin gave me some websites that I pulled a little bit of information for, and very little, because I'm trying not to extend this much. But phishing is by far the biggest threat to IT security and can cause delays and expensive downtime, theft of sensitive information, and account takeovers through credential theft. When users are well trained on cybersecurity awareness, an organization's risk of falling victim to a cyber attack can decrease as much as 70%. A Stanford University study found that 88% of all data breaches are caused by employee mistakes. There was a recent study that was done and presented at a large security conference. It showed that both annual and twice per year training is not enough. People can quickly forget what they've learned in as little as 6 months if the message of cybersecurity is not reinforced.
Do we have cybersecurity insurance?
We do. We do.
Good. Because everybody's getting their ass kicked right now, big time.
Yeah.
I mean, big time. It's it's ludicrous.
And this particular training is going to be rolled out to all employees who are not just employees, let me back up, all people who can affect the town's network, which is anyone that uses an @raymondmaine.org email or signs in on a town PC at all. I've taken the training, the web route. It's 5 to 10 minutes at the most. So far, all of them that I've done, and that was in the first round that we did, when was that, a little more than a year ago, I think.
I mean, is it good training? Did you get something from it?
It's good.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's great to have it 5 or 10 minutes, but the important piece is getting something out of it that you're going to be able to use and go away with. And
well, it's more the repetitive of it. You know, you keep putting it up there, then people, you know, it becomes front of mind.
Are you mandating the training for your employees?
Yes.
So they have to sign off that they've done the training?
They get a certificate.
Okay.
And they give that to me.
Not only them.
It logs it through the system.
They're saying us too, because we have a Raymond.
Yeah, and it's the employees, it is the committee members, it's appointed as well as elected committees. It's whoever is touching our systems, whether.
But you can't mandate boards to do it. You can mandate your employees.
But we can
and you can
suggest.
suggest your boards do it.
And I can ask nicely and politely,
Right.
please do. But to answer Lonnie's question, I've been working with IT areas for, oh goodness, over 30 years, and have had a lot of training in all kinds of security. This one's the best one I've ever seen.
Nice.
And even
Great.
with my experience, I have gotten something out of each one, whether it be something new, because people are always spending a lot of time and energy to come up with new ways to mess up your systems. Or
is it worth
something that
us?
just simply reminds us.
Is it worth us to have it mandatory if you have a raymondmaine.org email? If you use your own,
mandate non-employees.
Yeah.
Even if they, but if you use a raymondmaine.org email, that doesn't.
Joe thinks it's a great idea. Yes.
What's that?
He doesn't.
You're gonna kick them off their committee if they don't
Right.
get training?
Right.
I'm with you. I'm just throwing it out there.
But
I know that everyone should do it because it will help you personally.
We mandate it for our employees. So, yeah. Do I have a certificate somewhere? Probably. Can I find it? Probably not. But
I think if it's the same one, if it's the same system as last year, the system logs it. You get a certificate, but it logs it in the system that you've been there, you've taken that unit.
Yes.
If you get zapped and you cause the security issues, we're all going to look and point at you.
I get more crap through my Raymond Maine website than I do through work. Believe me.
Okay, so one of the other things that really should be done is for any new employee, that the letters that they get from the select board asking for money or cards, because that happens all the time. And for people that don't know us, because Rolf never says regards on his emails, and they'll say, hey, I need a big favor of you. Yeah. So that's something.
Or they want a direct deposit change form.
So you take those certificates, put them in their personnel file, and so you know who's gone through the training.
So will you pass it out as to what thing it is?
So I think when we spoke, Susan, so you said that everybody will get an email to click on a link and take the
Yes.
training.
And the email that you get will inside have the Raymond seal, so you'll know it's that.
Really from Raymond?
Yeah,
I
really
deleted
from
my
Raymond.
last one thinking it
Last
was-
time,
yeah.
half the employees, and I was one of them,
Yeah.
pitched it because I thought it was spam.
Right.
Yep, did the same thing.
They're going to come out next week from my email.
Okay.
Yeah, well, so do my requests for monies come from my email, and it ain't me.
And you're telling me it's 5 minutes?
It's 5.
7.5.
But
They're
most of
quick.
them are around 5 minutes, and
How many are there?
I don't know, last time we did maybe 8 or 10 altogether. There's like,
But they were
they
spread-
came out every few days, and
That's good.
they,
Depends how
they aren't
fast you
bad.
click.
Yeah. Yes, okay. Got it. All right, consideration of Spirit America Award.
And I only put my name on it because Dawn wasn't here to put on it. I received an email asking for the select board to consider nominating someone. I'm not sure what you folks would like to do with that.
We'll consider it.
Okay. Thank you.
When do you need it by?
They want to have it before the end of June. So it
Okay.
would be probably by the next meeting. Would you like me to add it to the agenda? Or do you?
Not at this
decide-
moment, we'll consider it.
Okay, perfect.
All right, public comment. Anybody on Zoom want a public comment?
Either the Graysons?
I have no one raising hands.
All right.
Oh.
Oh, wait, we do.
Grace did.
I don't, oh, there we go.
That's not great.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience there. Good evening. My name is Gracie Levitt. My pronouns are she, her, and I live at 8 Levitt Road in Raymond, the traditional land of the Wabanaki Confederacy. I want to respond tonight to a number of items I heard during the April 11th meeting, raised during the public comment period, as well as responded to by some members of the board during selectmen comment. At the last meeting, Shar Jewell, a member of the RSU 14 school board, spoke as a Raymond citizen on the subject of book challenges that are ongoing in the RSU and which have been the subject of much discussion for the past few months, particularly at RSU 14 school board meetings, just as they have been at school board meetings across the country for the past couple of years. Ms. Jewell said, quote, "Over the last several months, public participation in the school board meetings has increased, but we are not seeing enough voices from Raymond. I want to visibilize that I and a number of others from our town have indeed spoken at these meetings, though we haven't all agreed with each other. Meanwhile, given what Ms. Jewell went on to detail in her public comment, I'll say I hear this call for more participation from Raymond as a call for more voices who agree with her. Ms. Jewell said, quote, "Every child is innocent," and continued on to reference ways in which ostensibly it was easier to be a kid 30 plus years ago. Back then, she said, all we had to worry about was to be home by dinner time and have good grades in school. But it's not true that that's all every child had to worry about back then, just as it is not true that every child has had the privilege of innocence. I point this out because I think it's very important that we be skeptical of such descriptions so generalized and so rose-colored as to be inaccurate, apocryphal, imagined, particularly given what these descriptions are being used to justify. Ms. Jewell went on to ask how much damage can information children are not ready for due to their development, and seemingly posed the answer, children with anxiety, depression, ADHD, general behavior problems, the numbers are growing. But I'll pose a few other possible answers. Perhaps we've increased and improved our rates of diagnosis. Perhaps we've expanded our understanding of mental health struggles. Perhaps a pandemic, climate disaster, gun violence unchecked by Congress, and an unprecedented surge of anti-LGBTQIA+ legislation and legislation limiting reproductive rights could be to blame, with all of these disproportionately impacting the most vulnerable, including disenfranchised children. Ms. Jewell said, I think we can all agree that at least some of the materials presented so far absolutely are not acceptable in our schools. I, for one, don't agree. She said teaching children how to have sex is not the same as sex education to protect them from the dangers of sexual activity. I, for one, don't believe the sole purpose of sex education is to protect kids from danger, but also to empower them with information about their bodies and to enable informed decision-making. She said sexualization of children is a crime and should not be conducted or supported in schools, that support, respect, and affirmation of LGBTQIA+ children should not include pornography for children. I agree that sexualization of children and pornography should have no place in our schools, but the books so far discussed constitute neither of these. And I wish for more of us to understand these national challenges of books that reflect the world in which we live, that speak to our history with candor, and that seek to counter the hate and harm our young people too often face today, to be the political dog whistles that they are. Toward the end of her remarks, Ms. Jewell said, "I am speaking today to ask Raymond residents to start investing their time into the future of our community, our children." On this, we agree. I'm going to call especially on those among us who are allies to LGBTQIA+ youth, to the BIPOC community, who are allies to assault survivors, to girls and women, to show up and speak out for historically marginalized storytelling. While the RSU 14 school board voted last week to keep the book Genderqueer in the library, additional books are still moving through the book challenge process. And I imagine topics such as gender identity education, honoring affirming pronouns, and more will continue to be actively discussed, so your voices are needed. I'll make just a few more points here, turning to the minutes from the April 11th meeting. First, I happen to find the description of Ms. Jewell's comment as concerning protecting children from inappropriate materials in school libraries to be a non-neutral description of her remarks. That is, in my opinion, the description seems to endorse the perspective that these materials are indeed inappropriate and that children need protection from them. Second, I believe the minutes must be amended, since next to selectmen comment, the minutes currently indicate none, whereas several board members indeed spoke during this period, with several thanking and supporting Ms. Jewell. Indeed, Mr. Gifford said to Ms. Jewell, "I think we all agree with you too." I'll say, I wonder if this is true and who all Mr. Gifford was speaking for. All of the selectmen, all of the citizens of Raymond, me, I certainly don't agree. And I wonder if anyone else who feels their opinion may have been glossed over or misrepresented by this statement would feel so compelled to clarify their own perspective. I understand you may not respond during public comment, but as you address Ms. Jewell's remarks during selectman comment, perhaps each of you will consider clarifying your own perspectives on the topic later this evening. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else on public comment? Selectman comment.
Just one thing. Talking to Chris Howell the other day, I believe, and Rolf can confirm this too, that they have pushed the school building out another year till 2027 is what he told me. He's been under the advisement of their construction team that if they try to do it now and the time they want to do it, it's going to be way expensive. And so they're advising them to move it out a year.
Well, you haven't had a building committee meeting since, so I'm not, I
maybe I shouldn't
cannot
have dropped that
confirm or
one?
deny, because we have not had a building committee meeting for a month.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if that was, they'll probably let, sorry, I don't know if I should have dropped that one.
Any other selectman comment?
No.
I would like to just address Gracie Levitt and say I try to thank everybody who comes up for public comment, and whether I agree with them or not, that's up to me. But I thank everyone that comes up, and you're entitled to your opinion, and I thanked you tonight, Gracie, for sharing your opinion. So, all right.
Town manager report.
Town manager report.
I spoke to Don today. Poor guy's going through a lot. I asked him not to come back for at least a month, that he could work from home and try and heal that leg, because it's going to take him a long time.
Yes.
So, and we wish him well. The next selectmen meeting, I'm looking at June 19th. I have 2 commitments on the 20th and 21st. So is everyone okay on that Monday, the 19th? Election day is what day?
The 13th.
The 13th. So.
Yeah, as long as I'm here, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
So Monday the 19th will be the next selectmen meeting.
5:30.
Monday?
At 5:30
Monday.
on that Monday. And I think we have a few things with Alex to deal with that I'm aware of that will be brought forth. Okay.
You know that's a holiday?
It's Juneteenth.
We're having
What's
a
the
meeting
holiday?
on Monday the 19th, yeah.
It's the chief's birthday.
Is it? good. Bring your cake.
Well, yeah. Today's Nathan's birthday, and you see that he's nowhere.
He's nowhere. Yeah.
His wife is cooking him dinner.
Oh, good.
Wow.
If you can see the picture he put on Facebook of a colander on his hat as a helmet for a motorcycle, that was good. Yeah, that was. Did you see that?
We're gonna try really hard not to have a July meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So.
All right. Let's go.
All right. Why don't we do into executive session on the code enforcement?
Motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA Section 405 6E.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Motion to go back into executive session.
Second.
Under.
Pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405 6F, consideration and award of scholarship applications and student recognition.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second. All in favor?
Second.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you very much.
So welcome to the April 3rd, 2023 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call, starting with myself, David Murch.
Greg Dean.
Tom Hennessy.
Fred Miller.
Pete Lockwood. Excuse me, this is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from October 18, 2022, October 25th, 2022, and November 1st, 2022. Item 3, review and approval of March 18, 2023 sidewalk report. Number 4, old business, of which we have none. Number 5, new business. Administrative appeal, re 402 Webbs Mills Road, applicant Sally Cheever, location 402 Webb Mills Road, owner Starrat. Description, administrative appeal of commercial use. Number 6, code enforcement officer communications. And then finally, number 7, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks all of those that all of those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal. You must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to state their name, their address, and their affiliation with the application, either being for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. So, first up on our agenda is approval of minutes, October 18, October 25th, and November 1st. Board, have you had a chance to review, and do you have any comments?
Looked at them, Dave, and I'm all set.
I'm
I
good.
reviewed them also, David, and I'm all set.
Okay, so I have a motion then to accept the minutes for all. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? So roll call vote, David Merchant in favor of accepting, yes.
Greg Dean in favor.
Tom Hennessy in favor.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay. Item 3, review and approval of the March 18, 2023 site walk report. This was for the Star property, and again, board, have you all had a chance to review? Any comments? Clarifications?
I've had a chance to look at it, Dave. I don't have any questions.
I've reviewed it, David, and I don't have any questions either.
Okay, I'm good with that. I know, Greg, you are.
Yep.
So Tom, I'm assuming you're just gonna go. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I read it. I'm good.
Excellent. So do I have a motion to accept the submitted site walk report?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and take a vote. David Merchant, approval of accepting the site walk report.
Greg Dean approved.
Tom Hennessy approved.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay. Next on the agenda is old business, of which we have none. So we will now go into our new business. Administrative appeal for 402 Webb Mills Road, applicant Sally Cheever, location 402 Webb Mills Road, owner Starrat, description, administrative appeal of commercial use. So to assist the board tonight is attorney Stephen Wagner. Attorney Wagner, do you want to go ahead and sort of introduce yourself and sort of talk through how you see things proceeding with regards to this agenda item?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Murch. Pleasure to see you all again this evening. All of you were present for some prior appeals, and so I'm going to suggest a similar process for going over those appeals, though given the different circumstances here and only one appeal versus 8 or so, and a slightly less evidentiary burden, I don't think we need to be quite as formulaic. So I'll summarize how I see the evening proceeding, and of course it's at the discretion of the chair if you want to follow that approach or take a slightly different approach. But this is a de novo hearing of a decision of a code enforcement officer. So per section 6.2a, it's de novo. 6.3c explains what that means, and I think it does a good job of that, which is essentially that the board may receive and consider new evidence and testimony, be that oral or written, and the board shall hear and decide the matter afresh, undertaking its own analysis of the evidence and making factual findings, applying the law, and drawing your conclusions from that. I think there are 2 key points to remember in a de novo review. You owe no deference to the CEO, so you can certainly assess the credibility of his testimony and the evidence, but you do not owe any particular deference. And the second is that the appellant, the party that has brought the appeal, has the burden of proof here. So in terms of the sequence of presentation, as our usual practice, we have some preliminary findings to make, specifically that there's a quorum, that the application is timely, complete, go over any biases or conflicts, and then establish jurisdiction and standing. At that point, I suggest that we turn it over to the parties, beginning with the appellant to present their case without interruption, allow questions of the appellant by the board, and then the town, should the appellant have put on any witnesses, I think it's fair to provide an opportunity for any questions from the town of those particular witnesses. And then the same presentation for the town without interruptions, questioned by the board, any questions of any witnesses put on by the town. would be appropriate at that time as well. Follow that up by public comments. Any final questions from the board? And then I recommend giving a last say to both parties, starting with the town and ending with the appellant having the final say. And at that point, you would close the public hearing and move into deliberations. I suggest a similar approach that we followed last time, which is making a tentative decision and instructing me to write up that decision, and then we'll come back a couple weeks from now and take a vote with the benefit of that written decision, and then that vote will be the final vote, and I'll get the written order out in short order. So that's the process as I suggest to you. Any questions or comments from the board on that?
I have two. One of which is, in this case, we have a decision that was made for non-decision for a property. The property owner is here. How does that person fit into this? Is that public comment if they want to speak, or how's
Sure. So, it's really up to you when you want to hear from the property owner. My suggestion is that they are a member of the public and can speak during that time. But if any of the other side asks if they would like to speak during their presentations, it's up to the property owner if they want to do that.
Okay. And my other question, I'm going to leave it open for the board, my fellow board members to ask questions as well of you, but what specifically as a board are we to make a decision on tonight? Are we to act in the role of a code enforcement officer, or what ultimately are we being asked of tonight?
Sure. So I think that gets a little bit into the jurisdiction question here. Okay. So I'll turn to that. So your ordinance 6.2A1 provides for an appeal of a CEO determination, and the appellants have cited the case called Raposa. And essentially what that case stood for is the law court clarified that Board of Appeals, and then subsequently a court reviewing a Board of Appeals, has jurisdiction to hear an appeal of a CEO decision to not take action. So I agree that you do have jurisdiction here, and one of this is to review the findings of the CEO or the interpretation of the CEO or the application of those findings to interpretation of the ordinance to draw up conclusions. And so you can review those and make your determination afresh of whether the facts support the findings that the CEO made, whether the facts support the findings that the appellant suggests that you make alternatively. In my opinion, based on my review of Raposa and the case law, you would not have authority to order the code enforcement officer to take any particular action. You can certainly have recommendations. You can certainly give your opinion as to the findings that the CEO should or should not have made, but ultimately the decision as to whether or not to bring an enforcement action, which begins with issuing a notice of violation, is squarely within the jurisdiction of the CEO acting on behalf of the select board. So in my opinion, which you're welcome to take and reject, of course, the board doesn't have authority to order any action of the CEO. They can simply state whether or not that they agree with the CEO's finding as well.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Wagner. Any fellow board members, do you have any questions at this point for Attorney Wagner?
I don't have any.
Okay, so Attorney Wagner, have you? Oh, somebody just.
Yep. I was just going to suggest that I had a couple of. Let's go into. I don't know if we made a determination of quorum yet, so let's start there.
I was just going to ask that you sort of help us walk through those steps again. You seemed to
sure.
Got it laid out.
So why don't we start with establishing a quorum, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, so we do have a quorum here tonight. We have 5 board members. All 5 board members are present and announce themselves during our roll call. So do we need to sort of take a vote on that, or do we just sort of establish it?
Nope, that's good. The next issue I suggest is whether there are any issues of bias or conflict amongst the board that would prevent them from participating, or if they would like to put to a vote of the full board. So I suggest first you start with board members to raise any conflicts that they think may exist or bias, and then turn it over to the parties and public to raise any issues for the board's consideration.
Okay, so I'll speak to the board. I myself have nothing or am aware of nothing. Fred, Pete, Tom, or Greg, go ahead and have your input.
I'm not aware of any conflict, David.
This
I'm
is
not aware.
Tom. Yeah, this is Tom. I'm not aware of any conflict.
This is Fred. I'm not aware of any conflict either.
You all good, Greg? Yep, you're on mute there.
Classic. No conflict.
Very good. So what's next, Attorney Wagner? Turn it over to parties.
Yep, I would turn it over to the parties, start with the appellant, then the town.
I'm not aware of any conflict.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aga Dixon. I represent the Cheevers in this appeal, and my colleague Grady Burns is also here and representing. And with your permission, we will start to present our case.
Well, sorry, we were just on the comments or any comments from you folks on if there's an allegation of bias or conflict of interest.
Oh, okay. I apologize. None here.
Okay. And from the attorney for the town?
Yeah, hi, I'm Phil Saucier. Excuse me, Phil Saucier, attorney for the town, but in this instance, I'm right here with the code officer, and no conflict that I'm aware of. Thank you for asking.
Okay. And any members from the public have any issue of conflict or bias to raise at this time? Okay. So seeing none, Mr. Chair, I suggest you move on to determine that the application is timely and complete.
Yeah, so I had my paperwork. I do see that based on Alex's submitted response to Grady Burns, that it was submitted on January 25th. I know that by our ordinances, there's a 30-day time frame within which to appeal, and that appeal is dated February 24th by hand delivery to the town, so that is within the 30 days, so I don't see that there's any issue with timeliness. I think we're good to go there.
Okay. Do we want to just have a motion on that?
Sure. So moved.
Yep,
yeah,
that's fine.
Do we have a second? All right, any further discussion, board, on that? So all those in approval of timeliness, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Ed Muller, yes.
Be Lockwood, yes.
Okay, so it's timely.
Okay, and completeness. I'll just represent that the ordinance requires an application with the completed form, a map, if that's necessary or appropriate. Typically you see that more in a variance appeal. And the requisite fees have been paid.
Sandy, can you speak to the fees, or Alex? I'm guessing probably Sandy.
Yep, fees were paid.
Okay, very good. And from my perspective, I've reviewed everything. If the board has something otherwise, but to me, it is a complete application. Do we need to take a vote on that one?
If you don't mind, since we're doing a remote proceeding, I like to have roll call votes on most items.
Let's do it. I will propose, submit that this is complete filed application. Do I have a second on that?
Seconded.
Any further discussion, board? All those in favor? David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
All right, good to go there.
Okay, next issue is I think we should have a vote to determine standing. It seemed I had everybody in agreement on my description of the jurisdiction. So is there a motion to find that this board has standing pursuant to section 6.2A1 to hear this administrative appeal?
So moved.
Oh, I will second it then.
We know it's going to go to court probably.
Mr. Levitri, are you able to mute yourself?
Yes, sorry.
No, no problem. Thank you. So all those in favor, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay, good to go there.
All right, and the last one here is standing. So 6.3E says that a party aggrieved by a decision of the code enforcement officer has standing to bring an administrative appeal. And I'll represent to you that I agree with the appellant's interpretation of the precedent that in a butter to a property subject to some action by the town, in this case, an enforcement action, has standing as an aggrieved party to bring an appeal.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that this appeal has standing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, board? All those in favor, David Murch, yes.
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
Pete Lockwood, yes.
Okay.
Very good. So at this point, I recommend turning it over to the appellant's attorney to begin their presentation of the case.
I agree. Let's, is it Aga or Grady gonna be?
Hi, everybody. I'll get started, but if you don't mind, I would love to have Grady off mute and commenting, hopefully in colorful fashion to keep things engaging and fun for the evening.
Dramatically overstating how entertaining I am, Attorney Dixon. Thank you.
But I will get started. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy lives and busy days to hear our appeal. As you know, this is an administrative appeal that was submitted by the Cheevers in relation to a determination made by the code enforcement officer dated January 25th of this year. And we, as you know, we've submitted quite a hefty packet of information and materials as part of our appeal. That packet dated February 24th should be in the record. And included in those materials is a lot of video and audio evidence that we would ask you to really pay attention to, because I think that demonstrates the crux of the issues here. Before I get into our legal argument, and I will try to summarize what's in the packet, but there's quite a bit in there, and I'm not going to attempt to do a whole cloth overview. But before we get into it, I just really wanted to answer the question as to why we filed this appeal. And the answer is fairly simple. It's really because no one is above the law, not even the Starretts, and they have not been held to the requirements of your land use ordinance. And that has been going on since at least 2015. It is 2023 now. We're approaching a decade of land use violations on this property. And that's not a small statement. It's not incidental. It's not minor. It has a real impact on the Cheevers daily. It had a real impact on the landowners who lived at that property prior to the Cheevers moving in. And it has a real impact on the entire neighborhood. The kinds of impacts that we're going to talk about are exactly the kinds of things that your land use ordinance was created to prevent. And so we're going to get into the details of all of that, but I just wanted to kind of set some background and walk you through, the history here, because it's really important to understanding why this appeal was filed. As you probably know, it's pretty unusual for somebody to file an appeal against a code enforcement office determination. But we're doing that because of the length of time that the town has really turned away from this problem, and the truly astounding foot dragging and stalling tactics, for lack of a better term, that the Starts have been involved in for the better part of 5-6 years now. So much of the discussion here is not going to be a surprise. I trust that you all remember, those of you who were able to attend the site walk, you all remember your observations. What we tried to do is add the legal context to your own personal observations, to the materials in the record, and also provide you with some audiovisual experience to really get a sense of what the Cheevers are dealing with on a daily basis. So with that, if I could, I have a PowerPoint presentation that I would like to use just to guide the conversation. Would it be possible to do a screen share?
Yeah, Raymond Town Office, someone can help with that.
Host, I can enable it and switch it back.
Okay, I will switch it to you, Alex. All I have to do is find it again. There we go.
So can you all see my screen?
Not yet.
If you want to try again.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, how's that?
I can see it.
Yep, see it.
Okay, so just to, to get started, as your attorney explained to you, we're really asking you to look at the code enforcement officer's determination and what I call here the no violation letter, and conclude, as we have done, that it's based on errors of law as well as not being supported by very substantial record evidence that there are actual violations on this property, which have not been addressed by the already issued notice of violation. This photo should look fairly familiar. This is a picture of the Starrett property from the boundary of the Cheevers land. And what we're asking for is really two things. We're asking you to make your own findings and conclusions with respect to the notice, to the violations that we've identified. And we are asking you to order the CEO to not only issue corrected findings, but also a notice of violation and a stop work order. I understand what your attorney has advised you with respect to your jurisdiction. We respectfully disagree with that. Under the land use ordinance, Article 5, Section I, the code of enforcement officer has specific directives. This ordinance was adopted by the voters of Raymond, and those voters said unambiguously that the CEO shall find that any provision of this ordinance, if the CEO shall find that any provision of this ordinance is being violated, the CEO shall notify in writing the person responsible for such violations, indicating the nature of the violation and ordering the action necessary to correct it, including discontinuance of illegal use of land, buildings, structures, or work being done, removal of illegal buildings or structures, and abatement of nuisance conditions. the CEO has a clear directive by the voters of Raymond to identify violations and not stop there, but actually take action, take meaningful action to correct the violations. And that has not been done here. So we will get back to this, but we're also asking you to recommend in a non-binding fashion, but still make a recommendation to your Board of Selectmen to pursue Rule 80K judicial enforcement action against the Starettes, because these violations are so egregious, because they have been ongoing for almost a decade now, and because nothing that the town has done to date has stopped the behaviors on the Starrett property. So just in case you don't know the history of this property, I just want to go through that very quickly. The Staretts moved into the neighborhood in 2015, and by their own admission started their business that year. Over the course of several years, they made numerous misrepresentations to state agencies and clear-cut their property in violation of the land use ordinance. That is all documented. I'm not making any assertions here that are not already in your record. In 2020, the prior neighbor that lived on the Cheevers land at the Camas complained to the town of persistent ongoing land use violations. A copy of the letter that their attorney sent to the town is in the record as Exhibit 1A, and it lists a whole host of violations. Some of those were reviewed by the code enforcement officer and made part of the first notice of violation. That first NOV was issued in October of 2020, and it's also included in your packet. That the CEO's determination at that point was that there were essentially four violations on the property. One, that there was an unpermitted use that required conditional use permits, that there were unpermitted storage structures that required building permits, that there was a violation of vegetation clearing, and that no site plan approval had ever been granted for the non-residential uses on the property. The Staretts took action at that point and filed a conditional use application with the ZBA, with the former composition of this board. And this is what they said. In October of 2020, they said that they were seeking a permit to allow them to continue to operate their family business, which is the Starrett Snow and Landscape Services, as a contractor in the town. They said that they would do their best to cooperate with town ordinances as they are able, and be conscious of those around us to create as little disruption as possible. This is the site plan application, or the application visual that was attached to their conditional use permit. And I'd like you to remember this visual, because in my view and in my mind, it stands in a very stark contrast to what is actually occurring on the property. The town CBA issued the conditional use approval in February of 2021, and that approval is attached in again as Exhibit 1C1 of our packet. I want to draw your attention to a couple of things that the ZBA said. First of all, in their conclusions of law, in their findings and conclusions of law, the ZBA stated very specifically that the contractor use shall not generate noise, vibrations, etc., which could be detectable at the lot boundaries. And all aspects of the use will be carried on within the structures associated or off-site. They didn't make that up. That is the standard by which a conditional use permit in your town is allowed to operate. And they had to make that finding and had to effectively condition their approval on this, because that's what a conditional use permit is. You can't just do it as you wish, do these activities as you wish. You have to make sure that they are conditioned in such a way so that they are in harmony and not nuisances to their neighbors. This is, after all, a residential neighborhood. The other thing that the ZBA approval said was that the applicant they felt that they would be comfortable approving this contractor use because the applicant will be unable to obtain the required site plan approval and approval from the DEP without meeting these requirements, the ones that are listed on the right. That was their justification. We feel okay with this because we know our planning board is going to hold these people's feet to the fire and make them comply with the ordinance requirements. That was in February of 2020, 5 years after they started the operation. In 2021, soon after, just before that decision, the Cheevers purchased the property, and a couple months into their ownership of their forever home, they filed a complaint to the CEO. Among other things, Sally said, you know, I have some significant issues with having to listen to heavy equipment all weekend. This was not the first time the CEO had heard this complaint. It was the first time he had heard it from Sally, but certainly not the first time he had heard complaints about this property from other landowners and neighbors. In 2022, in June of 22, the CEO issued a second NOV that essentially reiterated the first one and told the Starrettes to file a site plan application with the planning board. We are still waiting for that site plan application to be filed, by the way. Throughout the summer of 2022, the town took zero meaningful action, and the Cheevers continued to lodge regular complaints with documentation of all of the violations going on this property, and complaining of severe nuisance conditions that are going on every day to this day. It was only after the town attorney sent what we call in the business a strongly worded legal letter regarding all of the violations that the Starrettes actually took some action. In September of 22, they filed their so-called site plan application with the planning board. And I call it so-called because it was wholly incomplete. And the planning board found that to be the case. In October, a month later, they reviewed the application and sent it back as incomplete. 2 months later, now we're at the end of 2022, the Starrettes finally get a consultant, and their consultant sends an apologetic letter to the planning board saying, well, we're really busy. We don't have the capacity to do this right now. So we'll try to file something in April or May. That was when the Starrettes retained us to help them with this matter. And we sent a letter to the CEO at the end of the year requesting the town to take immediate action. And, just around that time, at the end of January of this year, the CEO issued his inspection report noting that there were continuing violations, but declining to issue another notice of violation or take any action. Right around that same time, the Starrettes started bragging on social media about their firewood business. And we would draw your attention to the hashtags on this social media post. So that's the history. We are here now in April of 2023, based on egregious violations and stall tactics that have been going on since basically 2015 and certainly since 2020. I'm going to turn to our appeal request. we had, in our letter, we had essentially identified 5 violations of your land use ordinance that have not been flagged as violations in the first or the second notice of violation. And we think that they are separate and independent bases for filing a third notice of violation and taking more meaningful action in the form of a stop work order against these individuals. So our requested findings from the CEO concern firewood processing, a junkyard, a filling, earth moving and excavation and stockpiling, snow removal and bulk sand storage, as well as the use of more than 5 vehicles for the contractor uses and activities that clearly, and as a matter of law, exceed the conditional contractor use that is allowed on this property. You know, you all, or many of you were on the property, and those violations were plainly visible on the sidewalk during our sidewalk. They're also plainly visible in the vast documentary evidence that we've submitted in the form of video recordings, audio recordings, and photography. It's stunning to me that the code enforcement officer's no violation letter doesn't acknowledge the existence of any of that evidence. In effect, the CEO went on a site visit after snowfall, when everything was covered by snow, noted a few aberrations, and concluded that nothing was different or nothing mattered, and no additional action should be taken here. There was no acknowledgement of the fact that evidence was presented to the CEO and was never considered. And we are asking you to look at this holistically based on your own observations and based on the materials that we've submitted to date to make your own independent findings here. So let's get to it. To understand why we think that these 5 additional violations exist, we really need to start with a common understanding of what a conditional contractor use actually is. And your land use ordinance actually gives you a lot of guidance here. In Article 4D, you know, the list of permitted uses in the rural residential district, there's a list of conditional uses. One of those is contractors not having more than 5 vehicles and equipment, blah, blah, blah. So a contractor use is a conditional use. And your ordinance defines conditional use very specifically and very consistently with land use principles. And it says that, you know, a conditional use is something that would not be appropriate generally or without restriction throughout this area, but only okay if it's controlled as to number, area, location, or relation to the neighborhood. It's only allowed if it does that, if it promotes the public health, safety, and welfare, and so on. These uses are only allowed as conditional uses, meaning landowners don't have permission to do them as of right. And that's why the Board of Appeals has to make these decisions. CEO doesn't have the authority to grant conditional uses. There's not been a lot of talk, and I hope you remember that, because the crux of this issue here is the fact that the activities going on the Starrett's property are occurring in a rural residential neighborhood, and they're causing nuisance conditions, and that is well documented. I think the problem and the reason that action hasn't been taken is because the term contractor use is not defined specifically in your ordinance. As a matter of law, that's not a problem. A lot of words are not defined in ordinances, and most ordinances like yours have a statement that says if something's not defined, you just use their customary dictionary meaning to figure out what it means. So we've done that. We looked to the dictionary. We figured out what a contractor is. And simply put, you know, it's sort of the common sense understanding of that term. It's a person or a company that's hired by somebody else to provide construction services to a customer at the customer's project site. The activity itself does not occur at the property of the Starrettes. It's supposed to occur at the customer's site. If you look and recall the activities on this property, one of the major problems and one of the major violations is the massive firewood processing operation going on. When you look at your land use ordinance, firewood processing is certainly not a listed use in the rural residential district. The kinds of things you can do with a permit in this district are you can have a home, you can build a church or a school, agriculture, public facilities, a bed and breakfast, boarding homes, and accessory uses to those kinds of activities. And the general principle of land use law is if it's not listed as a permitted use, it's a prohibited use. The firewood processing operation on this parcel, contrary to the Starrettes' assertions, is not a residential accessory use. And it kind of defies belief that they would even say that it is. And it's certainly not a contractor use. This has nothing to do with construction. This is an industrial use. At most, it might be a use where the Starrettes admittedly clear the properties of their customers and then bring that firewood back to their property to process it. I ask you to remember the definition of contractor use. Those kinds of activities are not supposed to be happening on their property. And I also want to point out to you the definition of industrial use in your ordinance, which is the making of goods and articles by hand or machinery, including assembly, fabrication, finishing, packaging, and processing. This is an industrial firewood processing operation, and it is prohibited as a matter of law by your ordinance. There had been some discussion about this being for personal use. For something to be personal use, what that really means is it has to be accessory to the residential use of the property. And you have a definition for what that means as well. It's anything that's incidental and subordinate to the principal use or structure. Nothing about this operation in its scale, in its impact, its noise level, you name it, is incidental or subordinate to their residence. For one thing, nobody uses that much firewood to heat their home. And although the Starrettes have claimed that this firewood is being hauled over to their father-in-law's property in Farmington, that's also defying disbelief. Here is the home of their father-in-law. It is a single-family dwelling. It is a single-story dwelling, roughly 1,120 square feet. It is on a 14-acre lot, 1 acre of which is built on, the rest of it which is in tree growth. I don't know anybody who owns a wood lot and heats their home with wood and doesn't cut their own wood on the property. But even if they did, it's really hard to believe that that amount of firewood, which we estimate to be around 20 to 30 cord of unprocessed wood based on the site visit that we took, and another 13 bags of probably 6 cord of processed wood that is currently on the property. It defies belief to think that that amount of wood is necessary to heat this home. And in fact, you all know this, anyone who has a wood stove knows this. It takes maybe for a large home, for a mid-sized home, maybe 3 to 5 cord of wood to heat a 2,000 square foot home in the winter. So there is an illegal firewood processing operation here. It's not for personal use. And I think their evidence is very clear that that's the case. The second category of illegal activity here has to do with mineral extraction and all of the associated filling, earth moving, excavation, and stockpiling that's going on. Again, going back to your ordinance, if it's not permitted, it's prohibited. Here, at most, you might argue that this activity is a mineral extraction operation. But even if you did that, that requires a conditional use permit, and they've certainly not received that here. We have ample evidence in the record that there has been extensive removal of topsoil, rock, sand, gravel, and other earthen materials from this property. And it's a constant activity of bringing soils onto the property and moving them around. If the meaning of contractor use, if a contractor use is supposed to be conditional so that it's in harmony with the surrounding uses, the interpretation cannot be that these uses are allowed. This level of activity on the site is allowed. You also have seen that we've made note of the fact that there have been some pretty substantial snow removal operations in the past on this property and associated bulk storage of sand and salt. And again, if it's not permitted, if it's not listed in Article 4D, it's prohibited. This is again a situation where the level and scope of this activity is not associated with residential use. It's not a contractor use. It is not even related to offsite construction work. It's a separate business. And, the fact that they tell us that they won't do any more plowing doesn't mean that the violation hasn't occurred. It has occurred. Lastly, I just want to draw your attention to the definition of a junkyard. We also talk about this in our filing. A junkyard is defined under state law as any yard, field, or other outside area used to store, dismantle, or otherwise handle discarded, worn out, or junked plumbing, heating supplies, electronic or industrial equipment, household appliances, or furniture, discarded scrap and junked lumber. I will refresh your memory if you don't recall that during our site walk, we saw plenty of piles of junk that fit within this definition. And this is a situation where, your ordinance is quite clear that junkyards are not allowed in this district. They're only allowed in the industrial district. And more importantly, any unlicensed junkyard is specifically deemed a nuisance under your ordinance and must be abated within a year of passage of your ordinance. That has certainly not occurred here. There has been some activity, as you know, by the Code Enforcement Office to try to bring the Starretts into compliance with their contractor use by encouraging them to file first a ZBA application and then a planning board application. We're not challenging that part of the notice of violation. We agree that those are violations. We agree that the Starretts have to file a site plan application and get approval for that in order to continue the contractor use. But those issues don't have to be resolved for this board, for the ZBA to decide, based on the evidence and the plain language of your ordinance, that there are activities here that simply exceed the scope of the contractor use that would be allowed if they were to grant, if the planning board were to grant site plan approval for it. And we've talked about what a conditional use means. I've talked to you about the definition of contractor. We have submitted all kinds of photographic evidence of the types of equipment that are on this property. And then on top of that, here's a listing of all of the things we saw during the site visit. I mean, again, it defies comprehension that somebody could go on this site and conclude that this is a contractor use and that all is good. I will just to, you know, when you get these situations where you have a neighbor complaining about an activity, it's very easy to sort of get into the mindset of like, oh, you know, here's another NIMBY. They just want to cause trouble or prohibit some kind of activity that's bothering them. None of you had the opportunity to really live through the nuisance conditions that are on this property. So if you bear with me, I have a little bit of an audio compilation of observations of the Cheevers at the property boundary over the course of the past year. If you bear with me, I'd like you to just listen to the whole thing. It's about 5 minutes long. I realize that's a long time, but I think it's very important. So I'm going to turn that on here.
We're not getting any audio coming through, Aga.
Let me see if I can fix that. Thank you, Grady. Is that coming through?
Nothing currently.
this has been all day again. We're back to working on site all day. I'm pretty sure it's clean up for the walkthrough. But they are doing excavation, which is alarming to me. There's the bobcat moving crap around. Sure how we get away with this. So we got that piece of equipment. We've got a backhoe going back there, big dump truck. They're moving the wood. They're moving a crap pile that was behind one of these buildings. So this equipment has been running all day. Wonder what the runoff from that is. We do have standing water in our yard that never used to be here before. There's a gully in between our two properties, and there's standing water. Right.
That should have given you a 5-minute sense of what Sally and Ed live with, and their neighbors, frankly, live with every day, in the mornings, during the day, in the evenings, and on the weekends. I would not have taken on this case. My usual MO is to work as a town attorney. I do private land use law when I get conflict work, and this was a situation. I would not have taken on this case personally if I did not think that there were very egregious violations here. And that's why I agreed to represent the Cheevers. And I ask you to put yourselves in their shoes when you make your decisions about this matter. They have been living with these nuisance conditions for well over 2 years now. And their prior homeowners moved away because they couldn't stand it. We are asking you for a very simple thing, which is to instruct the code enforcement officer to do his job and to pursue these violators in the same way that any violator of a land use ordinance in Raymond should be pursued. So I'm happy to take any questions, or I can pass it on to the town.
So Attorney Wagner, is now the time for us to ask questions, or should we?
Yes.
Okay. I do have one question. Do you have any evidence with regards to the firewood processing that it's being sold?
Yes, I mean, common sense indicates that they're not just giving this stuff away. But more to the point, your ordinance doesn't require it to be sold. It's not a use that's allowed. There's nothing that says that so long as you sell it, all of a sudden it becomes okay, or not okay.
But specific to my question, do you have any evidence that it's being sold?
We have presented you with the evidence that we have on the firewood processing, which is the scope of the operation. Whether or not the Cheevers, the Starrettes are making money off of selling the property of firewood, I don't have anything specific to that. We do have statements from the Starrettes and evidence from social media, as I've demonstrated, that the Starrettes are acquiring the firewood from their commercial sites. And if they're doing that, that means that they are, as part of their consideration for the job, for the construction job or the site clearing job, or the septic installation job offsite, they're being compensated in kind by being given this firewood. But it's not a donation, it's part of the deal.
Okay, thank you.
So we do have additional photograph. I have something to say. We do have additional photographic evidence of different trucks coming up. I think it was misrepresented by Nicole that they only come and pick up the firewood.
On mute, Sally. There you go.
So we do have pictures of various different trucks coming to pick up pallets of wood. If you look at the picture, I think that's on their application, you can see there are about 35 of those pallets of wood, and that was taken in November. And now there are maybe 10 pallets left there. I don't know what else is happening with that wood. It's being distributed, and that's the concern. It's being mass produced and distributed. I can't speak to whether they're getting money for that or not, but the volume of activity that goes on over there is definitely not for personal use. You'd have to be running a crematorium to go through that much wood, I think.
Okay, thank you. Fellow board members, do you have questions? Verbal yes or no would be good.
None from me, David.
Okay.
None from me, Tom.
None for me, Dave.
So Attorney Wagner, I think we're good.
Sure. Would you mind if I asked a question?
No, please.
Mr. I guess my question, Attorney Dixon, is is the relevant question what was the conditional use scope of the conditional use applied for and approved? Is that relevant here, or does this board make a determination all on its own as to what a contractor use is and what isn't a contractor use? Or are they restricted by what this board determined 3 or so years ago was a contractor use?
I think the answer is yes and yes, Stephen. The permit that was issued by the predecessor ZBA authorized a certain amount of activity on this property under the category of contractor use. The ZBA never defined that term, but they put bookends on what it means through their conditional approval. And so they said, no, this use is not allowed to create noise beyond the boundaries of the property. And under this zoning ordinance, the CEO is supposed to enforce violations of permit approvals. So one point that we make is that the conditional use approval itself has been violated, and that is not recognized in the notice of violation. And separate from that, there are all these activities that fall beyond the scope of what a conditional contractor use actually is, based on the language of the plain language of the ordinance. So I think it's a twofold problem. One is that the Starrettes have exceeded the scope of their conditional use approval. And two, they have and continue to conduct activities on the property that, as a matter of law, fall outside of the definition of contractor use.
Thanks. I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do we allow the town, the CEO's attorney to address any questions at this point? Or?
Sure. Well, so I left that opportunity open if there was, any witnesses that were introduced, but there wasn't really that here. But certainly you could give the attorney for the town an opportunity if he had any questions that he wanted to ask directly. If not, it would just proceed into his presentation.
Very good. So Attorney Saucier, if you want to ask questions, please do so. And if I want to proceed, that'd be great too.
Thank you, Chairman Birch. I have no questions, and we'll just sort of launch into a description of notice of violation. And the CEO is really going to kind of just walk you through his process as that he goes through as he receives complaints and investigates them and his conclusions. So I'm going to let the CEO go over that in a moment. I just wanted to quickly kind of respond or sort of frame up where I think it is, where I think you are here tonight. As an initial matter, I agree with your attorney that it is a de novo appeal. In other words, you're making a decision on whether the allegations that the neighbors have raised constitute a violation of land use ordinance. That's all you're doing. I do not agree with Attorney Dixon that you have the authority to order the issuance of an NOV. That may flow if you rule the other way, but the board is not an enforcement body, and so the CEO clearly has that authority under your ordinance. But what you do have the authority to do is determine if the CEO was incorrect in his interpretation. So it's a distinction I just want to make, and so I agree with your attorney's advice on that particular issue. The other thing I just want to do is to make sure we're focused in on what you're here to review, for at least from my perspective, and I think Attorney Dixon just clarified it a bit, and I agreed with how she said it. But I want to make clear it's not about the prior notices of violation. Those have been issued. They have been partially resolved and not resolved, depending on the particular issue of those notice violation. Those are out there. So it's not about that, and it's not about that particular planning board process at this point. It's also not about the prior conditional use approval. I think I heard that last presentation trended a bit into essentially arguing about that conditional use approval and whether the conditional use here is allowed and maybe should have been granted. That decision has been made and was not appealed in 2020. And the code officer certainly has no authority to disregard that approval from the zoning board back in 2020. So there is a conditional use for contractor use on this property that is not at issue today. From what I understand, the argument is that they're arguing that essentially what's going on there exceeds the scope of what was approved in 2020, and they're also now making new allegations that there are additional violations beyond the scope issue. So I think just to narrow it down and make sure we're not inadvertently attacking a prior approval that it's far too late to attack at this point, 3 years out. So that's it. Just to kind of set the stage, I think it's really it's your decision essentially tonight. So the CEO is just going to really describe his process and what he did when he investigated it and where he came to conclusions, and it's your decision to determine if there is a violation. So with that, I'll leave to Alex to go through your decision, and I may sort of step in at the end to wrap it up.
Board, my name is Alex, code officer for the town of Raymond. We have a complaint. We take those complaints in and they are reviewed, and typically in most cases an inspection will either be done or scheduled with the property owner. If a violation is found, as you know, a notice of violation will be issued. And we have, typically our first approach is to try and resolve any issues before we need to go to the point of needing to issue a notice of violation. But in most cases, we send that first notice, which gives the violator 30 days to bring the property into compliance. Now, that NOV will include the specific violations, the ordinance sections, and what's required in order to correct the violations. And then it also includes the appeals language at the end. If we don't get a response or the violation is not resolved, typically the second notice as quickly as possible. But if someone is showing intent to comply, a realistic intent to comply, that might not occur within 30 days or 60 days. It might take longer, such as in this case where it was a period of time after that first NOV. Compliance after that second NOV, what will typically take place is I will essentially recommend that particular violation to the select board. So the select board is the entity that runs the town that has the authority to actually take enforcement action against a violator. As a code officer, I am not able to fine anyone or actually take anything beyond just those final, that's the last notice of violation. It's up to the select board to make that decision, to take someone to court, assess fines, and do all of that. Once it goes to the select board, I'm not involved in that decision. I don't have a vote. I can essentially just, make my recommendations to the select board and be there, obviously, as a witness. Just the process from my point of view, how we typically do things, in our office. For this particular situation, there is open violations on site. This is kind of an unusual one because, to be honest, to say it plainly, we're kind of on the same side here. There's been numerous violations that have taken place, as shown by the 2 NOVs that have been sent, and the town would like to see this brought into compliance. It is obviously a significant disruption to abutters, as shown by some of the photos and videos that the Cheevers have sent in. I've spoken to quite a few abutters over the years on this particular property. One of the things that I think was shown in the presentation was the period of time that has taken place. I think they purchased the property in 2015, and we're still here kind of discussing this today. I started with the town of Raymond in July of 2020. The first NOV went out October 2020. So there's 3 months or so after I started that we started enforcement on this. So I do kind of, I don't want to get personal about it, but I do take a little offense when people say that the code officer hasn't done anything, because there wasn't anything done for 5 years or so until I started. So I do think that we want to see this corrected. It has gone to the select board, and the select board has their own opinions and point of views on the situation. So I can't speak for them, but so it has kind of hit that end mark for what the code officer can do. So speaking specifically about the complaint that was received, I can go through each one of these if you guys want, and kind of give you my thoughts on what it is that we viewed the day when we went over to do the inspection, if you guys feel that would be helpful. And I did have my assistant, Chris Hansen, with me the day of to make sure we had multiple eyes on this, to make sure that we didn't miss anything. Talking with Nicole, we were both able to kind of take photos and take notes and stuff on that. Does the board think it would be helpful for me to go through that?
Hey, Alex, this is Tom and David. Before we go into that, could we ask for a 2-minute break? 'Cause
Yes, we can have a 2-minute break. So we'll take a 2-minute break starting now. We'll be back at I show 8:19, so let's be back by 8:22, Tom. So now we're back from our break. Board, would you like to have Alex go through a brief review of how he came to his determinations?
I personally think it'd be very helpful.
Yeah, I
agree.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think it would be good.
And Alex, if you could, I mean, I have the report in front of me, so I do understand what was written up. But I guess, as you go through it, sort of your thought process, and also if you could too, I do see that Chris Hansen was there with you. If you could just let us know, did Chris at any point have a difference of opinion or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, to answer that question, this written summary is the, I guess, summary of both Chris and I's opinions on this. So it wasn't necessarily a difference in opinion. It was kind of a joint effort between the two of us on that. So no, I don't think there was anything that there was a difference of opinion. I will say, Chris, I think Chris had I think the stronger opinion about firewood, and his point, because I'll start with that, we'll get right into it. His point was, it's a very common thing for property owners to process firewood on their properties. In fact, at 200 feet to my left, I have a neighbor that also has a small rig where he chops up his own firewood and has multiple cords of wood stored. So it is a very common thing that does happen. So on site, we did notice that there was, raw logs. There was machinery to process the firewood, or actually chop the firewood, and then there was a few of the bags of wood that appeared to have been chopped. We did speak with Nicole about this, and she advised us that this wasn't for sale. They do this for their own personal use. The wood she did say, does come from job sites and is brought to the property. But she did not admit to selling any of this, and I don't have any evidence that they are selling any of this. So it's definitely one of those things where I could see, you could easily say that this is part of their current operation, their current business, which is essentially a property services business, landscaping, snow removal. They're doing all sorts of different property services. That's excavation, and that can include also tree removal. And a product of tree removal is logs. So, there is an existing violation on site, which is a contractor use. That's not gone through the process to receive site plan approval. That's really it for our conversations about the firewood. We did notice that there was materials stockpiled on site, which according to the property owner were brought in from other jobs. It appeared to be loam and rock mostly. No processing is done on site. I wasn't able to find any machinery on site that looked to be used for processing gravel or a screener or anything like that. It's possible they have done that at some point in time, but when we did the inspection, there was none of that on site the day of. So, I mean, I'm not sure, they may have done it last year and equipment, I don't know. But the day that we did the inspection, there was none of that down there. Referenced for the mineral extraction, I guess I'm somewhat confused. It appears as though that section, as far as I can tell, is extracting material out of the ground. I didn't see any evidence of that being done on site. If anything, it's the opposite. Materials being stored on site, brought in from elsewhere. It doesn't look as though they're running this as a gravel pit. They're not pulling anything out of the ground, and that's the section of the ordinance that was referenced. So I guess I'm not following that specific complaint. Are they moving material on site? It does appear as though a significant amount of impervious surface has been created. And that was done a number of years ago, and that is included on the NOV, which does require site plan approval as well. That could be separate from the contractor use, because someone could clear over 10,000 square feet in their backyard just to store their toys. And they may still need site plan approval for that, even if they're not a contractor. But in this particular case, the damage was done. They need to correct it after the fact by either revegetating or getting the proper permits. And neither have been done at this point. The snow removal piece of this, Nicole stated on site that they're no longer providing snow removal services. There was some equipment stored down there. I don't know if they are actually providing snow removal services or not. I know there was a sign on the property. A year or two ago, that sign is no longer. I have not personally heard anything of, from anyone about them using the Sterrett for snow removal. I'm not sure, to be honest, on that. There was a small pile of sand stored in one of the carport structures, approximately 2 to 3 yards, which was actually sand and salt mixed, I believe. The town does not require a permit for salt storage. It's not something in the land use ordinance. There may be, numerous individuals in town that have a sand and salt storage area. I'm not sure, but in this particular case, I was expecting, to be honest, to see in the area of 100+ yards. What we saw was actually a really small area of storage. That was the day we did this inspection. I don't know, today it could be more, it could be less, but when we did the inspection, which was shown in the photos, that's how much we found. Large equipment is still being stored on site, which is in these large carport structures, which are legal. They're not permitted structures. There's no building permit. There's no site plan approval for those. There is a fuel storage tank in one of these structures. As far as I'm aware, there is no permit in place for that fuel storage. Nicole did state on site the day of that she was going to contact the state to see what needs to be done to keep her in compliance with the fuel storage rules. And I know there's been some back and forth on that, I think, with the Cheever's attorney, maybe talking with the state. I'm not sure if there's been any developments there. I did notice there was a small area of fuel spillage near the tank, but a very small area. I mean, maybe 3 or 4 square feet of ground covered in that, that carport structure. There